fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off.
Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue.
I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one. I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the f... Oh, that was... No! Fuck you! No! Woman, don't hurt her! Are we back? Wait, shit. Did I... Son, I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Shoulda mentioned your name when the Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye? I can't do shit, I'm stuck. He can't. I'm printing everything. I can't do it. He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
of being insane.
And be polite. Give them the prop.
He had a 24-inch cock around.
Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say it without laughing. Oh shit!
Really fucking shitty to me.
Oh Jesus, fuck.
Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide.
His sister drank his balls.
By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. Gentlemen. And ladies. With exceptionally large clitorises. That in the real world we call penises. I have not just managed to stream according to my schedule 4 days out of 4, despite the time being a little bit off. But I've also been having the time of my life over the last 2 days. Oh my god. What the fuck is that mic? The mic is a beacon mic from Canada. Yes, the blood dot's disappearing. The scab finally came off, and I'm quite happy with the results of my doctor torturing me with cryotherapy there. It worked real well. You sound like you inhaled half a... Oh no. Oh, give me a second. We might have to hit a quick restart. I know what that's an audio drive issue I've been having. Yeah. Sorry, that's my real voice. I'm sorry. Let me go fix that quick. This is not my real voice. No one listen to Let's see how much of a fuck up this is now. See if this is working. Sorry, I removed my pirate software filter for a second. You nearly all found out that I'm actually a bald leprechaun and I've got a pot of gold. A wee pot of gold. Sorry about that. That's actually kind of a relief that started happening again. Because it means that I'm back to the old issues my PC has. Can you activate this? I'm pretty sure I do have better TTV. But if I don't, I will go out of my way to double check that, because I know I've got to double check that 7TV is working properly as well. And if it's not, that means I've personally fucked up something really, really stupid. And have to resolve it. But I will. Don't worry. I will. Oh! Let's see. Up something. There we go. Okay. The voice change is active. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean for you to hear my real voice. You see, actually, I'm an employee at Blizzard, and I know everything. And what that actually was, is that I ran out of mana for a second. What a great Thursday it is to be streaming. Oh, actually, it's a Friday. Damn, I'm a little bit late today. As you can tell, I've been having a few more of those PC issues. But that's not too bad. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. That happens. You know what? We will do better TTV now while I double check my connections and make sure that everything's working. Yeah, better TTV should be active. It should be active and working, as far as I'm aware. If it's not, that's... Man, I gotta spend some time figuring that out. Does that thing have a Nike setting? I don't know what the Nike setting would be. Man, what a fucking wild time yesterday and today has been. Holy Jesus. I've been having the time of my life on Twitter. I've been so fucking happy to see such dumb shit happening. People losing their fucking minds over a man who electrocutes his dog. A bunch of devs crying about the fact that another indie game has apparently popped the fuck off. It's been such a joy to farm all that emotional hatred. I even tried to farm a little bit more by retweeting the Guild Wars 2 devs. There's no way I'm not on a blacklist of theirs somewhere. There we go. Right. It seems everything's working. I hope. Hold on. One last feature I gotta double check. Yes, that's working too. Fantastic. What a fucking great day today has been. Has anyone else managed to see the gigantic fucking shitstorm that has been occurring around the man himself, the terrorist cocksucker supreme, the DogShocker king of the internet right now, the electrocutioner himself? So are you going to stream on TikTok or Cam4? So I'm going to probably stream on TikTok, just because I think it would be really funny to farm some of the most retarded takes ever. I think we can get a giggle out of it. I've already put my reasoning in the Discord as to why. But I figured out a little bit on my schedule. You see, I've realized I have an issue. I stream at an ungodly hour. At least for my local time, right? And that means I work a full day as a job, and by Thursday, I am burned the fuck out. Is the dog doing the girl too? I mean, Anissa is a white girl, right? She does have those left-leaning takes, so I wouldn't be too surprised about that one. So this is how it's gonna work when it comes to Thursdays for me. Every Thursday, I am gonna dedicate to catching up on all the random bullshit you fuckers put in the Discord. That way it doesn't disrupt the flow of me playing Guild Wars 2 throughout the week. I'm gonna look at some gaming stuff. We're gonna look at maybe some MMO stuff. And if it exists, maybe we'll try out an indie game or two. See if something looks good. See if there's anything worth actually playing aside from Guild Wars 2, because I've been disappointed in the past. I'm like a naive girl that hopped on Tinder. It's just disappointment from one end to the other. It has been so fucking harsh out there. There are so many bad games that just don't fucking work out. And worse than that, there are really good games that just aren't good stream games, right? Can we play dog shit that is not Mechabellum? Yes, don't worry, I won't be playing Mechabellum on stream. I think I've kind of burned out how many times I can play Mechabellum and just like riff on like, you know, complaining and shit. I'm in too good of a mood. I shaved my fucking head today so that I don't have that like monk's cowl bullshit going on because I'm not professional enough to be a dev. But I think I'm gonna dedicate Thursday to catching up to all the bullshit you put in the Discord primarily. And then if there's time left, you had hair, yes, just not on my head. I shaved. I just didn't say I shaved my head. So. That's how I'm going to dedicate Thursdays. That way, I figure as well, anyone who's completely uninterested in any of the times I'm like watching videos and trying to catch up and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on in the world, they're not having to suffer through these streams and they can just decide, fuck it, I'm not going to be here on a Thursday. I don't know if this idea will work out. I hope it does. I hope that makes things easier. Will you do rerun streams to milk your viewers? The unfortunate part, Filter, is if you do rerun streams, you've got to have this thing. God, what's it called? I can't remember the word right now. Give me a sec. If you do rerun streams and you want to farm people, you've got to have this one thing. There's like this... fuck, what was it called? Oh, yes, that's right. A giant, juicy milker knockers that jiggle back and forth on stream while you sleep in a bed. Or while you say nothing of value. Or... you know, you gotta give something. You gotta give something to the little 13-year-olds to goon to, and I can't really do that because no one's gooning to me. None of you are level 12 gooner, where you jack off to everything, where you can watch paint dry and you get hard. We're not there yet, but maybe one day. I like the proud shepherd picture. Which one? Because all I see in this picture in my desktop right now is I just see 3 different variants. I just see Hassan sitting in his chair streaming with 3 of his dogs around him. That's all I see. This background is very inaccurate. The dog zapper would be in his left hand. Clearly this is right-wing propaganda. No. You don't understand, right? He switches hands. It's to try and level out his biceps. You know, yeah, you gotta switch hands. You can't just go with one hand. That's how you end up lopsided.
So no Hollow Knight. No, I'm not going to play Hollow Knight. I've thought about playing Hollow Knight, Syro. But here's the big problem with Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is best experienced primarily as a solo experience. You ever seen one of those movies where you watch it alone and it's fucking incredible, and then you watch it with someone else and you're like, ah, damn, I'm not getting the same feel out of this. I'm just not getting what's valuable out of this. That's how it is. This background is very... Yeah, I read that already. Right, so... Today, we've got to do a little bit of a catch-up on all the drama that the electrocutioner himself has caused. Because I have not watched a single one of those fucking videos. I've just seen a bunch of people on Twitter losing their goddamn minds over it. And also, I just gotta say, I'm so proud of this tweet. I don't know what I'll give to someone who can recognize, like, how I altered this image and where this originally came from. But congratulations to you if you can figure this one out. That means you're a person of culture. You figured that shit out. Who's below the table? That's Anissa, obviously. Duh. How could you not know? Can't you see the husband Zapper 3000 in her right hand there? Are you going to look into the diaper for that got banned off of Twitch? Yes. Jimmy, today is the day I might actually trust some of the bullshit links that you link to me. I want to look into everything on Thursdays. It helps me catch up. It helps me stay relevant to what the fuck is going on. I'm not sitting here like a blind retard missing out on absolutely everything that occurs around me. Because I've realized one of the biggest problems with having a full-time job is you kind of left out of the loop of things, right? And then when you're trying to figure things out, you're like getting all these little bits and pieces and you never get the whole story. And I think that's how you get a lot of people who never have the opportunity to think for themselves. The more you watch chat suggestions, the more chat suggests. That's fine. That's what today is for, Dubba. That's exactly what today is for. Now, I believe we've got some real fucking hot takes coming from some streamers these days about all the bullshit that's gone on. So this is how it's gonna work. We're gonna start with the electrocution himself. Then we'll look at the weird diaper tiger thing, which, man, that caught me out of left field yesterday. Holy shit. Like, I lay in bed, like, when I was trying to sleep, I lay in bed staring at my ceiling because, like, from a purely project management perspective, I was staring at the roof of the ceiling of my bedroom, which unfortunately I haven't installed a mirror above yet, but I'll get there one day. And I was thinking to myself, how the fuck did that get past Twitch? Who thought that was a good idea? How did the guy listing his weird fucking kink as 4 kids get past them? And keep in mind, if you end up on the homepage of Twitch, that means they had to manually select you. And the only theory is the one that I posited yesterday. That makes sense. Which is they just saw the tags, they didn't see the stream, and they were like, oh yeah, this leans into what we care about, so let's just throw that shit up on the homepage. And they didn't actually watch it. That, or Diaper Tiger Guy, actually works at Twitch. And that was his alt account, and he was seeing if he could get away with it. Ignorance is bliss, like how Muck doesn't know what futa is. Aren't those like the Japanese roll-up beds, the futons? Is that like the plural for them? I was about to complain about the gay shit on stream until I realized that's Anissa. Yeah, no. It's either Anissa or that might be Mike from PA. Come to think of it, right? But I'm pretty sure that's Anissa. Apparently they also got banned on Twitter, but I haven't verified because I don't want to go near that. Yeah, I'm kind of scared to go near that, specifically on Twitter, but let's see what you fuckers put in the Discord. Let's see what we're dealing with here. This is Catchup Day. Let's open every single dirty fucking Hassan link here. Everything related to this. We're playing Catchup today. I think I want to watch the OG video of that, not the reaction of Asmongold, because we already know what Asmongold's going to say. I've noticed that Asmongold has kind of gone into like, how does this work? Asmongold's kind of gone into this mode recently where he just doesn't give a fuck whether someone says mean stuff about him or not, and he's always got the same response, which is, yeah, I understand, I get it. You have to defend your friend, or yeah, I get it, you're a content creator, so you've got an audience to please, and so you're not going to say what you really think, you're going to say the thing that makes people nod their heads. Now, this one was special yesterday. Holy shit, that was weird. But we'll look into that after the Hassan stuff. So what else did you put here? Okay, says Kaya didn't have the collar on during the OG incident, that shock collars aren't illegal, moved away from the initial convo, which was she didn't even have that collar. My favorite part about this was I made a tweet about this shit because it was getting under my skin. Let me see if I can find it. It was this one right here. And I have to apologize to all of you because I was wrong. My tweet here was basically, it's not a shock collar. Her dew claw got stuck. It's a vibration collar. Then shows the shittily taped shock collar. Okay, it's a shock collar, but I only use it for vibration. And then I said, you are here. I was wrong. I was dead fucking wrong. We're not there. Because Sab was nice enough to point out to me that it gets worse. YouTube has a 15-second delay. That's okay. That's a me problem because I'm streaming from Africa, Conk. That's not a you problem, unfortunately. I've been trying to fix that, but hey, I can only work with what I've got, which is a PC that wants to kill itself. I have a suspicion on how the baby front page thing happened, but I don't think you're ready for the giggly Goonclaw law. I am ready for it. Today is the day for it, Dog Rock. If you got wild conspiracy theories, today is the fucking day to tell me. The dog is actually a robot, and I was charging. That's a new one. Holy shit, that is a new one. I've never heard that one before. I've heard static shock excuses. I've heard dew claws getting caught excuses. I've heard it's a shock collar, it's not a shock collar. Oh, why is there tape there? Actually, that's not tape, even though that's definitely tape. Oh, but it's okay because it's not. If it was a shock collar, whatchamacallit, there would be prongs on it, so we know it's not a shock collar, and you can't remove the prongs, and then that like. It's very obvious you can remove the prongs on those fucking models because most of those models have a thing where you can screw them out. And here's why I want to start with this: is I actually have some background lore here on my life as to why I can understand the whole dog situation and where I'm taking it from, right? So here's the background lore on it and why this gets under my skin so much in particular. Is my mom, growing up, used to train dogs as a hobby. And she was really, really fucking good at it. I think my mom missed her calling working in the medical field because she was super good at training dogs. She used to train Dobermans with a group of people to IPO 1 champion level, to Schutzhund level, right? And probably none of you know what the fuck that is. But the group my mom worked with, quite literally, we had people coming from Europe bringing their dogs down here to be trained alongside ours for tracking, for attack work, for show dog work, basically IPO 1 stuff, right? I don't think they call it IPO 1 anymore, but they called it that back in the day. Now, my mom, back in the day, used to drag me along with her every fucking morning at goddamn 3:30. She would drag me into a goddamn field with all the other dog trainers that she knew, where they would all sit around, get into a farmer's field and do attack work, tracking work, or we'd go to the compound area they had, where they would do attack work, or they would go off to like the show dog fields and do show dog work there. This group of people was so good at training dogs that quite literally parts of the South African police force used to come to them for dog training, right? To teach their dogs how to do what they needed to, either as drug sniffing dogs, as tracking dogs, or police work dogs. Now, this is the part as to why this gets under my skin so much. When I was a kid, when I was a little cum sprite, I was a little fucklet. I had quite a few health conditions, right? Primarily respiratory. One night, my mom put me to bed as a little baby, and I was a little bit sick. Nothing worrisome, nothing that said like, okay, shit, you gotta drag your kid to hospital, nothing like that. And in the middle of the night, I stopped breathing. My mom's dog, Zeus was his name, used to sleep by my bedside every single night. And on that night when I stopped breathing, that big fucking Doberman lost his goddamn mind. He broke through a door and started barking like a fucking maniac, woke my mom up, and dragged my mom into the bedroom where I was sleeping as a kid. This was back in the day when there's no such thing as fucking, you know those baby monitor things, right? Those didn't exist, and if they did, we didn't have one. My mom discovered that I wasn't breathing, and I had turned a lovely shade of purple. She then put her medical training to good use. A lot of her nursing skills. The fact that my dad was becoming a doctor helped as well. And basically they got me breathing again. I didn't die because of that dog, that very fucking well-trained dog. And so when I see a piece of shit like her son treating his dogs like complete fucking ass, torturing them with a shock collar, it gets under my skin like you cannot believe. And I have to sit here and try my best not to say the most... the things that'll get me banned. Because my god, do I want to fucking say them. Now, my personal flavor of dog is not Doberman, right? As good as they are, they're big fucking babies. They're like desperate for all attention and approval and all of that. My personal flavor of dog is boxers because those guys just fucking love having fun. Those are the most excitable, super fun dogs to ever get. And if you've got a kid, you should get them a boxer, because it'll keep them healthy. They'll have to run around with that dog. They're overexcited about everything. They will make your kids strong, because those dogs are fucking powerful. My second flavor of dog should be fairly obvious. Hey! I don't think she's waking up right. I've roused the beast. Hold on. My second flavor of dog. Excuse me. Cleo. Cleo. Hello. How you doing? You trying to sleep? Did I wake you up? You a good dog? Easy. Allez. Yeah. Yes. That's right. You my second flavor of dog. Okay. Va te coucher. Clear. Va te coucher. Good girl. Are those fuckers right there? That's my second flavor of dog. And they're fantastic. They're beautiful. I really, really love German Shepherds. They've got a very fun personality. They're very eager to please. They're excited to do dog work. And so if you want to train a German Shepherd to do anything, it's really, really easy, because, my God, they just want to fucking listen. Now try that with a boxer. It's a different goddamn story. You talk French with them. I'm guessing your wife does most of the training. No. So, this is the thing when it comes to training dogs, right? The primary language, at least in my country, that people use when it comes to training dogs is German, right? Now, I don't like that. I don't like that for one particular reason. And it's that every other person knows that your dog knows German. And so if you say something with enough force and command, a German Shepherd's not going to know the difference between a practice exercise and the real life scenario. So if you have someone that is smart enough to yell Platz at your dog at the right point in time when they're trying to hurt your family, there's a potential chance that your dog might listen to them. Right? Now, I'm not as good as my mom. She figured out how to get around this. My solution was I got my wife to teach me a little bit of French, and I taught them in French. So I don't speak French, but my dogs do. Is this the Lineage 2 soundtrack? Yes, it is. I'm surprised you picked it up that quickly. I figured it would take a while. I love English Bull Terriers. They poisoned mine 5 years ago. They're very smart, but hard to train. Yeah, they've got a very stubborn personality. I'm sorry that they poison your dog. It's a very common occurrence, unfortunately. What if you need background decor to lure in viewers? Well, you see, that's the thing, is I don't give a fuck about that. I'm not hosting a Tinder profile where I'm trying to fuck female streamers or whatever the fuck this retard does. So I couldn't give a shit, right? I really couldn't give a shit. If my dog wants to go take a dump downstairs, I'll open that door behind me. They're free to go. And I know that's the wrong thing to do. I know what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to hit the dog with a taser and scream place all the time and then yell at them, and then they're gonna do what I want, and I'm gonna look really cool on Twitch. But yeah, I have a real soft spot in my heart for dogs in particular, and for cats, because a dog saved my life when I was a little fucklet. I wouldn't otherwise be here if not for an exceptionally well-trained dog that saved my life. And on top of that, that dog I just showed you, she's already once, potentially, kind of stopped bad shit from happening to my daughter. So, My wife likes to go on walks every now and then. You know, pretty good idea. Go on a walk, stay healthy, unlike me being a fat fuck stuck in a chair all day. She takes our daughter with them because there is nothing like the joy and the wonder of seeing a little kid experience the world for the first time. When doing that, she takes one of the German Shepherds with her. Now, one of those times, there was 3 dudes that were following my wife and my kid, and they just walked down the road, right? Like, not that far. This fucking dog turned around and refused to move and stared down 3 dudes who decided, you know what? I don't feel like dying with a dog's teeth around my neck today. And then they turned around and left, right? Because they had no business being in this fucking neighborhood. I learned out, like, later from, like, one of my neighbors that there was, like, 3 guys going around trying to mug people and shit. So, yeah. Good idea to have dogs, especially in a country like mine. I had a basset hound, thing was an escape artist. Yeah, little terriers and basset hounds, particularly, oh god, what are those dogs? The Scotties. They're escape artists. You have to, like, fucking security-proof your house of every little gap imaginable because they will run away. They will escape whenever they can. A cat tried to kill me when I was a fucklet, and so did a horse. Well, maybe you shouldn't have tried to have sex with the horse. I have a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. My wife wanted that race. She is such a good dog, mostly sleeps and eats. Yeah, King Charles Spaniel is a really good lap dog, especially for people who don't have a lot of time, right? If you don't have, like, a lot of time and you're looking for a dog that's just got, like, a really nice personality, is very sweet, and is, like, an emotional comfort dog, King Charles Spaniel's, like, one of the best ones you can get. They're really, really good. They're very sweet, they're very affectionate. I know a few people with them. One thing to say, mini dogs are not dogs. Yeah, they're one of the reasons. So I don't like owning small dogs in particular. Myself, not because I see anything wrong with small dogs, but I live in a country where there are people who will track down people's houses where there's small dogs because there are dog fighting rings in my country where what criminals do is they kidnap small dogs out of people's yards and then feed them to whatever fucking pit bull they're torturing so that when it goes into, like, pit fighting, it's like it's already a killer, right? That's a common thing that happens in my country. So it's a lot more difficult to do that with a big dog that wants to rip your hands off if you reach through the fence. So I tend to avoid smaller dogs. With that being said, though, I used to have a little Boston Terrier. And that was the cheekiest little shit I've ever owned. Oh man, was he so much fun to train. Because he was a stubborn bastard. And he was really, really smart. I've got a Springer Spaniel, endless energy, but at the same time he literally hates walks and will sit in the corner sulking because he doesn't want to put on his harness. Make it make sense. Well, this is the thing is, certain dogs, when they get attached to, like, a home or something, they see that as, like, their region and their zone, particularly with, like, smaller dogs. And walks are kind of like are we abandoning the place I'm most comfortable? Happens sometimes. So you don't consider small dogs Asura? No. Mostly because small dogs are smarter than Asura. It's just how it is. My mom had a psycho horse and it tried to kill me when I was a baby. Damn, dude, it sounds like you're living Twilight out there. I'm gonna fuck a dog or I'm gonna fuck a dead person. Nah, you know what? I'll go for the horse. You know, I'm really surprised there were no horses in Twilight. I was watching that movie with my wife the other day and we were just having a good laugh at how fucking retarded it was. Jesus, that movie was so bad. That's why it's just in my head still now. So now we're gonna dig into all the evil shit that Hassan's done. Now, a few things I want to make clear beforehand. Number one, prong collars, properly manufactured prong collars, do not harm dogs. They do not hurt them. They do not bruise them. Under two conditions. One is they are properly manufactured. Two is that you're not yanking on the dog's fucking lead like you're trying to rip their goddamn head off like it's a French execution of Marie Antoinette. So I don't see a problem with the use of prong collars in training for dogs. Next thing. Shock collars, and this is going to be wild for a lot of people because a lot of people like to go to the one extreme or the other about this. Shock collars exist for a reason. And people don't like talking about that. But they do exist for a reason. A very niche and unique reason. Can you guess why and when you would use a shock collar? I want to see if you can figure this one out. My neighbor had a pit bull one day out of nowhere. He just killed the other dog who lived with him his entire life. The guy renting there shot him. He was a cop and had a gun. They had a baby living there. So pit bulls have a particular problem where they're bred for fights, right? And so they've got kind of like this switch that goes off in their head. And if that switch goes off, then they're fucking vicious. They're really rough. If you're gonna have like a pit bull, you've got to spend so much goddamn time with that dog, training it, being there all the time. You need to invest hours of effort every single day. And so the largest majority of people should not be owning a pit bull. The large majority of people should not be owning a Rottweiler. The large majority of people should not be owning something like a Boerboel or a large dog breed that was bred for defense and fighting things like fucking lions in fields. Anti-stranger feeding training. No. So, shock collars in particular are usually something you would only ever reserve for a rescue dog that has had a lot of issues when it comes to aggression and training. It's like a last-ditch effort that you use a shock collar. You don't put a shock collar on your dog because it barks a little bit too loud. You don't put a shock collar on your dog because it fucking it doesn't want to sit on one square for an hour every single goddamn day of your life. You don't just put a shock collar on some random dog because you want to shortcut the training mechanism and you want to make them feel pain whenever they don't do what you want so they get scared of you, because that builds a negative relationship. Dogs do way better with positive reinforcement, and that shock collar shit makes them scared. Dog moved. Bzzzt. Yeah, exactly. That's the worst ways to use it, right? Now, unfortunately, people use shock collars for everything they fucking shouldn't. They use it to shortcut training. They use it as negative reinforcement. They use it to like emotionally and physically manipulate a dog into doing the thing they want without ever, like, you know, training into them a good reinforced habit where the dog is actually going to love doing things for you because they get excited, they get to play. Dogs are quite literally, they have a biological imperative where they are built to want to please you a lot of the time. They are built to, not sexually, that's disgusting. They're built to want to do the thing you tell them. They see that as fun. They don't have video games. They don't have books they read. They're just there. So it's like you spend an hour training a dog, and for you, that's an hour. For them, that's the best hour of their life. Now, purely because of the way people use shock collars, I actually land on the side of the fence of thinking they should be banned. unless you've got special exception to use one, or you are a professional trainer who doesn't abuse dogs into sitting down in a certain way by electrocuting them, they should be banned. You should quite literally require a license to even purchase a fucking shock collar. And this is coming from someone who spent over a decade being there helping my mom train large breed aggressive dogs. How strong is a shock collar? It depends on the make and model, Banatu, but the thing is there are shock collars that have a range of shock, right? Most shock collars have short, medium, and like a high intensity, and any reasonable trainer will almost never take it off of the lowest setting because it's unreasonable and unneeded. Because unfortunately, most of the people designing shock collars are not also dog trainers. There's some guy in an office who works for a company who's like, you know what? Bigger means better. Psst. That's the problem. Like a Chinese fighting Chow, for example. Yes. So if you're gonna use a shock collar on a Chinese fighting Chow, even that dog has had to have had a history of very negative, negative behaviors that you need to get rid of really, really quick, or someone's gonna like fucking put your dog down for its behaviors. That's the issue. Your friend had the dog's name that I'm not allowed to say on stream without getting banned. They would bark all night long without a shock collar. I put one on to test it and it didn't really hurt, but it did surprise the shit out of you. So this is the thing, like I've got to have a shock collar put around my neck, right? My mom, when we were training dogs, one day she threw me a shock collar. And it's like they keep these around because when they're training new people on how to train dogs, they are explaining why you don't need a shock collar, why it's pointless. She put it on the highest setting, which I didn't know at the time. And then she was like, okay, just put it to your neck and bark, right? Or just make a loud noise. And so I did. That fucking hurt. I was like, ah! And then she was like, okay, now do you understand why we don't use this? I'm like, yeah, Jesus Christ. I get it. I fucking get it. So that's exactly why I'm very fucking, temperamental about this idea. Rose is a white... Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, Jimmy. God damn it. So now let's dig into Hassan in particular. And all the beautiful things he's doing to that gorgeous looking breed. Now, as far as I'm aware, what I can tell from looking at Kaya is she's probably some mix of, Chow breed and maybe Tibetan Mastiff, from what I can tell. She's got that look of a Tibetan Mastiff with like the long extended jaw, which is really sad because those are quiet dogs. Those are dogs that if you train them right, they're very sweet, they're very affectionate, they're very loving, and they're very protective. Have you not seen the Mr. Beast clip of him doing an obstacle course with a shock collar on? I haven't actually, Super Sploof. I haven't. So let's now figure out what the fuck happened here. Now, I've seen this clip before.
This is the one that
and this is the lie.
It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it.
Do you notice? So something that I didn't catch on first viewing when he's showing the shock collar, and something I didn't realize that's really, really fucking manipulative that Hassan did, is look at the way he's holding it. He's trying his best to obfuscate it as much as possible, and at the same time, apparently the stream of the shock collar is something he's showing 12 fucking hours later, as opposed to showing it, like taking it immediately off the dog and showing the stream immediately. So we know he's manipulated this. We know for a fact that he went out of the way to try and dodge accountability here by, like, you know, fucking waiting to figure out, oopsie doopsie, I got caught out. Maybe, maybe I can lie my way out of the shit. Not to, okay, you know what? That's perfect. You're not sidetracking me, Super Sploof. This is perfect explanation of why shock collars are bad, and we'll take a look at it after this.
Are you happy? That's it. Good. There's the air tag.
Look at that.
There's the fucking...
Look at that. You see how he's showing the front? He's doing everything in his power to make sure no one sees the back of it.
Vibrator. It also uses...
What I gotta say, I'm tough.
And here we go. Streaming Jimmy Kimmel's girlfriend / wife herself out here fucking making random comments on shit she should not be talking about. And you know what the funny thing is, from a streamer perspective, the smartest thing that all of these other streamers who actually support her son or don't want to be involved in any of this shit, what they should have done was just shut the fuck up and be like, no, I don't want to talk about that. That's all they had to say, is I don't want to talk about that. But instead, now they're forced into a situation where they have to defend her son because by association, they are now guilty of something evil, which is supporting a dog abuser.
Look at the collar. The collar is taped off where I...
No one in their right fucking mind puts tape on a collar.
I can just imagine his...
No, there's no shock. Like, the electric prongs are taken out of it.
Yeah.
She's basically making the case of why he's guilty. That's my favorite part. No, there's no shock because he took the prongs out of it. You mean 12 hours later when he showed the shock collar on stream? Why would a vibrating collar have prongs? So you can get an all-in-one collar that does shock, vibration, and light. Primarily, I think those are a terrible idea because you can accidentally shock your dog by just leaving it on the wrong fucking setting or pressing the wrong button, right? But you get collars that vibrate without shocking. So there's no fucking reason, there's no excuse for him having a shock collar on that dog. I sent a rundown and a primer on Goon Clowns in the Discord. Wait, in DMs? But don't deep dive this. Yeah, don't worry, I'll look later, Dog Rock. That's what today is for. Exactly, Moonstone. Why not just get a vibrating collar? Oh, that's right, because he was using he was using that electricity. He was using the power of Thor to control that dog. Unfortunately. Shocks are scientifically proven to be healthier for dogs. So actually you want my... Yeah, you know what? If shocks are so effective on dogs, you'd think they would put them around school children's necks. Bully in the back of the classroom keeps fucking talking out of turn. The teacher's just looking for, like, amongst, like, a bunch of controllers. He's just like, bully. Ah, that's it. Bzzzt. Just shocks Bully. I bet he'll never fucking say anything again in class. Now, this is where we're heading, if we're not there already. Which is actually, it's good that I shocked my dog. I'm sure we're gonna get there. I'm sure that give it another week, if this whole shock collar thing is still going on, everyone's gonna be saying, actually, no, it's really, really good that he was electrocuting the fuck out of his dog. That's where we're heading. And now for some context on shock collars and how much they can fuck you up. Where is it? Where's that clip?
To be clear, every 3 seconds, but it doesn't start till I go. Okay.
I don't know if you can get 2 fingers in that collar. That's pretty dangerous, Mr. Beast.
As soon as you go, we start.
Okay.
How are you gonna get the angles? You know where can I...
I'm trying my best. I'm gonna have to kind of shoot over this.
Yo, I can follow me, Z. Can I try
I trust
it?
X.
Okay.
Why is it that every clip I see of XQC, he sounds like Courage the Cowardly Dog?
Yeah, definitely.
WX!
Okay.
He is stealthy and he's lengthy. I ain't gonna lie, XQC got it.
Alright, let me just do something real quick.
And then what, you're just gonna be controlling it?
Stop!
It's vibration.
I know, it's freaking me out.
Now think about this. Think about this from an instinctual perspective, right? Almost every single animal on planet Earth has evolved to protect its neck, because a neck is like such a vulnerable point, right? If something hits you in the neck, it's like one of the most dangerous things that can happen. I mean, you could just ask Charlie Kirk about that, right? Now, you can see this even in human behavioral studies. I know this not because I know behavioral studies, but because I knew a guy who went through like the evolutionary psychology of a bunch of creatures and behaviors and like behavioral mechanics of animals and human beings and how they relate to each other. One of the most defensive postures both humans and animals all make when they feel threatened is they lower their chin, right? Because what they're instinctually doing without even thinking about it is protecting the neck. He's already freaking out just because it's vibrating a little bit.
Hurry up!
He's gonna get out of the air. Are you straight?
It shouldn't pull at all.
But hold on, do a live stream where you and Muckluck talk about a topic Noxie has control over a shock collar that you are wearing. Now that's got. Here's the problem. Why would you want to see me coming on stream? That just it's gonna get weird if I do that, and all of a sudden, instead of the sound screaming coming out of me, I go, oh. That's gonna get weird for all of us.
Get them angles.
I can't believe Jimmy actually did this one, to be honest. Ready?
Who the fuck picked 18? Alright, so, yeah.
If he's saying who the fuck picked 18 and that's a setting on this thing, he's about to have a bad time.
Guys, I have a shock collar on my neck, and because
Okay.
you guys donated, stop vibrating it. Stop fucking with me.
He's freaking out.
Since you guys donated $200,000 to Team Water, 200,000 years of clean water for people in need, I now have to do this obstacle course with a shock collar, shocking me like a dog every 3 seconds. I don't like it.
You can see the panic he's already got on his
Put
face.
a shock collar on your dog. Stop. This ain't cool.
Mr. Beast himself. This ain't cool. Don't do this.
This really isn't cool.
Hey, it's not cool, man. Don't do that. I mean,
Alright.
if a human is tweaking at 3, imagine what is that, 13?
Bro,
15?
my neck muscle flicked my ear.
Look at him. Look, he's like holding his chest. He's like holding it, like he's holding that like abdomen section, like he's just prepping for how much this is gonna hurt.
Popped out so much. All right, you guys want to count me in?
I'm ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's gonna hit him immediately, isn't it? Oh, he's not doing bad.
Okay. How do I get through this? Ow! That's not
You hear that scream?
Oh, can you see my neck convulsing?
Yeah, bro. You gotta move,
Ow!
Oh, is he okay?
Every time that thing hits him, he's screaming. Think about how much that hurts.
Ow! Stop! Ow! Stop! Ow! Stop! Okay. Ow!
That was way harder than I thought.
Okay. My neck red?
Yes.
Yeah, it's bad.
Oh shit.
Is it red?
Yeah,
Very
it's like
nice.
Goosebumps.
Perfect demonstration of the kind of pain that a shock collar can actually fucking cause. It's not great. It's really not great. I know that pain. I still I've been hit by a shock collar once in my life, and I still remember what it feels like. I remember back in the school days, we used to turn click lighters into small shockers. I fucking hated getting shocked by that. man, you guys were nice. We were turning fucking the sharp points of paper clips into like little arrows that we used to nail into each other's skin. We were assholes.
It's kind of hard to breathe. Okay.
Hey, all you guys that own dogs, stop putting it on your dogs. All right? Do the vibration, if anything. But don't do any type of electrocuting. It's bad.
Now, I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's made me respect Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross is speaking sense, the world is over. You know what? I think Aiden Ross has had such an interesting kind of career as a streamer. Like, I've watched him go from this wacky to backy, like, complete retard, to actually being fairly okay. I think he's come out the other side of all his bullshit pretty cool. I think he's actually evolved quite a little bit. I checked in on one of his streams just to see, like, what does this guy do? Now, it's not my personal type of content, right, in particular, but I think he's not doing bad. I do think he's not doing bad. I did see him also talk about how he doesn't want to do political stuff anymore, right, which I think is a smart decision, particularly because I think streams personally should be about entertainment, not about making people mad all the time. So I quite like the fact that he decided, yo, I'm never doing this shit again. I'm not going to go meet the president or whatever the fuck or get involved in politics, because it's all, man, it's such a dangerous thing to do these days. People will fucking shoot you because you disagree with them, especially in America.
Bad.
Yeah, it makes it kind of hard to breathe. Okay, I'm good now.
You're good?
Yeah, that was...
Back to the room we go.
Isn't he still a Red Pill deep throater? I don't know. I know he was back in the day. I know he was fucking weird back in the day. But I don't know if he is that anymore. You gotta remember, this was a young lad doing a bunch of retarded shit online. And I do think that, I do maybe think he hits, like, you know, that central curve on the IQ scale. But I feel like he's getting better over time. And maybe me saying that is gonna curse it. And next week we're gonna see a stream where Aiden Ross is saying some of the most retarded shit imaginable. Maybe. But I'm also looking at this from an outsider perspective of someone who doesn't really focus that much on his kind of content.
That's the most demeaning thing I've ever done in my life.
Okay. I think the angles were terrible, but it was kind of tough. Bro, that was, I did pretty bad.
No, was good. Hey, Chad, how did X do?
That was tough, though.
Not even they think about that. Not even these people think that shock collars are a good idea.
Oh my god.
I think that's actually the first time I've seen XQC move that fast.
Darius, film me. Oh my god. Bro, it literally...
Yeah, look at it.
Huh.
Now imagine that on your dog 8 hours a day, and every time it moves off a little square, you go bzzzt. Imagine the kind of marks that underneath Kaya's fur. Imagine the kind of marks that poor fucking dog has there.
Bro, I literally, like, left marks on my neck. Ow. That hurt. I got welts on my legs, marks on my neck, but guess what? We're eating 5 million years of clean
Oh, Mr. Beast's teeth fake. They seem like veneers.
water to people in need, so it's all worth it. I'll suffer as much as I can so people
they seem like weirdly white and weirdly perfect. Like Mark Zuckerberg, I'm attempting to be a human being kind of white. But I'm not sure. I'm not going to judge his visuals. I'm just making like an observation, not a judgment call there.
You get clean water. Are you taking a photo of it?
Maybe he had all kinds of fucked up teeth. I don't know what his background is.
Yeah, go for it. Ow.
Jesus.
Okay. Hey, you were watching the stream? Yeah.
Dude,
ow.
Crazy. We need to show damage to your butt.
Look at how he's sweating after that. Just that little bit of shockery.
Bro, we're raising money for Team Water. I don't care. I'll do what I gotta do.
This is worse than any of your YouTube videos.
Nah. Yes. Alright, kick it back to them in the setup.
Oh, XQ.
Okay, I don't think there's anything else here of value. I just wanted to show you what a shock collar does. Thank you for that link. That's the perfect example of why shock collars are so fucking wacky, right? Why you shouldn't be putting them on a dog. Like, if you're putting them on a dog you've got to register that this thing's going to be doing some fucking damage. And we, come on, we all know that fucking Hassan is not the kind of person to put that on the low setting. He does not give a fuck about anything but himself and his optics. They don't have an EMT on site. I'm pretty sure they do. It's Mr. Beast. They usually have like a medical crew hiding somewhere out of frame. There's the video where Hassan admits to training the dog to sit on its bed for hours a day. That's bad enough. The shock collar doesn't need to be real. Well, how do you think he managed to do that? How do you think he managed that training, right? And I love the fact, here's one of my favorite excuses that I've heard about this. When it comes down to him talking about him training the dog to sleep on that bed. He's talking about hip dysplasia, right? And how he doesn't let the dog sleep on the floor because it's going to fuck with their hips. Do you know how I know that's bullshit? Hey, guess which breed of dog very commonly ends up with hip dysplasia? Guess which breed of dog does that? Where you have to make certain conditions. You have to like meet certain conditions to ensure that their hips are not going to be fucked up. Gee, I wonder why. By the way, another reason why his hip dysplasia argument is fucking retarded is because those elevated beds where it's kind of like a hammock and there's nothing underneath do nothing for supporting their hips. It does nothing. I know because that little shit back there downstairs has a fucking a memory foam bed that they get to sleep on. Both of my dogs do. And that's supposed to help with it. And when I went to a vet after purchasing them, you know what the vet told me? Yeah, that's not going to do nothing. They're like, yeah, that doesn't help shit. It's a marketing tactic, sorry. Dogs very naturally sleep on the floor. They stretch themselves out. When they're comfortable, right, here, I mean, perfect example behind me again, right, is if you look at this dog, right, when dogs don't feel threatened, they sleep on the floor and they look like that. They stretch themselves out because they don't see anything as a dangerous or a threat, right? That also assists in them not getting fucked up things like hip dysplasia. Did you know you've got YouTube featured when I saw your VOD? No? That's news to me. I've never... What the fuck is even that? Doesn't buy beds for dogs. I just showed you. There's like 3 fucking memory foam beds sitting right here in my office. There's another 2 downstairs in my bedroom, right? My dogs sleep inside because I live in a dangerous country. And if someone breaks into my home, I want my dogs to wake me up and tell me. So both of my dogs are actually trained that when something happens or they hear a noise, instead of barking, I've trained them to shove their nose into my face. So they wake me up. I also do it so that if they want to like go outside for a dump or something, or they're like their water bowl is empty, they'll do that as well to me. That's why I always know that when my dogs need to go outside, because they'll come and tell me, because they've been trained to tell me what they need. That's how I know how full of shit all these people are making up excuses about all this bullshit. You don't have Sasha Grey backing you on treating your dogs right. Well, Filter, we're talking about dogs, not doggy style. So, you know, maybe it's partially related, but it's kind of not the same thing if you think about it. Now, this video I've been wanting to watch for a while, because I think this is probably going to be like a good summation of everything, but there's also another man who's been collecting evidence non-stop. Is this boyo right here. He is not letting this fucking topic go. He has done everything in his power to collect every single meme, every single clip, every single fucking thing that piece of shit has done to his dog. Now, I think that Tectone in particular has a personal vendetta against Hassan for calling him a generational rapist. And I think when you fuck up, your greatest enemy has all the receipts. So he's the perfect resource for all of this. Okay. No, my dog's fine. They're just readjusting. But let's start here. There's more. I linked 4 more clips. Good. We'll take a look at them.
About this, right? Cutie regrets telling the truth about the...
So now she regrets telling the truth about the collar. Do you know why? Because she probably got a mean fucking message from her son being like, oh, fuck you. How dare you betray me like this? Because she accidentally told the truth.
Wait, Lover, you said you want to do a stream with me too? I'm down.
Not after that clip you farmed on me, you asshole.
What? I didn't even What clip?
Do you see how spiteful these streamers are? Right, let's go back a little bit here, right? Cutie Cinderella very freely spoke about her son and his shark collar. No one farmed a goddamn thing. That dumb asshole did that all by herself. And now all of a sudden, everyone's responsible for it except her. Do you see the lack of accountability there is in the streaming space when it comes to these big fucking streamers? It drives me insane that none of these people will just say, yeah, you know what, I kind of fucked up, or they'll say like, they won't even say I misspoke. They'll never admit fault for the things they did wrong. And it's so fucking easy. It's so fucking easy to be like, listen, I fucked up, I misspoke, I didn't really understand the whole situation. Oopsie doopsie, I did a fucky wucky. Even if it's a lie, they could just admit fault. But they won't do that. Because you know what high-end streaming is? This is why I'm really, really happy to be a literal nobody most of the time. High-end streaming is just fucking high school. And the popular kids fucking hate each other. But all the popular kids know that the other kids that are around them are popular. And so in order to maintain their social status, they will hang around people they hate. The sad part is that their stories don't even line up. I think that's on purpose, Moonstone. I think their stories don't line up on purpose because then they're using beehive tactics. Because there's so much misinformation, then no one knows what the truth is. And then what's going to happen next is that people like Hassan and anyone who sucks him off or believes him or trusts him is going to say, oh, you still talking about that? Move on. Move on. Oh, no one really knows what happened when we actually do because we fucking saw it with our own naked eyeballs. So Twitch Awards is like prom. You don't want to jump in. Yes, it quite literally is like prom. That's it. It was literally them reliving prom because they didn't get to be prom king or queen during high school. So now they need to remanufacture that exact event where they can feel important.
You farmed on me, you asshole.
What? I didn't even What clip?
You're farming clips on my girl, man.
I didn't even form a clip on her, man.
I did.
I taught her how to get sturdy. What'd you do?
He doesn't give a fuck about this so much that he doesn't even know what the fuck she's talking about.
I missed that, but he's right. He's right. It's so confusing how they're either so bullheaded, they're bending reality to never admit they're wrong, or they get bent by their fans like Valkyrie. Well, think about it this way, Lloyd. This is why I say it's like high school. Have you ever seen or had interactions with the popular group in high school? and how nothing feels real. Everything feels manufactured. I have watched some of my school buddies, right? And these weren't even people I liked. These weren't even people I hung out with. These were just people in the same grade as me. I watched as popular girls in our sister school who were at the top of the social totem pole would like falsely accuse other people of rape. Okay, so there's a guy, I don't know if I'm going to use his real name. We'll call him Vinny, right? There was a guy I knew in school. I'm calling him Vinny because he was an Italian guy. Vinny started dating one of these popular girls. And Vinny wasn't popular. Vinny was like a very highly focused kid on all of his grades because his life's goal and ambition was to become a doctor, which I think is insane. Doctors have like a fucking horrible time of it no matter how much money they make. Vinny's dream to become a doctor came from the fact that his dad died of cancer. And the popular girl he was dating, he got into an argument with her because the week of his father's death, he refused to take her out to a really fancy restaurant that Vinny couldn't afford to take her to. She first attempted to degrade him to everyone who was his friend, and his friends refused to turn against Vinny because they were like, Vinny's a great guy. He's wonderful. He's funny. He's cool to hang around with. Fuck you. I know you're lying. She then attempted to start spreading like rape allegations against him. That didn't work because guess what? The week that he apparently tried to rape her, Vinny was at his dad's funeral. So that fucked up. And as you can imagine, this girl that he was dating was now like collapsing in like social standing. Her social currency points were like falling through the fucking floor because everyone was realizing what a gigantic piece of shit she was. And eventually, she was no longer popular because no one trusted her. And then she went nuclear. She started messaging Vinny and trying to get him to kill himself. And one of the last things she said to Vinny before his mom quite literally took his phone away because he was crying so fucking hard about it. One of the last things that bitch said to him, and we know this because she said it in a group chat with all his friends there, because now she was crashing the fuck out because she'd lost everything, was, you deserve to have your dad die of cancer in front of you. Thank God your dad is dead because he can't see what a piece of shit his son is. And she said a whole bunch of other shit I can't even remember. It was disgusting. Because she had lost everything now. That's exactly what this is. It's all a popularity contest. You obfuscate, you lie, you blind, you dodge responsibility, you never admit to what you did wrong, it's everyone else's fault, and then, when you are outed, instead of becoming a better person, you start attacking other people and saying it's their fault that these things happen to you. I see why you don't want to be called an influencer. There you go. That's exactly why. This is exactly why, whenever I respond to one of you, I try to respond very honestly, even if I get things wrong and I'm fucking retarded. And I'm looking at this as like a level playing field. You're a human being. I'm a human being. I don't get to influence you. I get to have a conversation with you. And more often than not, you're going to tell me something that I didn't actually know anything about. And you're more likely to influence me than I am to influence you. But in their world, everyone is beneath them and is just a peon for them to manipulate in one direction or another.
He just
Why is he doing this? Why would he? Why?
Oh, he thinks it's funny. This guy probably loves the drama. That's a face of enjoyment.
Jason, I want you to know I got home and I said to Lud, I said Jason wasn't there to save me.
Wait, can you give us a where are they now on Vinny and the useless slut? Well, I don't know what happened to her. Like, obviously no one wanted to talk to her, so like, she kind of evaporated out of everyone's lives and no one wanted to talk to her, so I have no fucking idea where she is. But as far as I'm aware, that schoolmate of mine, Vinny, is jacked to the fucking tits. The last picture I saw of him on social media, the dude looked like a goddamn professional bodybuilder. He was hanging out with his boys. He was having a good time. He was smiling. He was bald. He lost all his hair. But he was having the best time of his life. And if I've got it right, and I might be wrong about this because I didn't really dig into it, I was just good to see he was smiling. It's nice to look back at people you used to know and see that they're having a great life. I believe he did become a doctor. Now, unfortunately, the thought that went through my head after that is I'm like, okay, with how fucking jacked he is he a real doctor or was he just playing a doctor in a porno? I'm not sure which one of those two kind of doctors he became. But man, he's living his best life and he deserves it.
Wait, which one? Wait.
I wasn't there to save you.
What clip?
It was wrong. He doesn't even know, bro. He's got no even idea.
It was Ron and Lacey.
Wait, was it about
Lacey, you brought it up, silky little bitch.
It wasn't even me, it was Ray that brought it up.
Wait, hold on.
What did y'all do?
I'm not gonna lie, I did.
Hey, hold on.
I did hear
You can see all of them think this is funny because they're like, this is so fucking retarded. There's nothing you can do but laugh about
It
it.
was like, how do we all feel about the situation?
He brought it up.
No, listen. When then Ron was like, okay, so is it good or is it bad? So you don't have an opinion? So that's what it was.
You're using me as a scapegoat. You're using me as a scapegoat.
He's right. Another white woman trying to keep a black man down. Does art imitate life or life imitate art? But wait, what happens to Hassan in the future though? So far I think he's still prom queen. He will continue to be prom queen. People will continue to defend him and they will pretend that this never happened. In a month from now, everyone will have this memory hold. That's why. It's gonna, like this, if you think this changes anything, give it a month. And we're probably back to square one. Think about how short everyone's memory span is. He's gonna be fine. I don't know any of these people, neither do I.
Silky's innocent then.
Wait, so I'm not innocent?
Dude. The way that she said that made me feel bad for Ludwig.
You know why I don't feel bad for Ludwig? He's been sucking off Hassan and defending him for so long that there's no fucking way that he doesn't do it back to Cutie Cinderella. There's no way that their relationship isn't this back and forth like that, like a fucking insane shit. That or who they are in reality is not at all who they are on stream. And they're actually perfectly fine. But I doubt it.
Man. How so? I don't know.
Hell no, you're not.
Bitch, you're not innocent.
What the? Yeah,
I don't know. I've got
F. Did I just get banned again? No, it looks like it's working. That might be you, Sniper Tigress. It came back. That's Twitch. That's Twitch. Like, keep in mind if you're on Twitch It's gonna keep happening. Twitch's servers don't really prefer people who speak the truth. Reload. If you're on Twitch, reload. You're gonna have to refresh every now and then because you know what? I'm not getting priority from Twitch. I called their little butt boy a fucking cocksucker. So that's not gonna happen. Let me know if Twitch is working. Man, what a fucking temperamental platform it is. Yeah, it's saying offline for me. Let me just quickly hit a reset on that. This is very likely a Twitch issue. Nope. It might be my PC dying. It might be my PC fucking dying. It's very weird that Kick is fine. And YouTube's fine. But Twitch isn't. Why is it always Twitch? Give me a sec. Let me restart OBS just to make sure. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Man, we got so many fucking technical issues today, huh? It just keeps fucking happening. I'll be right back. Twitch. That's Twitch. What? Man, Twitch is becoming such a dog shit service over time. Holy shit, Twitch is becoming so fucking bad over time. It just keeps on making things worse. It's impressive how bad of a service it's become. Every time. And as for how many resources my stream PC is using, the answer is yes. Now, according to this, it's only using about 50% memory for all of the stuff I'm running for my stream. And about 50% of my CPU. But you gotta remember, my fucking, my stream PC is kind of like a Mad Max held together with tissue paper and wishes. At some point, I'm gonna have to replace certain components in it. Most probably, it's a motherboard problem as well, as to why my stream PC keeps on shitting the bed. But that's okay. That's life sometimes.
No idea. So she's actually mad.
Wait, Lover, you said you want to do a stream with me too? I'm down.
Not after that clip you.
And you see, like, this is what I think is so funny about this. Ludwig doesn't respond because I think, and maybe he's going to be mad, maybe he's going to appreciate, maybe both, me saying this. I think he's probably fucking annoyed that he's tried so hard to not get involved with this. And now he's got his girlfriend dragging him into his other friend's drama. And he waited, and you see, he didn't respond whenever Silky asked him.
I think he's wrong. I think he's wrong about being annoyed about being dragged into this. I think in Ludwig's head, everything is a popularity contest. And he's probably more annoyed that now people are seeing him as a bad guy as well. More than being dragged into this. I think he would defend like Hassan until the nukes hit his fucking house. And even after that, he probably would. You gotta remember, Ludwig is the kind of guy who will call you his friend, invite you back to his fucking party where it's all about these streamers, and then get you piss fucking drunk, knowing that you've got a goddamn drinking problem, and then screech something like, let's up those numbers, oh my god, he's so drunk, how cool is that? And then completely dissociate from the guy after ruining his fucking life, knowing that he's a danger to others because he's drunk. Ludwig's the kind of guy who will call you his friend one day, and when he's done wiping his ass with you, he will dispose of you so goddamn quick that he won't even remember what your name is. So I don't think Ludwig's annoyed about that. I think Ludwig is more specifically annoyed that he looks bad. That's oddly specific. I've had to deal with bad people. Kind of too. I've heard a lot of these things happen to people. I've seen a lot of these things happen to people. Ludwig behaves like a guy I used to know. Very dangerous to be around them.
He didn't even respond because he knew that she was going to crash out about it. And do you want to know why he knew that she was going to crash out about it?
Silky's innocent then.
Wait, so I'm not innocent?
Hell.
That's how he knows what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
He knows. And he just didn't want to have to fucking deal. It's not being a cuck. He just doesn't want to fucking deal with it. I know that.
Hold on. I hate all of this. All of it. I love games. I love content, but this is not content. This is rich people stuff. Internet Spider, I agree with you, but that's why I want to isolate catching up to the entire streaming world and shit all the way over on a Thursday, because that way if it's in one stream, it'll be a low viewership stream. The people who don't care, I'm very happy for them to live their best life and not watch any of the shit. But I do think that there is a value in pointing out how dangerous these people are. Because you probably know one of these people. Either it's a coworker, or it's a family member, or it's one of those people that every now and then you have to put up with. And there is a value in pointing out how dangerous these people are to you. Because they will ruin your fucking life at the first opportunity they get. And so I do see at least some value in pointing that out from an outside perspective. Because if you think this shit just happens in the streaming world, oh man, I've got a bridge to sell you. I've got an NFT of a bridge to sell you.
This might sound insane, but not every battle is a battle you need to fight. Not every issue is an issue you need to have. Sometimes you just move past shit and you just don't want to deal with it because there's other things in your life that you're trying to do and enjoy instead of that, right?
What up, MJ?
Like there's other things. And he waited for his girlfriend to answer for him.
You want to do a stream with me too? I'm down.
Ludwig's not gonna, by the way, Ludwig's not gonna say a fucking word. He's not gonna say something good about her son, because when he tried to say something good about her son still bitched at him. When he said something bad, if he says something bad about her son will bitch at him. Her son will do everything under the sun to bitch that he didn't get exactly what he wanted out of everyone. And he will send people after people like Ludwig. He'll send his crazy fucking community over there to harass the goddamn guy. So Ludwig is probably smart enough at this point in time to be like, this is my friend, I like him, and then just say nothing else.
Not after that clip you farmed on me, you asshole.
What? I didn't even form a clip. What clip? What clip?
Bro, you're farming clips on my girl, man.
I didn't even form a clip on her,
I ain't gonna lie, I did.
I told her.
And you see, now Ludwig has to defend his girlfriend. He has to defend her. Because it's his girlfriend. So he has to take her side. And you know for a fact, after this shit blew up, and Cutie Cinderella was getting a bunch of shit from people knowing that she was fucking being full of it, right? You know that she went to Ludwig and had a breakdown and like gave him a very modified excuse of the story, and now he's stuck. There is nothing Ludwig can do here that's gonna make him look better. Either he defends his girlfriend, and now they're both a bunch of lying fucks, and everyone hates them more, or he calls her out, and now his whole community turns against him as someone who won't even defend his girlfriend. There's no winning move he can make.
Gotta get sturdy. What'd you do?
As I said, bro.
I got home and I said to Lud, I said, Jason wasn't there to save me.
Wait, which one? Wait,
I wasn't there to save you.
What clip? It was wrong, bro.
He doesn't even know, bro. Like, why is his girlfriend protecting a guy who isn't his? I don't know, man. Like, cutie code switching. I don't know. This is just. Why does she need to be saved? That's another question too. Like, isn't she a strong, independent woman? Why do you need Jason to save you? What is this?
Asmongold knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly the kind of shit he's starting here. And I'm all for it.
This is so funny to me. I'm sorry. This is so funny. I love this. Yeah, why do they have an who has an IV? Like, what the fuck is going on with this IV? Yeah.
No idea. I don't understand any of this at all. I don't know any of these fucking people in this frame here. Whatever they're doing, I don't have the context, so I can't even comment on that.
Why, who's the IV for? What the fuck? It's a script? Yes. Oh my fucking god. It's a hangover stream? God damn. And, yeah, this is just nuts. And,
I honestly think that at this point that everyone that defends Hassan has a shock collar by the balls and Hassan has the remote. I think that everyone who does that is so ideologically captured that they see that turning against someone who might agree with them politically because they did something bad will make their side look bad. And so they're trying to play this bigger game of we're going to like defend the guy that's on our side. Right? I think they know what they're doing is wrong, but they think that if they do the wrong thing now, it's a small evil in exchange for a greater good. Ideologically captured people, at no point in time, Potato, do they ever stop to think to themselves, maybe I was wrong about this. That's not a thought that goes through their head.
She made it to Hangover. I never had the cardiac. I've never had that shit happen. Bro, like, somebody put a needle in me. That's a fucking nightmare. I'll tell you that.
That was Ron and Lacey.
Wait, was it about,
And I love how, like,
it wasn't even me. It was Ray that brought it up.
Wait, hold on.
What did y'all do?
Yeah, it's not. She even brought that shit up herself. And
She did.
yeah, you just got banned from the. You just got banned from the Stream Awards.
No. Oh no, the Roach King who never leaves his house is banned from high school prom. Can you imagine how little that means to Asmongold? The guy who fucking has like holes in his roof and like the filthiest kitchen that's got like grease and dust mixed together and all the plates stuck in the sink. Can you imagine how little it would mean for Asmongold to be banned from that? Oh, that was okay. That's fucking fantastic.
The thing is that if anybody is gonna get, like, I cover all of this stuff, man. I do, and if anybody is gonna get bent out of shape and upset about the fact that I cover this shit and I talk about it, then do it on stream so I can make another video about you getting mad.
House stream, bad actors attempted to leverage the fact that he put a small piece of tape on the back to conceal his phone number, which is like written in Sharpie on the back of the little.
I don't even know where she came up with that.
What?
What are you talking
What
about?
is this?
That's the newest excuse I've seen so far. Oh my god. Oh, he put it. Oh, there was no tape on the back. Oh, no, there was tape on the back now because my phone number was there. It's like banning him from drinking water, like banning me from fixing my hair. Yeah, you know what? That's the perfect analogy, Bestia. You're trying to sell me hair products. That's what you're doing. That's the equivalent of banning fucking Asmongold from the Stream Awards. Oh, man.
About you getting mad.
House stream, bad actors attempted to leverage the fact that he put a small piece of tape on the back to conceal his phone number, which is like written in Sharpie on the back.
That's the newest excuse I've seen so far. There was no tape. Actually, there was tape, but I used tape because I was trying to block a phone number. if you've got your phone number written on your dog, usually you get it engraved on a metal tag because guess what? Sharpie wears away over time, especially when it's rubbing against a dog's fur. That makes no fucking sense. Oh my god. The fucking excuses. Holy shit. To be fair, history proves that in a broader culture war scope, closing ranks and not turning against someone on your side over some bad thing they did is a winning move. Dog Rock, I want you to know you're wrong about nothing. That's right. You're right. Unfortunately, you're right. If the people on your side are doing bad shit, you don't call them out, you don't isolate them, because then you've got less people on your side. You're doing the brutal arithmetic of winning here. That's the worst part about it. You guys don't get it. My dog has heart problems, and this is a defibrillator. You know what, Bestia? You keep coming up with these fucking excuses. I need to write them down in a list, and we need to play bingo at some point.
The little
I don't even know where she came up with that.
Wait, what?
What are you talking
about? What is
when did
this?
You say that?
Vibration box as evidence that he somehow secretly modified and soldered down shock collar prongs. Something that would basically be like impossible to do. Like impossible.
This what she just said is just so embarrassing.
Is she trying to become a YouTuber now? Like, I don't even understand.
I think she is. That's the right move. Glaze the large ones, and maybe they'll drag you up from the depths. Can I be honest with you? I think there is, like, just because Dog Rock said what he said, he's put me on, like, a new path of thought here. Maybe the people who are defending Hassan know that what they're doing is wrong, but they now have the opportunity to be pulled up live on Hassan's stream from a captured audience, and they believe that will translate into growth for them, right? Now, the growth might be like a cancer or something tumorous, but it is still growth, which is a pretty smart tactic if you don't have a soul.
Understand this, because didn't she get fired from one of her journalism jobs? I'm not sure about this. I thought she got fired or something like that. Who is this? It's Taylor Lorenz. She is a journalist, and she was one of the people glazing Luigi. Okay, she's a Luigi fan from the Washington Post. I don't know. And so she made a YouTube video about Hassan.
You know what's really interesting about the whole Luigi thing? Before Charlie Kirk got shot, a lot of people looked at Luigi, both on the left and the right, and they said, I may not condone this, but I do understand. What I've noticed that people on the right are now doing is they are pushing Luigi over towards the left. Right? They're now saying, oh, you support murder of people, right? It's now being like dragged off to one side. And the thing is, I said this about the whole Luigi thing, is sure, okay, healthcare CEO was a piece of shit. Oh, hello. What, you need to go out? Give me a sec. You see this? You see, this is what I was talking about earlier? My dog just decided she needs to go out. Yes. You need to take a big fat fucking dump, don't you? Yes. You probably can't see it because of the fucking streamer avatar's overlay. No shits for you. Bzzzt. What do you think? Bzzzt. Do you think bzzzt? Allez. Let me let my dog out. Ugh. Oh shit. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah? Okay. Her paw got stuck in my fucking thing here. I'm gonna have to get some hoodies without these things. Damn, now I'm Hassan. Shit. IRL stream outside. I don't actually have a camera that I can take outside, so you can't watch my dog take a dump. Now, you see, that was an actual mistake. And now I've learned my lesson. I'm gonna go get a bunch of hoodies that don't have this shit on it, because I shouldn't be wearing a pocketed thing that she can get her paw stuck in. Punched his dog quick to Alice. Oh god. Oh god, here we go. You know what? Now's the time to crash out. Now I need to go full communist. I need to start sucking terrorist dick on stream. And I should be fine.
It's on. It's 20 minutes long. Well, I have other things to do. If it was shorter, I'd probably watch it. 20 minutes is ridiculous. This doesn't have to be 20 minutes.
Not true. Like, this is so embarrassing. She's a journalist. She's a fucking journalist, bro.
Pause here to say that I've met Kaya IRL.
You have to understand that the people that are journalists, they say that they're journalists. Guys.
That's actually a very important line. She also said, solder the prongs off. Moonstone, you're just repeating she's a journalist. That's what you just repeated. What level of competency do any of these fucking idiots have? What the fuck are you talking about? She has no idea what she's talking about. And as we've seen, Sam Hyde ends up on fucking on fucking one of the biggest news stations because they do zero news work and they just post the first shit that comes across their desk. Do you think that she was Googling how shock collars worked before making this? Absolutely not. Also, what's up, Black Shadow? No, I do actually feel kind of bad for my dog. I'm gonna have to check her paw when she's back upstairs. That was fucking stupid of me. I'm never wearing this again. Right? This is such a stupid thing to have when my dogs like to jump on me and stuff. That's actually the first time that's happened, but I'm not gonna be wearing a hoodie again with a pocket that she can get her fucking paw caught in. I don't like that.
Journalists. Guys. I'm a T-Rex. Does that make me a T-Rex? As far as I know, it doesn't.
No. That's not how that works. You have now identified as a T-Rex. Everyone who doesn't now toe the line of saying he's a T-Rex gets banned. You're getting cancelled. You're getting executed live on stream. If you don't call him Mr. T-Rex from now on.
Fog, wait, what? Yeah, why do you think my name's Zach Rar?
Why are you such a Jurassophobe? God damn.
No, look. This is so stupid. It's pathetic. How is this so dumb?
I have never seen her in a shock collar. I've spoken to people who've...
I have never seen her in a shock collar. That doesn't mean the shock collar doesn't exist, dumbass.
Walked Kaya, babysit Kaya,
Really?
probably spent hundreds of hours with this dog. And according to everyone I spoke to, in 0 instances has she ever been abused. Not a single guest.
Someone needs a smash cut of that clip to when he's yanking on his dog's tail and saying he was gonna fucking kill it, and then him shocking the dog.
On Piker's Twitch stream in the years and years and years that he's had Kaya.
Again, just copy paste the same rhetoric and imagine she was talking about like Hassan's spouse. And you'll understand just how deranged this sounds.
Yeah,
He's right. He's right. And you know what? It's even worse. Because if you have a spouse that you're abusing and you're beating the shit out of them, and she decides to turn around and blow your fucking brains out in the middle of the night, you probably deserve it. But a dog's not going to be able to, handle a Glock 19. A Glock's, they don't have the opposable thumbs that's required to defend themselves against that. Dogs rely on you. Dogs will accept things like abuse because they see you as like the pack leader kind of thing. They're canids. They think that way. And so they will accept that abuse in some hope that you will still love them.
I've never seen him beat his wife. I've never been there when the wife was beaten.
Abused. Not a single guest on Piker's Twitch stream in the years and years and years that he's had Kaya.
Again, just copy paste the same rhetoric and imagine she was talking about like Hassan's spouse. And you'll understand.
4chan was right about you being a lizard. Yes.
You know, nobody.
What? This man's like got like a fucking chat that moves at the speed of light. I don't know how you managed to pick out that comment amongst all of it. Jesus. I identify myself as a retard, but the kind that gets monetary support and skips the line. That's good, but I've got to ask you though, Bestia, when are you transitioning? When are you taking like a hammer to your frontal lobe? Because, identity isn't complete unless you cause physical like alteration to yourself to match that identity, right? So next stream, I want to see you come in here with a dented in frontal lobe, like your skull opened up. And I want to see Asmongold coming in here with little T-Rex arms.
You would never say that because it's like, well, you can't know, just because you've met Kaya a few times or something like you can't know. You can't even claim to know. Like your input.
I've seen the dog. There's no way that something could have happened to the dog whenever I wasn't there, because I saw the dog.
You know what this argument reminds me of? This journalist argument. You know what it actually reminds me of? Have you ever had a conversation with a midwit where you make a generalized statement talking about a wide group of people, and then they use anecdotal evidence to try and like dispel what you said? You say something, I had this problem with my ex. She was like the perfect midwit for the shit. Like I made a statement where I said, most cats don't like water, right? They don't want to be put in a fucking bathtub. She spent the next 3 hours on Google saying, well, actually, that comment you made 3 hours ago, well, there's a breed called the Turkish van that actually loves water. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sakes. Or like you'll say something like being fat, and I can say this because I'm fat. Being fat is bad for your health. It's really, really bad. You're not going to live as long as you should if you are overweight, if you're a fat, jiggly, wobbly, planet big, wobbly titty fucking animal like me. You're gonna die early. And then they'll throw in a comment like, well, actually, I know this one guy who's like 75 and he's fucking obese as fuck. Why are you hating on yourself? Because I should hate on myself. It's the correct thing to do. It's the correct thing to do. And yes, Edward, you are right. Fat people are disgusting. I am disgusting. That is fair. How's your weight loss going? It's going okay. I've cut like 5 to some. I'm gonna say conservatively 5 kilograms. Right? I'm hoping, like, I've got a long way to go. To put it into perspective, I have to lose approximately 25% of my body weight. before I can consider myself at least a human being. Right? But I'm hesitantly off to a good start currently. Thin people are weak though. Yes, being underweight's not good either. Right? Being underweight and not having musculature on you and not like living a healthy lifestyle is not great for you either. You should live a healthy lifestyle. It's good for you. The quality of your life improves dramatically by not being like underweight or overweight. You should do your fucking best to not be either of those things. Being weak is not great. Being fat is not great either. It's not a good sign for your health if you're waking up at 3 a.m. to open your fucking fridge and the act of opening the fridge door leaves you out of breath. No. Remember the clip where the lady tells him the collar's too tight? Well, if the collar doesn't fit, you must have quit. Oh, fuck it. Listen, don't be using the fucking that guy's lines here.
It's literally nothing. You're trying to make the case that like, oh, well, I watched him, like for a weekend.
Yeah.
And he wasn't wearing a collar, so case
Right.
closed. Like that means nothing. That's just completely valueless commentary. All right.
Yeah, well, I don't think valueless is accurate. I think that it reduces the value. It goes into the negatives, okay?
Yes.
So this is the main one people wanted me to watch.
Oh, here we go.
Hassan claims
most of these are like all new clips to me. I've seen so many of them. That's why I've been like preserving all of these for later. Because Tectone's been on the fucking warpath, so I want to see all of the shit that he's had to say. Because Tectone fucking hates Hassan, and he's got every reason to. So I'm looking forward to all of this. This is all new information. I've been like holding on to it for the whole week, trying not to focus on it.
I didn't have the collar on during the incident.
Hold on. I lost weight when I played MMOs because I forget to eat. It's probably how Asmon is skinny. Yes, and I bet you that doing that is probably healthier than overeating and becoming a fat fuck. It's way better for you than just stuffing your face and sitting in a fucking chair, spiking your blood pressure, spiking your insulin, and fucking your heart up. That's probably the smart thing to do. Is if you're not going to move as much, you shouldn't eat as much.
And then he proceeds to explain why shock collars aren't actually that bad.
Oh, fuck. I was wrong. I said it already. I was wrong. We are actually here. Do you see how easy that was? Do you see how easy it is to admit when you're fucking wrong about something? Do you see how simple of a thing that is to do? And they just can't fucking do it. And I was wrong. We're already here. Holy shit. This matches up with what Sab already sent me. Fuck me. I move at a snail's pace. I'm so far behind. Jesus. Wait, I'm not a huge fan of Tectone, but calling him a rapist with no proof over and over is fucking insane. Yeah, look, I think it's fucking nuts, and I think it's obviously a smear tactic to try and make him look worse. It's like repeating a lie enough times to try and turn it into the truth. It's the same as like like if you read any article or newspaper headline, most people don't actually read the article. What they do is they read the headline and they just take that as verbatim fact, right? And then they walk off thinking that whatever they read in a single sentence is 100% true, with none of the nuance behind it. Now, I personally, right, I quite like Tectone. I think he baits his audience all the time. I think he does a lot of funny shit. But if you don't like Tectone, I can't hold that against you. There's nothing wrong with that. And if it turns out that Tectone is a piece of shit, just a different kind of piece of shit, then you don't need to make up lies to make him look worse. Time will prove that to be true. And then you get to come back here, Moonstone, and be like, ha, you see, I was right. My instincts are better than yours. And I'll have no other choice but to say, damn, I guess you were. I've been wrong about a lot of people. I used to like Dr. Disrespect a lot. At once upon a time, I thought that some of the content that Pirate Software was doing was pretty fucking cool. So I can't be on a high horse. I keep being fucking wrong. But I'm going to wait for the proof that proves that I'm wrong first.
There's no way. There's no way.
Third group of people are the ones who are like, look at this clip, look at that clip, look at this clip. Like,
yeah,
it's obvious he's moving his arms around. Like, he's fucking constantly in a state of zapping. And
he's taking my advice, by the way. This is probably the best way to approach it, is he's turning it into an absurdity argument. This is smart.
Moved away from...
This is what I mean when I say, like, Asmongold is, like, above all of this at this point. He's become enlightened. He just sees the tactic behind it, and he's right. That is a really smart thing to do. He's using absurdist arguments, slap a label on something, and then just move on. With no justification or proof whatsoever.
The initial conversation, which was... They moved away from the initial conversation, which was that...
No, I haven't talked to San for a while. I haven't talked to him about this at all. Like...
She didn't even have that collar on to begin with. And the only reason why I showed the collar was because people were clipping other instances.
Yes.
First of all, are any of the collars illegal? No.
Wait. Just a second. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was saying. I was thinking about something else.
Oh, boy.
They've moved away from the initial conversation, which was... They moved away from the initial conversation, which was that, like, she didn't even have that collar on to begin with. And the only reason why I showed the collar was because people were clipping.
So this is what, the fourth excuse he's come up with now? This is like, what, the third or the fourth twist of the fucking conversation to try and dodge accountability? Man, these guys are so good at this. I'm almost jealous at how much confidence they have when they say this shit. Like, how do you get here? How? I have 4 brothers who play Genshin Impact that watch Tectone. When he did his gacha opening for his chat, then he was a rapist allegation came out. All 4 of them started hating him. So they started hating him based on the allegation. I don't know. That one's very confusing to me. If you're wrong about Muck and he's actually a piece of shit, I'ma cry. That will break me, Rosario. It will break me if I ever find out that Muckluck's like an actual piece of shit. That will break my heart, shatter it on the floor, reconstruct it, crack it open and shit inside of it. I can't see that. I think Muckluck is just genuinely a good guy. I think at worst you can say that Muckluck is running a business and being family friendly because he knows which side of the toast the butter is spread on. And he knows that what he's doing is the right thing from both a business perspective and a content perspective, and it keeps him out of drama and it keeps him out of spicy things. And he does by doing that, he's not only doing the correct thing for his business and allowing him to support his family, but it allows him to be more of a nice guy. And I think personally, with how long and how commonly Muckluck streams, if he was actually a piece of shit, I'm pretty sure who he is on the inside would have at least slipped out once or twice by now. And everyone would know about it. So I think he's genuinely just that good of a person. Dew Claw Vibration didn't have it on. Yeah, okay, so this is the third one. This is the third one. That makes sense.
Other instances.
Like selling shock
First of all,
collars.
are any of the...
Jesus.
What?
Did you notice how he said, oh, other people are dragging up other clips of me abusing my dog, and then just moved on with no explanation?
What? Like, What?
Fuck. Illegal? No. Even in the maximalist position, even if
yes,
what like the people that are claiming are just like a significant threat or whatever, like I've said this already, e-collars that have shocking components, that feel like a TENS machine, which I've used on myself in the past because I'm around dogs that have been trained with that and use it.
That was a slip up there. He's been around dogs that have been trained with that. The reason you're around dogs that have been trained with that is because you've been training your dog with that. If you're going to a dog training school that is using shock collars, that means you've taken your dog to the same school that's using the same shock collars on your dog, and you're okay with it. How do these retards keep getting away with this? What defines piece of shit though? Bag taker is up there. I think piece of shit a lot of the time comes down to personal perspective until you start doing something that's like objectionably fucked up to individual people that puts them in a bad position, and it's going to fuck them over, and then you do everything in your power to make sure that happens because it's going to benefit you. The way that Hassan goes out of the way to harm his dog live on stream to keep it in the background because he knows it benefits him to look like the cutesy good guy with the dog in the background.
This gray hair is new. It's not been good. I think this.
Wait, how do these people make so much money that they're unteachable? I think if you get that much money, you kind of start separating yourself out from the rest of everyone else. You kind of almost inevitably end up like in some level of ivory tower thought process, where you start to actually think like that thought that some of these fucking nutcases have in the back of their head, where they actually think they're better than everyone else because they then start making more money than people and they can live a different kind of lifestyle. Then that's like validation for their own insanity. And so they're like, actually, I am better than everyone else. And there's that one Latin phrase, I can't remember how it goes. It's what's permissible for Jupiter is not permissible for a cow, right? They see themselves as Jupiter and everyone else is a cow.
This is new. Because I pay attention. It sounds funny, but like I pay attention to all the guys that are around my age and everybody like that I know. And I'm like, how are they doing versus how am I doing? And so I notice these things. I do. That's me, not you.
Because, I'm around dogs that have been trained with that and use it.
Right.
Is not only is it not illegal, but it's also...
Look at his chat. The Mossad bot group. All your haters and all your enemies and haters are still pedophiles. My guy, stop giving your haters what they want. Why are you still talking about this? Can you get to the point and just provide the model? Fuck off.
Hey, remember what I said at the very beginning of this when I said he could make this all go away if he just showed the make and model? And now it's too late. That window's closed. And do you see how these fucking people just defend him no matter what? Fuck off. How dare you? How dare you question our queen? How dare you? I can't get over how fucking mentally captured these retards are. I talked about the Hassan controversy to a friend who owns a dog. He even knows new Kaya's whimper was pain just from the dog sound. I know that dog sound was pain because I've spent my time around my mom who helped train dogs for 10 years of her fucking life, right? I immediately recognized that sound because I've seen pieces of shit use shock collars on dogs before. I recognize that sound. That's exactly how a dog behaves, right? Their motor neuron response is to pull towards their body as they get electrocuted because like this motor neuron response of any human being or any animal out there is that when pain is occurring that they can't stop or don't know where it's coming from, your body instinctually pulls towards the center of your body to try and protect, all your internal organs from something going bad.
Oh, God, bro. This is really not good, huh?
Straight up used in...
She wasn't wearing a collar.
But also, Internet Spider, you make a really good point. You don't need to be an expert to understand pain. The same way you don't need to be a vet to know what a cat is. You're 100% right. I'm taking this like 10 steps too far, and you're right. It's like it's right there for everyone to see.
They're illegal in the UK now. They are photoshopping the
That's a new one.
You guys need to stop.
That's a new one.
This has to stop. Please.
Jesus.
You don't have to do this to yourself. There's still time that you can step away. Please stop this.
E-fencing for people, and it's used in the training of dogs in general.
It's usually used by shitty dog trainers who are looking for shortcut methods to get results, right? Because what happens is, if you've got a proper dog trainer and they don't use shock collars, what they're going to tell you is like, listen, if you've got a stubborn breed of dog, this is going to take you months to get right. If you have a shitty trainer, what they're going to say is, you know what, I really know what I'm doing, so I can get your dog to show this behavior in a week. And the way they do that is bzzzt, shock the fucking dog. Dog learns real fast when it's in pain.
Third group, which was, they moved away from the initial conversation, which was that, she didn't even have that collar on to begin with. And the only reason why I showed the collar was because people were clipping other.
He showed the collar 12 hours later on stream after he had time to modify it, as opposed to responding to the people in chat who just said, just show it right now so that you know that this controversy goes away immediately. But he knew he was in the wrong. He knew what he was doing.
Instances.
Man,
First of all, are any of the collars illegal? No. Even in the maximalist position, even if what the people that are claiming are just a significant threat or whatever, I've said this already.
All clips are very black mold pilled. This person's just talking about me. They're literally just this is just another way for them to talk about me. That's what it is.
Imagine having Asmongold living rent-free in your head all the time, bringing his roaches with to love. Oh, Jesus.
E-collars that have shocking components that feel like a TENS machine, which I used on myself in the past because, you know, I'm around dogs that have been trained with that and use it, is not only is it not illegal, but it's also straight up used in the e-fencing for people.
I don't even know what to say. And where is the dog?
By the way, what he's talking about when he's saying e-fencing, right? I've spoken about this concept before. Is what you do is you set up a perimeter around your house. Now, you don't do this in a country like mine because we have to have big fucking walls because everyone gets robbed and killed in their houses. So we build our houses like fucking fortresses, even in the dog shit areas. What he's talking about is if you live in a functional first world country, a lot of people don't have walls around their properties. So they set up like a signal thing so that when a dog's got a shock collar and it leaves your property or it goes over a property line, what it gets is the collar goes off and it starts vibrating and making the dog uncomfortable, which makes the dog want to come back onto the property line where it wasn't happening. This is primarily used by people who live by high traffic roads and shit like that. But the problem with what he's saying is none of that applies to having a fucking dog sitting behind you for 8 hours that you electrocute on a fucking bed to keep it in place. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about any of this for when none of that makes sense and doesn't relate at all to turning around going, Kaya Place, psst. I'm failing to see the fucking logic here. That sounds barbaric. So there are reasons to do it. I've said this before. And any reasonable person who buys a collar doesn't jump towards fucking getting a shock collar. They go for the vibration collar because the vibration is usually uncomfortable enough for the dog that the dog then learns. And once the dog's like learned where the perimeter is, you can take the collar off and they're not going to do something stupid, right? But my argument against e-fencing and people doing it is if you are not around your dog long enough that they understand what property they live on, maybe you shouldn't have that fucking dog in the first place. Right? You can train the dog to understand where your property is multiple times because I live in a crackhead area. The power goes out and the gate, like I have to like open my fucking gate to get out and like fix something or to go like check my property or go talk to my neighbor with a really huge dick. And I will leave my gate open and I can be comfortable leaving my gate open because my dogs will stand at the perimeter and they won't cross it because they understand like this is not my property. This is the wilderness. This is not what belongs to me. I'm just going to chill right here. And every time they do the right thing, you know what happens? They get a treat. So what they'll do is they'll stay on the property and they're like, the second he's back, I'm getting food. So I know to stay right the fuck here because it's to my benefit. Even if we want to look at it from no emotional attachment. They're like, yeah, I'm getting fed when he gets back. The fact that Hassan, his audience, and his friends are gaslighting everyone with common sense, seeing that clip is pathetic. Oh, man. It's real disappointing to see how many of these fucking retards exist. So just a brief comment on Ludwig. I just found a clip of him talking about Pokemon. Streamer who recently got called out for sexual assault. He had no problem speaking on it and the Mango Atriox situation, but still immediately dodged talking about Hassan. Of course he did. You see, you're looking at this in the wrong perspective. Of course he's going to dodge anything about Hassan, right? He understands that Hassan basically owns him, right? Both his left, his right ass cheek, and that brown little hole between them belong to Hassan. He understands that concept. And so he will never say anything about Hassan. He will dodge, duck, dip, dive, whatever he needs to do to never say anything about it, he will do that. And that's smart. You can say that's immoral for him to do that, especially since he's got a relationship with his son. You can say that's like a horrible thing to do, but that's smart. Because it's not worth the effort and energy. In Ludwig's head, he's like, just let the dog keep on getting fucking electrocuted, and I'll just close my eyes and pretend it's not happening.
Where'd she go? Does anybody wonder that? Uh-oh. Oh. This is such a ridiculous drama. I think it's just it's unbelievable, man. It really is.
It's kind of funny.
Oh my god.
I love the excuses.
With the narcissist I just it this is just this is really
the fucking memes.
This is all
there have been so many memes on Twitter. It's been the funniest shit ever.
It's
beautiful.
Man, wow. This is really impressive. I'll tell you that. This is best content of the year by a long shot. Well, the thing is that, like, I remember this morning, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, oh, you know, we're probably going to move on past, like, the Hassan collar stuff. You know?
Give it a week. No one will give a fuck about any of this. There will be some new controversy. I don't know if we've had any updates on Rampage Jackson's son beating the fuck out of that one wrestler guy. But I'm willing to bet there's going to be an update on that soon. And then everyone will forget about the electrocuted dog. Or it'll be something new. Or I don't know, it's gonna be like someone's fucking child rapist or something. And everyone's gonna be like, fuck the dog! That guy's fucking kids! And then they're just gonna move on and completely forget about it. Actually, I have a story about this. I was in the bus station and a guy opened the door and left it open. As he visited another guy, his dog started barking at me and charged at me. I was on the other side of the road. While charging at me, the dog got run by a truck. Proof that normal people should have pets. Jesus Christ. That's fucking horrible. Also, Jesus fuck. Yeah, look, if you cannot, if you don't have the skill or the time or the patience, and you do have a dog and you love that dog very much, it doesn't take that much effort and energy to just close a fucking door and make sure that the dog can't get out for like 5 minutes while you do something. But people fuck up things all the time. It's hard to say whether that guy was purely incompetent and this was like a pattern of behavior, or whether he just royally fucked up in that moment. Ludwig is on my personal shit list forever after the Mango situation. Granted, I always thought he was a spineless coward. You see, again, I used to like Ludwig back in the day. I thought he was really cool. I thought he had some interesting ideas. And I thought the challenges he was doing were cool. I thought he was trying to be family friendly and nothing else. And then I got proven wrong the more time carried on, because it turns out I'm not that good a judge of character. I keep on giving the benefit of the doubt, and I keep on being wrong. Because they know Twitch will do nothing about it because he's Clancy's son. That's a good idea. Make a video by the end of the year. Top 10 most retarded drama of 2025. You know what? That is really... You know what? Bestia, that's actually a really good idea. Maybe because I'm a literal nobody, we can host the Retard Awards at the end of the year. Maybe make a video about it on the second channel, something like that. The top 10 most retarded things that happen in 2025 in the streaming universe. That's actually genius. I'm going to steal that idea. I want you to know this now, Bestia. I'm going to steal that idea and give you absolutely zero credit. Because that's what professionals do.
You know, it's been going on for a long time. I think people are probably tired of it. And there's like no way it's still going to be going on, right? Everybody's pretty much said what they were going to say, and that's about
the price should be a shock collar. Oh, yeah.
But, you know, I don't know what to say, man.
Oh, man, that's so impressive. That is so impressive. Now then, on to the man himself. The Vendetta King. I don't understand something. How is Tectone gonna beat the rape allegations if he keeps raping Hassan like this? How the fuck is he gonna keep getting away with it? Now when people call him a rapist on his stream, he needs to turn around and say, that's right, I've been raping Hassan for a month. Metaphorically. I've got another personal story about stray dogs, but that's another matter. But I had so many bad encounters with dogs, I never want to own pets. No, that's fair. If you keep on having a bad time with pets, then don't get pets. Right? Just don't do it. Now, let's see. Let's run down the list of all the Hassan tweets that all the Tectone tweets that we're seeing so far. Hassan, you have caused people to come to my fucking house over the lies you spew. You've caused people to deactivate and quit content creation. The amount of calls to violence you do on a daily, you should really look in the mirror before playing the victim. Oh, we know this is going to be a masterpiece. Okay, now pay attention. For anyone who wants to be like a super fucking top tier peak, 99% botted viewership, but you're making bank. This is going to be a masterclass in how to get away with it.
The clip itself looks terrible because it looks like where I'm like looking back to give her a place command. It looks like I'm moving around where all my...
No, it looks like you're reaching for something.
Zintins are, ironically enough. And then she yelps. And she's getting back up onto the bed. In the process of getting back up onto the bed, she yelps in that moment. And every now and then, she snags her claw onto something.
Okay, so now we're back onto the dew claw argument.
Like a dew claw, or if she steps on something funny. Sometimes when I'm wrestling with her, she'll give off like a little yelp, or sometimes
when he's wrestling with her, you mean when he's like cranking her fucking arms into the wrong position?
When she's playing with other dogs, she'll give off a yelp. She wasn't even wearing like the vibration collar that's in contention.
If you're playing with your dog and they yelp, and it wasn't like they stepped on a thorn, or like, I don't know, they fucking, well, like what just happened there with my dog, where her paw got caught in this fucking pocket that needs to not be on this hoodie when I'm dealing with her. If you just playing with your dog and every single time they yelp, that means you're hurting the fucking dog.
And now, like, everyone's like, this is not, you know, he definitely shocked her. Like, on that day, she just had like a regular collar. She has a bunch of different collars. There's like a phi collar, there's a vibration collar for reinforcing her training, or most importantly for walking around when I'm like out in the park, or when I'm hiking or anything like that. When I take her on long walks, I like to let her roam. I like to let her run around. And if she's super far away where she can't hear,
that's highly irresponsible. If you are taking your dog somewhere and they are off leash and you can't even find them, they are not within visual range, that's extremely irresponsible. What happens when your dog goes and eats something that's poisonous and you didn't see what they ate? What happens when, I don't know, someone else's dog who's not as well trained comes and fucks with your dog and attacks them? And you don't know this is happening because you're spending 5 minutes trying to locate your fucking dog. You know, there's a thing we used to do, what I used to do with my mom, is because she trained Dobermans, what she loves doing, right, is what she used to do is she had Dobermans that loved roaming. So what she would specifically do is take them to a field that a farmer allowed us to be in, because the farmland is fucking flat, and like you would go to like one of the fields that they're not using for that like certain season, You'd get their permission. You let the dog off the leash, and this dog can run for like fucking ever. But you can still see the goddamn dog. You can still see them with your goddamn eyeballs. Her son jacks off to Asmongold. Thanks. Thanks for the follow. Now, I mean, you're probably right about that one. Your name is telling the truth. That's a very earnest name. Expect a ban on Twitch.
Her attention is elsewhere. You know, if she's like chasing a squirrel or something, the vibration is supposed to communicate alongside with like your voice. That's what it's used for. And right now,
wait, what?
Or if let her roam, I like to let her run around. And if she's super far away where she can't hear me, or if her attention,
if your dog is so far away that they can't hear you, even though dogs have really, really good hearing, it's like one of their primary senses, then your dog is out of range for you to protect them from anything that might go wrong.
is elsewhere. You know, if she's like chasing a squirrel or something, the vibration is supposed to communicate alongside with like your voice. That's
okay, so now we're back on the vibration excuse. We went from dew claw excuse to now back to the vibration excuse.
what it's used for. And right now, I would say like all of my social media, like wherever I am on the internet, people are just like, you're a dog abuser. I'm going to
because they're right.
Come and kill you. I'm going to steal.
Oh, now he's the victim. Oh, now he's the victim. Oh, that's flawless. Now he's the victim. When I said this is going to be a masterclass on dodging accountability, and if you want to be a big streamer one day, this is take notes. There you go. There you go.
Your dog. I'm going to kidnap your dog. That's one of the most insane, like...
Wait, if he wants to find the dog quickly, you should just shock her and look for the pain sounds. Genius. Bestia, have you ever thought about being a dog trainer? I heard there's a Turkish guy somewhere in the US who needs a new one. You sound like the right person for the job. You know, if you... I mean, taking it a step further, Bestia, if you hit the dog with a taser, then it kind of acts like a leash as well. That way the dog can't go too far away. And if they do, you can just pull the trigger and they'll just flop over. And then you can catch up to the dog. Keep up the good work. Surprised there's still people like JSTLK defending his son. I don't even know who that is over this. His response was basically his son did nothing wrong. And I'm like, come on, bro. Do you know why they're doing it, right? They think that there's an opportunity for them to be featured in her son's worldview that's going to like somehow pump them up to some level of popularity, or it's going to keep them in their good graces and away from the fucking psychos who are going to start sending them death threats, right? So they care about attention and popularity more than what their fucking eyeballs can tell them. But I'm kind of grateful. I'm actually really kind of grateful that like some of these streamers are coming out and defending her son, because they're telling you exactly what big pieces of shit they are. I've made this like I've said this before, right? Like if you're dealing with people, free speech is one of the absolute best laws in existence, because when you've got free speech, you will learn exactly who someone is, right? If let's say like you're not going to be arrested for saying something like, I don't know, you hate black people or something, or you want all black people to be lynched, right? If that's not going to get you arrested, you all of a sudden, like, especially fucking stupid people, they think that that makes them immune from consequences, and then they get to tell you exactly who they are, right? These streamers who are coming out and defending her son are telling you exactly who they are. They are doing the hard work for you. They're pulling back the curtain, and you need to spend exactly 0 time trying to figure out who this person is. So in a way, they're doing you a public service.
I mean, yeah, here, just now, like 6 minutes ago, are you the dog abuser guy? Right? Like, it's just...
I hope he replied yes.
It's always... that's basically what's going on. And it's understandable, but there are definitely people who are like actively pushing this to...
What's really interesting is I was doing my taxes last week, right, with my 25-year-old accountant, right? And he was sending me clips of Hassan being like, yo, do you know who this Arab streamer is? He called him Arab because he's not involved in the fucking streaming world. He has no clue. But he was like sending me all these clips that were like being shared amongst his groups and stuff. So this is like reached outside of the streaming universe at this point. And if we're lucky, the wider universe that doesn't look in on all the like the regular content drama and shit is now just automatically going to always associate this fucking nutbag with being a dog abuser. Because he deserves it. JSTLK was a Destiny orbiter who's now against him after Destiny Discord sex leaks. Okay, so it's okay if you shock the dog, but not if you want to fuck the kid. You know, both being wrong was like too much for him. He had to pick a side.
To drive home some kind of narrative, and that has been a little weird to deal with. Like people who like sincerely are going like, you are a dog abuser and you must die.
How many death threats has this man caused against other people? How many people have had to deal with Hassan's community harassing them because he's actively told them to go out and harass them? And now somehow he's the victim. How many times has that happened now? You know, it's really, really funny to watch all these people get so comfortable with getting like their particular community to go and attack someone else. But then when the exact same thing happens to them, then it's unfair. Also, good night, Spider. Go have some rest. Go live your life, dude. Fuck, it's so strange to me. Like, it's like if I punch you in the face and then you smack the shit out of me, I don't get to cry and say, how could you hit me? I get to say, yep. Yep. Of course that was gonna happen. If you beat my fat ass into the dirt after I punch you, I deserve it because I escalated it to that level. I don't get to cry about it and now be the victim. But goddamn, the fucking, oh man, it's so impressive how good these guys are. At like fucking, oh man, it's so fucking impressive. I'm like, it hurts me. It hurts my like autistic worldview that someone can like not see how in the opposite direction it's the same thing. If he had just admitted, hold on. If he had just admitted it, they'd be even happier. Now he's tripling down. Oh man, I don't think he can admit it. I don't think Hassan can admit any of this, not because he's incapable, but because he understands, he's smart. Like, think about it this way. You can say whatever you want about Hassan, but he's actually really, really intelligent, right, as a person. He is smart enough to understand how to monetize communism. He is quite literally a capitalist's wet dream, because he has monetized the shit out of communism. I saw someone made the comment, they were like, shout out to Hassan, he's removed more money from communists in America than any other person out there, right? So I think he's bright enough to know exactly what he's doing, and he's playing stupid on purpose. Because he's aware that if he admits to this, if he doesn't come up with every excuse under the sun, if he doesn't start leaning towards that line that I've heard so many dudes who cheat on their girlfriends say, babe, that was last week. That was so long ago. Can we just drop it? Oh my god, just because I tried to fuck your sister when she was drunk. Babe, that was so long ago. Can't we live in the now? Last week was last week. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. Remember when Hassan pulled a gun out on stream to try and intimidate someone? No way he doesn't shock his dog. That's the you see what I mean, Karumi? I'd completely forgotten he'd done that. I'd completely forgotten about that. That's how many fucked up things keep on happening. Is that like a week passes and people forget about it. And that's why I keep saying, give it a week, no one's gonna give a fuck. Would Hassan be a good example of a champagne socialist? Hassan wouldn't be a good example of a champagne socialist because he is a champagne socialist. He is like the ideal of a champagne socialist. Came from rich family, you know, bit off of the success of the whole Young Turks thing with his fucking uncle who wants to fuck horses. Then started his own thing, just keeps on like using money ad infinitum, but then somehow advocating for communism. He is the ideal behind a champagne socialist. Because you gotta remember the rules are supposed to apply to the cattle, not to the people making the rules. And Hassan wants to be the guy making the rules. It's that simple. Zoran Madami just publicly disavowed Hassan Pike on, oh, here we go. Here we go. I haven't seen this one. What's this about?
Genocide. And I find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority...
Do you know why Hassan's like smiling about this? He's so happy that people are saying his name. Because he's aware that this gives him more attention.
This country is we are looking only to speak to journalists. And
he doesn't see this as a bad thing. He doesn't see someone shitting on him as a bad thing. He sees this as, oh my god, I just got free advertising. You know how much people fucking hated the Paul brothers? But like all those kids still bought Prime because they know exactly who those people are. In their world, there's no good attention, there's no bad attention, there's just attention. That was a free advertisement in his head. Let's see. Tectone just as... okay, what's this one? Remember, just as much as this controversy on Hassan for being a dog-torturing piece of shit, it's also on Twitch for allowing this man to continue to be on their platform. Twitch is not going to do a goddamn thing about this. Twitch has kicked off or gotten rid of every other streamer who's ever gone against Hassan. Why would they get rid of their golden goose? They are never letting go of this man. If Hassan died tomorrow of like something, I don't know, let's say a brain aneurysm, for example, Twitch would hold a fucking 12-week vigil where they would turn off all their servers in memory of him. And they would just leave one live stream active, and it's just clips of Hassan just running for those 12 weeks. Dan Clancy would be fucking inconsolable. I really believe they would do that. You know how like when the Queen dies in England, like no one's allowed to do anything fun for like a day or something? Twitch would just do that for like 12 weeks. The same people telling you to believe Hassan's friends that he... Wait. believe Hassan's friends that he's a good dog owner are the same people who told you not to listen to my 2 roommates that I was an amazing boyfriend. Everything that Hassan has used against people is now absolutely fucking him in the ass. Yes, it is, and he deserves it. And then we got... Wait. Okay, now I'm still catching up on One Piece lore, right? I just got to the part... No, this was a while back, actually. Fuck, I'm trying to think where I am in One Piece. I'm at the part in One Piece where Luffy's like gearing up to fight the closeted gay dude with the strings. Doflamingo. Right? I think his name is Don Flamingo. Or it's Don Quixote, one of the two, or both. I just remember he's got like a really funny laugh and he wears like the most fabulous clothes ever. And I think if I've got this right, if my memory is still intact, he's being represented as the lightning guy that Luffy had to fight on that one ship that's going to the moon. Enel. Yeah, that's the one. Anal. You know, I kind of hope Anal comes back. I feel like they could power scale him to being like a real fucking threat. They even got the music. They even got the fucking music. Oh man, people are so fucking creative. All they needed was dog and electricity, and they found every meme under the sun to make. I love it so much. Okay, that's not about Hassan. Where's all the other clips? Here we go. Hassan goes live, holding back tears. Please, guys, I don't know what to say. Please just move on. Oh my fucking god, I'm so far behind. I'm so far behind! Oh, he's already saying move on. Oh, fuck me. Holy shit, this entire space moves at fucking lightning speed. I thought it was gonna be next week he would be saying let's move on. It's not that big of a deal. He's already doing it. I feel like a retard, if I'm being honest. Did we see the Dong P Thunderdog trailer yet? Wait, Dong P Bongwater made another video. Fucking link it, Relantis. Link it to me. Send it to me in Discord. I want to watch that. We're going through all of this shit today. Today's the like laid back stream where I look at all of this stuff. So like the people who want to watch Guild Wars 2, I completely understand skipping all of this. And I don't care about half of this unless Twitch actually addresses this. Wait, hold on. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, Cyro. So a new video came out. Someone managed to find a video where he says he purchased the shock collar for his dog Kaya. Are we fucking surprised at this point? Holy shit. Okay, let's see what he had to say here.
Listen. I don't know what else to say about this stuff. I don't know. It's just, please. Like, I need to do my job. Okay?
Is his job torturing dogs? Because he does a pretty good job at that.
There are a lot of adults in here, and there are a lot of young people in here as well that want to hear about the news. Okay?
No. There's a lot of people that want to know why you electrocute your fucking dog, retard.
Want to hear about what's going on. Defending your favorite streamers, not advocacy or organizing. Please refocus, chatters. It's just...
I just thought about this. Can you imagine how fucking busy Hassan's mods have to be? Like banning an infinite wave of fucking messages in his chat. Can you imagine? Like, fuck, they've got to be working overtime at this point. Holy shit. These fuckers have got to be so busy. They're really working in the coal mines for this man. Jesus.
It's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. I know it sounds like it's the most consequential thing that's ever happened in the history of mankind, and people are really dragging it.
Do you know why it's so consequential? When Hassan says something about his politics, people who are embedded in politics care about it. And maybe some people outside of that circle. But there is an entire larger group of people that really, really care about animals. Or at least don't want to see animals getting abused. The normies, if you would. And the normies don't care about politics because they got their Dunkin' Donuts this morning with a fucking Starbucks double frappuccino with pumpkin spice sprinkles. And they just got sent an image of a dog getting shocked. So now they give a fuck. They didn't give a shit that he was talking about slitting people's throats on stream. Because they didn't care about the politics. But a dog is not politics. Those mods better be getting paid because it's not worth it to cover a liar for free. Rosario, it's not their paycheck. It's our paycheck. There's no fucking way he's paying them anything.
Over and over again, but please, for the love of God, like, it's gonna be all right. Okay, you know the truth. It doesn't matter. Like, what do you want me to do? At this stage, we have entered a new era on the internet. I've been an active watcher now, and I'm honestly disgusted. I've honestly been watching you for a while, and you kind of disappointed me. What do you mean?
Yeah, you disappointed him because you didn't shock the dog enough, duh.
I gotta stop reading this stuff. People like to be a part of something larger. People like to be a part of a larger movement, okay? People like to be a part of a larger movement.
Hold on, they saw CK get murdered and now see Hassan shock his dog. I'm gonna be honest with you passing through. If people get murdered in some political sense, right? Obviously, that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to fucking be gunning people down. But if you take a political stance, there are going to be people who take the opposite political stance. And so they're not going to give a fuck if you get murdered, right? Now, I think the mentally ill people will be out there celebrating that guy's death. But I can't fault people who are like, oh, another political murder happened. It's just another one on the pile. But the dog probably didn't have a political leaning. The dog probably didn't get involved in the very fucking mental game kind of gymnastics of getting people to believe what you believe. The dog wanted food, water, and love. And instead it got lightning and thunder. Right? There's a level, like, you can ascribe a level of innocence to a dog that you cannot ascribe to someone who's working in politics. And it doesn't matter if you, like, what side they're on, right? You could disagree with someone entirely. Politically. And you're not going to ascribe a level of innocence to someone, even if you do agree with them politically. Because you're like, yeah, it's politics. It's a filthy fucking game. To some extent, you expect the fucking crazies to show up on both sides of the shit and start murdering people. The most unhinged people. But it's really, really different when a dog that has nothing to do with this is now getting abused. It's the loss of innocence. It's the reason why pedophiles who fuck kids go to prison, and the prisoners who did fucked up shit like killed 7 people, or like ran a drug cartel, or like you know, blew the legs off of fucking their wife because their wife didn't make the sandwich quite right. It's why those guys will go out of their way to target pedophiles. Because even they understand that there's a degree of innocence that should remain untouched. And it's the lowest of the low to do that to an innocent creature that is not just like out there, but is fully reliant on you for survival.
And very clearly, this is like a big thing that all the normies have gotten on board with.
Yes.
It is what it is.
You see, this is what I mean when I say he's smart, because he understands how fucked he is about this. Because now the normies have been activated. And they just watched this fucking idiot shocking his dog on stream with zero context of anything else.
There's nothing I can do about it. There's not really anything I can do about it other than...
You could admit fault. Give up your dog to someone who would actually love it. Not be such a gigantic piece of shit. You can keep saying the exact same things you've been saying politically. You can keep slandering everyone else who disagrees with you. You can keep fucking sending people to harass people who say mean things about you. And your receding hairline there, buddy. But the fact that you fucking abused the dog is completely different.
Just keep doing what I'm doing, and hopefully people will realize that there's no accuracy or veracity to the claims being made.
For some context, even Hitler loved his fucking dogs. And you get taught about Hitler in school. And now you're discovering that this guy's kind of worse than Hitler, because he will abuse the fuck out of a dog. Jesus. And now he's going around labeling everyone else Hitler, right? Everyone else who disagrees with him is a Nazi or Hitler. And in a way, he's saying that you're better than him. Hitler gave his dog cyanide, yes. He did. He tested out the cyanide on the dog. And that was a horrible thing to do, but I think his assumption was that they were going to kill his dog. Right, but I'm also saying that from the perspective of someone who really loves their dogs. And like one of the reasons I haven't moved to the US yet, as much as I want to, is I don't want to put down my dogs. I love them. I love them and I don't want to put them down. So I will do everything under the sun to take them with me. And it turns out that's very fucking expensive. But, so I can't understand the perspective of Hitler, right? I can't understand if he did this because he loved his dog and he didn't want it abused by other people. I can't understand whether he was like, let me just test out the cyanide pill and I'm actually a fucking psycho who doesn't care about the dog. I don't have enough video footage to know exactly what he thought. But we do have video footage of him electrocuting his fucking dog, right?
Anyway.
God damn. Another lie debunked. Countless leftists came to the defense of Hassan Dog Striker Piker. The nicknames have been fucking wild. I've loved this so much. Saying the prongs were impossible to remove. So Dan Big Dick Saltman, I've heard Dan Saltman before, but I know nothing about him, demonstrated how easily they are to remove. Okay, so for some context, with my background in knowing like dog training and me understanding the equipment, there are a lot of shock collars. Like if you get the expensive ones, where you shouldn't even be buying them, but there are shock collars where you can screw out the prongs. So I assumed that Hassan had one of these. But you're telling me that Hassan was such a cheap fuck that he used the pliers to cut them off instead. You're telling me that he used the cheap shock collar on his dog in his $3 million mansion You're telling me you didn't even buy the expensive one to electrocute the fucking dog? What the fuck? This keeps getting better.
A joke, yes.
Flyers.
Okay.
No, never. No? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that on the prong.
Oh, that's going to come right off. That's going to come right off. That big fucking plumber's pliers there, you're just going to do that and it's gone.
Right there. Now, what do you think the odds are that I have enough grip strength to do this? With one hand. One hand.
Sorry, chat.
They're basically impossible to do. What do you think?
I'm going to give you 20%. With one hand?
20%. One hand.
I just want to savor this moment
Ready?
and for the Clippers.
What did I say? Comes right off. And then hit the prong holes. You also don't get a shock collar to take the off the prongs. You just get the collar. Rosario, you make a very good point, right? You see, I'm thinking 4 levels deep, and you're just pointing out what is exactly obvious, right? Why the fuck would you get a shock collar if you're gonna just remove the prongs? You would just get a vibration collar then. You're 100% correct. No, this pair has prongs that can be removed. This is proving that even the metal bit that holds them can be removed and the cover then taped. Okay. So wait, you're saying that he can remove them? Wait. This is the problem, is Hassan refuses to give everyone the make and model of his dog electrocutioner 5000. So I don't know if the model that they're working with here is the exact same model, or whether he's got one of the models where you can unclip the prongs and then he just fucking taped over it. But either way, whether he's removing it with the fucking pliers or not, he taped over that for a reason.
What happened?
It's done.
Are you fucking shitting me, Taylor
Look,
Lorenz?
it turns out you can get rid of that thing and nothing. Just a couple of clippers. No
Yeah,
issue.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I've been vindicated. That's fine. Our reputation survives one more day. No way. Absolutely shagged. Absolutely dogged on. Let's go.
No one is shocked. No one is astounded. The unscrewable ones, I believe, leave like a stump on it where they screw in, but it was as flush in a way that he directly broke them off. You're right, actually, Super Sploof. You're actually right, because what you want is, if like those shock collars, you want to be able to screw it in easily, so they have that extra stump on it. You're right. You're actually right. This would make sense as to why he would clip them off so that it looks flat, so he can pretend it's a vibration collar. Irony is that he's even too cheap to buy the vibration collar, only makes this more funny and pathetic. It makes man, it's like he's telling you exactly who he is.
Oh!
God damn. Alright, let's see. Hassan's defenders are the biggest retards on this platform. The truth is right in front of you, and yet you refuse to acknowledge we're not moving on. Unfortunately, Tectone's wrong about this. Give it a week, no one will give a fuck. Now, I'm confused as to why Sasha Grey is weighing in on this in particular, right? Because this is about a dog, not about doggy style. But I suppose maybe if Sasha Grey for some reason has had direct interactions with Hassan, but based on the Bernie poster there with the mask on it, and the adaptation of the Obama posters over there, it's very likely that she's already revealed to us what her political leanings are. So it would also make sense.
I saw someone who provided.
I cannot see this woman and not get an erection. Please move on. Listen. You watched her get fucked. Now she's fucking you in the head. It's only fair.
Info the caller when he showed it. He took out the contact points and put electrical tape over it. I watched the same clip. There's no tape. And
do you think she's blind? Like she took so many cum shots to the face that her eyes stopped working? There is obviously tape.
you can't take those points out.
Well, that's already been proven wrong.
You cannot cut the prongs off of a that.
What?
Off of those points out. You cannot cut the prongs off of.
No wonder this bitch was in porn. There is no fucking way she would have been able to pass high school.
Man, that's what I'm saying. The cope is so hard with a lot of people on this.
Like the electric prongs are taken out.
Oh, we're back here.
But here's my thing, right?
Oh.
Oh.
I don't want to watch any more of this.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, this disproves everything I said. I don't want to watch this anymore. Evidence? No. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck me. I wish. Oh man, this is like a fucking comedy skit from a goddamn. That belongs in a TV series. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh, I don't want to watch this anymore. Holy fuck. Oh man. Holy shit.
I saw.
Holy fuck. Oh. That's fucking beautiful. Oh man. Guys, the porn star is doing political commentary now. I mean, if you think about it, porn stars doing political commentary is something that's been happening for eternity. Passing through. Because every politician is a fucking whore. They're just not selling their body parts. They'll just sell their entire soul out to try and win an election. So they're just a different type of prostitute. Baby, I'll treat you real good. Oh, man. I can be whatever you want me to be as long as you vote for me. Jesus. Oh, man. Give me a second. My fucking throat hurts. But I bet not as much as hers. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fucking Jesus. She legit looks like she had a stroke. No, not that stroke. Oh, she's had many of those strokes. Look right at her. Wait, hold on. You know, I didn't notice that passing through. She may potentially have some facial paralysis. She must be real butthurt right now. Yeah, no, I don't think she feels it anymore. She's been shitting pancakes for the rest of her life, I'm pretty sure. Her son has shocked you. Beautiful. Impressive. Holy shit. Probably botched Botox. Might be. I don't know. People like this tend to not have anything but like their looks to rely on. So once they lose that, they're kind of fucked, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if that's Botox or a fucking surgery that's gone wrong or something like that. That would be unsurprising. I know that it's still funny and men like us don't pay attention to them other than to make fun of them. Or to jerk off. Let's be honest. As on the hunt is shocked. You fuck me. Tectone is like a fucking dog with a bone. An unelectrocuted dog with a bone. He's just not letting this go. Jesus Christ. Man does not give a fuck. You're getting it one way or another. Just like Hassan's dog. Surprise, surprise, turns out he can't control the dog without electrocuting the fuck out of it. The dog wasn't well behaved or was terrified. Dan Saltman drops an edit of Hassan sneakily trying to get Kaya to place. Lamau Diddy Piker, the dog striker, thought he was being so sneaky. Okay, so here's more evidence footage that he knows exactly what he's doing, and the dog is so fucking scared of the electricity that when he reaches over, it immediately knows to panic and run into the background.
To a position where we've finally gotten to a place where, like, oh, pure peace is taking place. It's taking place. Is I don't know what you're doing. Okay, what? What do you want? What?
I want to leave.
What do you want? Huh? Okay. To a position where...
So he's yelling the word place because he thinks he can get the dog to lie back down. Now, I feel like this is a reach, but it's kind of one of those things where it's just another point on the graph, and if you were to entirely neglect this and remove this point from the graph, there's still like 700 other points on the graph, so the line doesn't change. Tectone's released a video about Hassan. Link it to me. I need to see it. Okay, that's him talking about Pokemon. When are we getting back to Hassan? Humongous. Man, that's an old one. Holy shit. Okay, so this is where the crusade began. On Hassan. Interesting. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Never mind, we got some retweets. From an anime profile picture. I'm not sure what this is. College dudes make jokes about Hitler in a private group chat. Okay, that's not to do with him electrocuting the fucking dog. Again. I think Hassan is a bad person. It's been over for a year. Oh no! This week in neck-related incidents. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. And he made his fucking head like that one alien from Men in Black. Jesus. Oh no. This is a new one to me. I haven't seen this meme. Holy fuck. Oh no. Holy shit. You know, I bet if Hassan's seen that meme, he'll probably comment on it and call Tectone a racist for making it. Completely missing the point. Jesus. Oh, fuck. That's beautiful. That's so fucking beautiful. Okay, let's see. I've seen this image before. I've seen this image very many times. You know what? I think this image is outdated. Someone out there with some skill in Photoshop needs to update this image for like a little chihuahua next to it with cutie Cinderella's face on it. And then you need like Sasha Grey in the background somewhere over here. You need like all his orbiters in this picture except maybe Frogan because she just wouldn't fit in frame. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on that George Floyd fucking edit. God damn. Jesus. The GIFs on the side. Wait, hold on. The GIFs on the side? Oh my god. Now, do you think when Hassan got really, really mad at Ludwig for defending him but not in the right way, that he told Ludwig to put on the collar and then from like a different state hit the fucking shock button? And he's got it set up via Wi-Fi. ET400 gang. Oh my god, this just keeps getting better. Oh. Jesus. Okay, there's no other ones in there. Jesus. Okay, there's no other ones in there. That's fuck me. You know, when you think the internet can't go harder on the paint, all you need to do is wait like 2 minutes, and something else is gonna happen. I love this so much. This is the end. If you are Hassan Pike of UI, I challenge you to watch this clip. Hassan is lying to your face. He thinks you are brainwashed morons. He thinks of you as a means to an end. You are his cash cows, nothing more.
But the third group of people are the ones who are like, look at this clip, look at that clip, look at this clip. Like, it's obvious he's moving his arms around. Like, he's...
No, it's not he's moving his arms around. It's that he reaches forward for something. Fucking liar.
He's fucking constantly in a state of zapping. And they've moved away from the initial conversation, which was that, like, she didn't even have that collar on to begin with. Kaya, please.
She didn't have it on in the... Oh my god. Man, how many different, like, excuses do you think he's come up with by now? I'm sure that, like, I've seen, like, 7 different excuses from him. But I bet that's, like, barely grazing the surface. I bet if you sat through this man's stream for, like, 1 hour, you would get 25 different excuses from this fucker. God damn. All of a sudden, doggo not there. Well, now he needs to... He's gonna put it in the electric chair. He needs to now put the dog down.
And go, just stop.
Oh, fuck. That still hurts me on the inside.
Jesus Christ, what are you doing? And the only reason why I showed the collar was because people were clipping other instances. First of all, are any...
People were clipping other instances of what? What were they clipping other instances of, do you think? Mayhap they were clipping instances of animal abuse? Did you notice how he realized that he just trapped himself, right? In what he was about to say, where he was about to be like, people are clipping other instances of me, like, abusing animals. And he realized, like, where it was going, so he just, like, kind of stopped. And then change topics. The dodge was beautiful, but very obvious.
The collar's illegal? No. Even in the maximalist position, even if, like...
Okay, we saw this clip before. That's the prior one. I saw that with the Asmongold one. I appreciate the DMs. Okay, another clip that LSF mods have been auto-deleting, and perhaps the most damning one yet.
My leash. She can hang. Like, she can walk off leash and stuff? Yeah. That's unreal, man. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I also got professional training for her as well. So okay. That's the other thing.
Oh my. Oh my. Now, remember the internet was able to find a fucking flag that Shia LaBeouf had a live stream of that was pointed at the sky. Did he really think he was going to get away with this? These fucking internet autists will figure anything out. You could show them like 4 pixels, and they'll tell you where those 4 pixels are located on the fucking planet. They get to the park, the son redirects the camera when he needs to.
Bro, why are you showing me? Show these guys.
Show the dog. Psst.
You're gonna watch a lot of misses. Nothing but net. Nothing but net, baby. But net. Come on. Please even sit.
Before setting off, he retrieves the remote from his bag.
Yeah, for me, I do. Yeah.
Checks for camera. Blocks the remote from view and places. Man, he knows what he's doing. Oh man, there's no way he doesn't know what he's doing. From there, he keeps his hand on the remote.
Yeah, I played on Max and Jason with me and Ludwig.
So like he knows that the exact second that the dog doesn't do something he wants, he's gonna electrocute it, and the dog's gonna like understand. Oh shit, I don't want to get fucked up. Jesus. Another little thing I noted there was like a pop-up of a follow over there. and it was an animation of his dog. So this tells me that the dog is a prop for his stream, not something he actually cares about. All you have to do is make a video saying, I bet 4chan can't find X, and later that day, you might have found it. They'll probably post back to you, oh, we already found that like 2 weeks ago, dude. Okay, that's just funny. And then we're on to the tiger shit. So, I think that that's kind of a good expanse of telling you what the fuck is going on. It helps you understand exactly where Hassan sits. I can't see anyone with any, like, degree. Like, let's say you agree with his politics. Let's say you agree with all the shit he says. I think if you can still somehow defend him, I think you're probably suffering brain damage. And we shouldn't hate you. We should show you pity. Because it might be incurable. There's another clip I don't think you've seen of him calling dogs slaves for personal gratification. That one I have seen off of stream. But yeah, he believes that dogs are slaves, and then he owns one, which is fucking wild to me. It's absolutely wild to me. We'll end off here. Because I did... Okay. Some context. I was scrolling through Twitter, I was making posts about Guild Wars 2, and I did see a short clip of someone saying Andrew Schultz came out and said something about it. Now, what he said, I'm not quite sure. But I kind of like this comedian. I think he does things that are pretty funny. I don't think he would be dumb enough to, like, defend Hassan, but I have been surprised before. So I wonder how this goes. Once we're through this, then we'll move on to the other Discord React. So that we get through them, because otherwise we're going to be here for a fucking eternity.
Think about Dogtober 7th.
Dogtober 7th. You know, there's something so impressive about comedians and the fact that they can come up with this shit like off the top of their head.
What y'all think about Dogtober 7th?
Hassan Piker dog.
You know, I was like, what? Yo, everybody upset at Hassan Piker, like, y'all haven't zapped your dog, bro. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I ain't zapped my dog. He just be misbehaving.
Yo, Hassan, just zap the fuck out your dog, bro.
Yeah, of course. I electrocute my dog every single day of the week. Bzzzt. Oh, you didn't eat your food fast enough? Bzzzt. Oh, you ate your food too slow? Bzzzt. Oh, you wanted water? Bzzzt. Oh, you need to go outside for a shit? Bzzzt. You're flailing around on the floor. Shitting yourself. Bzzzt.
Star Wars.
Oh my God.
Hit him with a little Star Wars.
Fuck me.
Here's the thing, though. If you're going to constantly virtue signal and be a leftist, the left loves dogs. I love dogs.
I mean, the right loves dogs more than the left loves dogs.
Everybody loves dogs. Everybody loves
Wait, how else do you keep your dog from reading the Torah? That's a good question. You know, I've never thought about it that way, but maybe Jews and electricity don't go together. And Hassan has figured that out. It's like Pokemon, right? He's figured out that Jews in particular have a weakness to electricity. So they're like a flying type or something. He knew how to keep it under control.
Dogs, to be honest with you, but you can't virtue signal and then be zapping your dog for not being in your stream. Oh,
is the dog actually getting zapped?
The dog wasn't misbehaving. Like, what's he doing that's misbehaving?
You need to zap that motherfucker.
I think the dog just caught its nail.
Nah, you need to zap that dog.
Oh, here we go back to that excuse.
Hey, Hassan, barbecue that motherfucker, bro. Put him in the barbecue. You gotta zap that dog. That's a bad
You know, don't give him ideas. He probably will do it.
dog.
He's not Asian, bro.
Zap that dog. dog.
No.
100%.
I don't even think he's zapping him. I don't even believe that.
He's cooking that motherfucker. Do you know turkey?
Oh, yeah, I really
That
know
was
a
the
cat.
Spice Row or whatever it was. What is it called? The Spice? Marco Polo went to
I have no idea what he's talking about. I don't know the history of Turkey well enough yet.
Spice Lands?
Oh, the Silk Road.
Silk Road land. The Silk Road. Turkey's part of the Silk Road. You don't think they were chowing on the chow back in the day? I'm telling you, you could speak Turkish. You could speak Turkish from Turkey to the Uyghurs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Silk Road. What is that?
I'm not sure about that. I don't think the Uyghurs are allowed to speak anymore.
Dog. What's going on? Zap that dog.
Oh, he brought it back.
Zap it.
Wait, hold on.
Zap that dog. Hassan.
Fuck
That dog was acting up.
Yeah,
you don't gotta zap your little bitch ass pigeon.
Yeah, I know.
Asians looking at her son like, yeah, he's very bad at cooking his dog. It's still alive. No. You no understand, white boy, dirty Quilo. He is just a seasoning dog. You see, more torture make more flavor. Dog not ready yet. Still need another 3 weeks on electric collar. Then you move to whippings and beating. You beat dog like you beat egg.
You gotta just grab that motherfucker. If you got a behemoth like that, you gotta zap that dog.
Hassan is a behemoth.
Zap that dog. Zap that dog. Zap that dog. Zap. Hey, Hassan, do whatever you need to do to handle your candle, my boy.
Sounds like a TV game show.
If Beethoven is acting up, zap that fucking dog.
Oh, God.
What are we gonna do? Zap that
dog.
Jesus.
Zap it. We don't judge other cultures. He's from Turkey. He's from Turkey. They don't have animals.
Yes, they do.
They don't have house pets. He doesn't know what to do. He thinks it's a fucking cheetah.
Fuck me. He just doesn't stop. No, this is unrelated. Okay, I'll open up. I'll look at it later.
He's not American. He doesn't know how to be an American yet. We have to institutionalize him, teach him. Until then, zap that dog. He thinks he lives in a zoo.
No.
He's from Turkey. They're dumb. They don't know what to do with animals. He thinks you're supposed to pile it up into a shawarma machine.
Son, the dog is not even.
Jesus
I'm gonna
Christ.
be honest.
Yeah.
I've been around wasabi. She a lot.
Yeah, your dog could get
zapped. A little more
Your dog could get zapped. Your dog
Jesus, he doesn't give a fuck.
Wasabi almost killed my pigeon. Jumped up in the air, lying in both paws.
What would you have done? What would you have done?
She got 6, 7. She did that shit 6, 7 times. 6, 7 times.
These guys do not give a fuck. It's fucking fantastic.
Zap that happy one more time.
Zap, 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 zap.
This dog ain't doing nothing.
Zap that
That's
dog.
not zap worthy.
You know who else zaps their dogs? Saudi Arabia.
Wait, what?
Headlining next year, Hassan Piker. They got a dog show out there. They got a dog show with an electric chair. And
The gays aren't dogs, man. Come on.
zap those gays. You gotta zap some gays, bro.
Yes.
You don't think
I mean, he makes a good point. Maybe that's why he's zapping the dog. He's trying to stop it from being gay.
that Elon's daughter pulled up with the zap machine, the newest version of it, pulled up to the sun string, they'll put this shit on your dog. He's gonna sit wherever the fuck you want. Zap that dog. Leave Hassan alone. He got a ceasefire. This guy made the ceasefire happen almost single-handedly. He can't electrocute the fuck out of a Beethoven.
One dog, bro. It's one dog.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
What is
No,
going
It's
on?
one dog.
Nah, protect dogs, yo.
Did you abandon a dog you already got?
No, I did not.
He would love to be electrocuted in your house.
Dog, right?
You know what I mean?
Rehomed it.
Yeah,
Rehomed, sent to some drug dealer, probably using him as a mule, stuffing cocaine in his
Beautiful
ass.
family out
Walking him down the
Freeport,
street.
Long Island.
What is the ethnicity of this family? Well,
6'7"
All
now.
right, that's up. You moved him up.
No,
Yeah.
fuck out of here.
Whoa. That seemed racial.
It was.
That seemed racial.
It was. White
7'6".
Treat their dog
7'6". 7'6". That's how you back it up.
Going down. It's
7'6".
going down. It's
That's
going
why
down.
you can't
Jesus, I don't give a fuck.
It's going down. It's going down.
7'6". You got a 7'6"
I
now.
love that.
You got a 7'6" tap. Now we at the 7'6" tap. Okay?
That's
Oh
pretty
my
dope.
god,
We
my
are
face hurts.
87 you right now.
Holy shit.
You fucking retarded dog killer. You fucking dog Nazi. I can't believe that y'all are giving Hassan shit for literally trying to help its dog learn.
Yeah.
He's trying to help the dog learn.
Nah, fuck that, dude. You can't be
The dog
zapping that
wasn't
dog. You
doing
ain't even doing nothing.
Yo, what podcast are we on? We can't riff?
If you can't have the freedom and the power to zap your own dog, why bother streaming in the first place? Exactly, Bestia. Hassan's walking around like, oh, I thought this was America, land of the free. Free to zap your dog.
This guy be having smoke for us, so fuck him.
No, he doesn't.
No, he don't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, let him zap the dog. What's the deal, dude? I get it. Sometimes he misbehave.
This is so self-aware. Holy shit, they're fucking roasting everyone here. Everyone defending him. Everyone on that side. That like this is fucking brilliantly self-aware.
Man got a ceasefire.
Yes.
He saved human beings.
Yes, millions.
He's nice to us. I like the guy.
I'd be totally fine if he had one of them
tasers.
Yep. I'd be fine if he had a anytime.
But he'll probably be big on Bully, or where zapping dogs is okay. He will fit right next to that one chick that used to be popular a while back. He used to take like animals from the sea that were still alive and then like slice into them and then like douse the inside of their body with like soy sauce while they like flailed around in pain. It's like once you're done watching that video of her like eating creatures that are still alive, you like swipe to the next video and it's just Hassan being like like fucking shocking the dog. He'll move on to cattle prods. It's like a Nikocado avocado where the next video always needs to be bigger and better. So this is the beginning of a series. First it was the collar. Next it's like one of those handheld tasers. Next it's like a cop taser that shoots into people. Eventually he's going to work up to like, it's going to be a scene from the Green Mile. But instead of that one like really good actor sitting in the chair going, I'm tired, boss. It's just going to be his dog going, before he fucking flips a fucking light switch, kills the power in the entire fucking state, and there's like for 1 second that dog is the brightest light bulb on the planet. That's what's coming. He's building up towards it.
The dog gets a little out of the frame on stream. I'm okay with that because he got his fucking ceasefire while y'all sat on your asses. Y'all sat in your fucking asses. You didn't do shit.
We got the ceasefire. We was just out there.
I know.
Yeah, come on.
I know. This motherfucker killing dogs. Yeah. Leave Hassan alone.
He's a nice guy.
He's a good guy.
Handsome.
Okay? Dog was acting up. I saw that dog acting up, sympathizing with those right-wing podcasters.
He's got a right-wing dog, bro.
You know, he's a fucking right-wing dog.
He's a neo-Lacan or whatever, bro.
Oh,
wait,
man,
is this
Mark.
him explaining?
Oh, man, Mark, what the hell just happened right there?
Imagine Ludwig lifting his arms and going, let's up those zaps. No, we'll do one better, Bestia. The next Ludwig event is going to be I sat in a chair electrocuting dogs for 24 hours. He loves doing his challenges, right? So, like, he'll probably play, like, Elden Ring or some shit, and every time he dies to a boss, he has to, like, he needs to. It's a requirement of the stream that he electrocutes the fucking dog behind him.
What happened?
7-6 right there, dude. That was so 7-6. You need to be more 6-7, dude. You are 7-6ing right now.
That's fact. That'd be like Skrillex.
Was this him explaining?
So that's what that was.
Why don't we believe everybody's saying, oh, he took off the zap part? You don't think that they sell a zapless dog?
Even a guy who knows nothing about dogs fucking understands that there's one that doesn't electrocute the dog. God damn.
No, they do. Dog collar.
Yeah, I know
God
they
damn.
do.
Yeah. It's called a dog collar.
What?
A zapless dog collar is a dog collar.
No, it's got a little vibration.
Yeah,
Put
they
that
do
on your
a
little
little
dog clit and have a good night.
Oh my god.
Is it the rectal shock collar?
Yeah. You can have a good night.
Here, dude.
Y'all never did that. You never put a vibrator on your dog's clit.
Yo,
No.
get your dog excited so she
Yeah,
can
exactly.
fire.
You never tried to reward. All you're doing is punishing. Dogs work with reward. Give it a treat.
That's fucking horrifying, but I can imagine he would do that in the future.
Yeah. 6'7". That's 6'7" right there.
This is not
dog
good.
click collar?
I don't like
Oh
this.
my god.
The dog click collar is definitely 6'7".
The dogs are innocent,
1738.
What the fuck?
This is pink zip code, you idiot.
1738. It's his pin code. This is pin code.
It says lunch code. Yeah, what
This
is
is
it?
pin code 1738. Oh man. Those are the only numbers you can see with one eye.
Oh
Come
my
on,
God.
but then zap! Is that? Well, we also don't know if dogs feel zap.
Yeah, that's a good
A lot of
point.
people don't know for a fact dogs feel electricity.
Then how does it work?
It doesn't.
Yeah, Sabi's still misbehaving.
Sabi's still misbehaving. I try to hook Sabi up to our electrical outlets sometimes. I put a little dog treat in the electrical outlets. I just put peanut butter all over the electrical outlets. Every time she misbehaves, like, oh, there's some peanut butter snacks over there.
That's efficient. That way you don't need to be present. You can just put it there and leave it. Set it and forget it. Come back to roasted dog later.
She's gonna learn her lesson. You know what I mean? If that doesn't work, I put peanut butter on my ass.
What the fuck?
It's like a battery.
Yeah, it is.
You got so much hair on that ass. Oh my God.
It's a pain in the ass to get
Jesus
out.
Christ.
Yeah, dude, I bet.
Man, I'm so glad that these guys are self-aware to not sit here and be like, no, stop. It wasn't actually a shock. Somehow, comedians just beat out porn stars. Oh, man. Oh, what a fucking wild time. It just doesn't get better. Now, my prediction for this, unfortunately, beyond this point, is that things are not going to get better. Right? He's not going to stop shocking the dog. He's just going to get better at hiding how he shocks the dog. By next week, no one's going to give a fuck. Everyone's going to be onto the new controversy. That, like, everyone's going to be like, oh my God, that's old news. Please move on. It's just going to be more of the same. That's the worst part about it. Do you think if he can advocate for killing people live on his stream and not get arrested via incitement to violence, do you really fucking think that they're gonna arrest him over abusing a dog? Absolutely fucking not. He's gonna be fine. And his community's still gonna back him up. I want you to all know, here, let me tell you why I know that this is how it works, right? This is how I know that this is exactly what's gonna happen. This will explain it perfectly. There are still people that watch and support this man. Do you really think that someone infinitely larger than this guy isn't gonna be just fine? There are still 2,500 people approximately that are watching this guy. Nothing changes. And Moonstone's right, it's about a 2-week cycle. And we're at the end of that cycle. Friday's gonna hit. We're gonna turn over to Sunday or Saturday, if you know how weeks work, which apparently I don't. And we're back to step 1. Unfortunately. Now let's move on. Let's look at something a little bit more positive, huh? Let's look at what else you fuckers put in the Discord. Let's see what other shit you put in here. Okay, one more. One more. This is relevant because when he started making excuses, everyone was like, press X to doubt. Pirate Software hasn't made a short. Those are bots. Well, those 2,000 bots are still paying the bills for him. He's still there. He still exists. Damn. Nothing changes. Nothing ever happens. We just go back to step 1 and start again with someone new. That's just how the world works. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. We're going to skip the Valkyrie stuff because I honestly don't give a fuck at this point. I think we've seen all we need to see. So let's see what else you people sent me. Where is it?
I want to finish this job and go home.
So where's their hideout? East north of village for 6 miles.
This is definitely not. No, this is okay. This is an anime. I've already got this on the list. At some point, I will watch that, Jimmy. At some point in the future, when I find like 10 seconds of free time, I will watch that. This is what I was looking for. What the fuck is this? Oh, of course. Okay, but never mind. I guess we're back to step one.
This is Kaya, his speedy sidekick.
Tap her collar for adventure mode. The light up zap means she's ready to roll.
Chat, relax.
Kaya leaps, wags.
Just when I think I'm done, they pull me right back in.
Guards the stream.
Just when I think it's over. Man. Now I think it's on. I think I did say I would cover this one next. I think it's only good. It's only right that we talk about the diaper tiger. Now we've watched this already. We watched this yesterday. This was very fucking confusing to me. This was super odd. Ban the word Hassan. Nah. I'll just move on. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not really into the idea of banning words. Right? That doesn't really work for me. Now, for some context, apparently you guys know a lot more about this than me. About what's happened next with Diaper Tiger. Apparently got banned. Thank God. Right decision. Finally Twitch did something right. Is there anything else that really needs to be said about this fucking weird shit? Is there anything more that really needs to be said? Twitch fucked up and allowed this on their platform and manually put this up in front of everyone to see. This person marked their stream as for kids. They fucking put the labels trans and HD TV from LG. Is there anything else to really learn from this? Probably not. Unless there's something else that's happened. But this one seems to have had the lifespan of a day. And now it's over. That's right, you did send me a DM. Okay, this is its whole own thing. You're right, I'm going to need to look at that first. I'll need to look at that off stream. Thanks for reminding me, Dog Rock. Trans LGBTQIA+. Can you imagine, I'm just saying this, Black Shadow, can you imagine just being like a fruity gay dude who wants to just fuck some ass and have a good time? And you're lumped in with the diaper-shitting baby tiger who's trying to get kids to watch him. Can you just imagine, like, being like just a regular-ass gay dude who's not into all of this? And now all of a sudden, everyone's like, oh, you're one of those people, aren't you? Man, and then your life's just fucked. Like, these people have just fucking nuked you, and you had nothing to do with this because you're stuck in this fucking label right here. Man, I feel real bad for someone like that. Right, Tiger unbanned after 1 day. So it seems we found Hassan's alt account. Jesus. That is not the face you should ever see on a cartoon child. How the fuck is this person still even allowed on the platform? Where's the vomit emote? I need to actually put one up, Sarah. This is a person who goes live as a furry version of a baby for the purpose of sexual arousal. How is it that posting and drawing art of underage characters in a sexual nature isn't an instant permaban? Hey, real quick, just check that I'm not schizophrenic. Weren't there a bunch of VTubers who had like big fat-titted models of like characters who were of age? Who like showed like a little bit of hip on their model who got like banned for like a fucking week? Am I crazy or did that actually happen? How the fuck are female streamers who show a little bit of sexuality on an 18+ stream, on an 18+ character, getting banned, and this sick shit isn't. Does this confirm that Twitch hates women? Is Twitch based now? Based pedophile rapists. Man, what a fucking weird world we live in. This is so fucking odd. This kind of leans into the theory that if this person was unbanned after a day, that they're a Twitch staff member. I think Project Melody was one of them, and her model isn't even as sexual as others I've seen. There was that one VTuber who had a G Fuel sponsorship selling whale fart dust or whatever. I'm willing to bet that person has faced more bans than this sick shit right here. And I still can't figure out how. Not even a full ban stick, Twitch, you clowns. Like who? Do not look at his Zeta account. Biggest mistake of my life. I can't find it. I cannot find their account. I think they've been kicked off of Twitter. So you're telling me that the guy who's selling everyone electric go-karts that look like sports cars can figure out how fucked up this is, but Twitch can't? You're telling me that the fucking autist who keeps talking about rockets and shit, but keeps on playing around with social media, has a better moral compass than the entirety of Twitch. Every single Twitch staff member put together. What the fuck kind of world do we live in? No, they deleted their account. Okay, they deleted it, so they weren't like kicked off. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Jesus. Yep, banner on X. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, suspended, not deleted. But I don't know, if you delete your account, does it still say suspended? Maybe Muckluck should quit being PG if this is what Twitch allows. I expect that Muckluck needs to transition into being a VTuber of his little Asura creature and wear a diaper on stream. And every time he gets a sub, he drops the diaper and starts shitting all over the place. He'll be famous. He'll face a one-day ban, but he'll be famous forever. He will go to streaming Valhalla real fast. There's Cotton Oliva. She swung her camera. Hold on. I missed that one. Wait, what? There's Cotton Oliva. She swung her camera around a room on an R18 stream, there was a dildo way off in the background and she got a 2-week ban. Yeah, that's an automated ban because, as I discovered during my speedrun ban, one of the things that some of the systems detect on Twitch is dick-shaped objects, and if it is actually a dildo, you will get banned. You get flagged and then banned. That happened to me. There's a very famous clip of her having a dildo under her bed, completely unaware, and says it's a guitar or something. If you can confuse a fucking guitar for a dildo, there is no man on earth who has a dick large enough to pleasure her. She needs to stay in containment, because that's just fucking terrifying. Jesus Christ. Okay. This is what I'm currently looking at when you search this person. I am so scared to fucking scroll down. I feel like I might get fucking banned off of Twitch. Just for this being present right here. Twitch partner ban. Like, I'm gonna do this slowly. Nope. 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 Don't trust that image. Nope. Nope. So that was the flash in the pan, and then it was back onto dog abuse. So that one didn't really go anywhere, right? That was handled real fast. Guy either ran away or got suspended on Twitter. Got banned for a day, now he's back. Let's see if he keeps doing the sick shit he always does. Lenny's 2 soundtracks, that's nostalgic. They're fucking great soundtracks. What do you want me to do? They're amazing. They're incredible. Now, the stream will not end until I'm finally caught up with all the bullshit that you guys put in here. So let's see what else we're dealing with. We've seen that. We're done with the Hassan stuff. I'm not turning it back on. What, his girlfriend?
First thing.
And Hassan crossed the line. You know what? If this is about the dog electrocution, I'll skip it. But if this is about her son now attacking Asmongold again, we'll watch it. Because you know what? Her son deserves all the spite and hate that he gets. He's made this bed, he deserves to lie in it. Okay, this is the Sasha Grey stuff. This is okay, this is all the stuff I saw on Twitter already. Okay. Then we've got female gooners must be stopped. I know that book cover. That book cover right there. I know that book cover because I saw my wife giggling like a fucking maniac when she was scrolling through Instagram because she knows a bunch of women who can't keep like a single relationship because they don't know how to treat the opposite gender as an equal and see them as a slave, talking about how much they love that book and that book is better than Real Men, right? And my wife was cackling like a fucking witch over this. She thought it was funny as fuck. She was like, these people deserve what's coming. Loneliness and 400 cats. And I feel bad for the cats. My wife thought it was really, really funny because those exact same people are the exact, like, they were the worst people she knew growing up in school and shit, and somehow they just never changed. They never got better. They never learned their lesson. And my wife like knows a bunch of people she was friends with as kids who are all married, who have like a great relationship. They're all having kids. They're like having these wonderful relationships where it's like you see posts like, you know, money is tight right now, but I love my husband. I've been with him for 5 years. We're having a kid. And he even went out of his way after like a fucking 24-hour work shift to still go get me like a birthday cake or whatever. And they're these people having these wonderful relationships. And then every now and then, in between that, she sees people like this screeching about how they hate the opposite gender. In fact, the other day, she was showing me this guy that she used to know in high school, right? And this guy was apparently like the hottest dude in her school. And he treated women like shit, constantly. And now this guy is in a documentary about male hair loss. And he looks like such a bitch. And I think my wife laughed about this for 4 days straight. Because my wife was like, this guy was the biggest asshole on planet Earth. And he deserves this. And now his shame is on display in a documentary for people to see forever. She thought it was the funniest thing ever. You might want to scroll down a bit there. What do you mean? How it started, how it's going. The PS2 has 3 GTAs. GTA 5 has had 3 PlayStations. It's like Skyrim, but with robbery. DogShocker collar and Black Lagoon. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this at some point. At some point, I'm gonna watch this. This anime character looks hot enough that it's got my attention. I will watch it. Let me guess, at the time he had no issue getting pussy. Yes. At the time, this guy was the hottest guy in her school. And he would fuck women relentlessly. And according to my wife, this guy had a obsession with finding the nicest, sweetest, and kindest girls he could, manipulating them into sleeping with him, then dumping them, and then whenever someone else started a relationship with those now jaded, fucked up girls, he would then go talk about a bunch of hot shit about them and how he'd already fucked them and how they were whores, right? And he would then try and like emotionally manipulate these very like regular normal ass dudes into not getting into those relationships because he felt it gave him some power over everyone around him. He was like the biggest piece of shit. He was like the guy, think about it this way, he was the guy that fucks it up for regular dudes, right? He was the guy that takes like the sweetest innocent girls, turns them into man-hating psychos because of him, and then regular guys have to deal with the man-hating psycho version because this guy fucked the sweet innocent girl up so much. He's like the progenitor of a cycle of ruining people's lives. And he did that for like years. And now his final evolution stage is a balding guy crying in a documentary. Because he couldn't afford the hair transplant, so he agreed to be a part of the documentary so they would pay for it. Which is, holy shit. And the best part was she showed me the documentary, but my wife had to like translate for me because I like there's no subtitles. And he's like, the only thing this guy is talking about as a 30-something-year-old man is how it doesn't make sense to him how women no longer like him, and how his hair was his entire personality. Imagine your fucking hair being the only thing you've got left, and it starts falling out. Oh, God. Oh, it was the funniest shit imaginable. Now, about a week later, my wife started feeling guilty about this, and I had to be like, listen, you deserve to feel no guilt. This guy got exactly what he deserved for fucking up a bunch of sweet, innocent girls that could have been great people, but are now jaded pieces of shit because of him. Now I'm curious to see this documentary. I'm not going to give you any hints, because actually, no, I'll give you one hint, right? So you can find it yourself. This documentary is in Luxembourgish. But you listen here, you didn't hear that from me. Alright? You didn't hear that from me. That should be enough. Hair loss in Luxembourgish documentary and you'll be able to find it. explain to me how after like 2 or 3 girls, people don't spread the news around about what he's doing. Well, think about it this way, Jimmy. There's a piece of shit guy who's fucking a bunch of sweet, innocent girls, right? Girls who've done nothing wrong. Girls who, like, are looking for that relationship where they can, like, they're looking for a life partner. They're not looking to be whores, right? Now, this guy comes along who's handsome, who says all the things that they want to hear, who knows exactly the right dialogue option in the tree to choose to get them to very naively believe him. He then sleeps with them. They think that they're gonna be with this guy. He then immediately dumps them and fucks them up. And these girls are then too ashamed to talk about this ever. Because now they've lost their virginity to this guy. He's walked away scot-free. They were good girls, so they're not gonna go accuse him of rape or whatever the fuck. But they're desperately ashamed of their behavior. And now they've started the downward spiral into hating every single other dude who would have treated them right. So of course word's not going to spread around. Because he knew what he was doing. That's exactly why he was targeting them. Because those are the exact girls that are not going to go and spread a bunch of hot shit. Hold up, there's women like that looking for life partners and not a luxury meal ticket. There's plenty of them, Rosario. Unfortunately, as you get older, those numbers reduce because all those sweet girls who can have relationships and are actually great people, and you can have conversations with them, as you get older, they start disappearing because, man, guys hit like 27 and they start realizing, holy shit, I gotta lock this one down. I gotta lock this one down and never let her go. And they are in committed relationships, and you know what they're not doing? Talking to other fucking dudes all the time because they love their partner and they're in a relationship. I know, because I'm lucky enough to be in a relationship like that, and because of that, by proxy, I get to see all of the girls that did end up like that, who talk to my wife in those exact same relationships. And that means that as you get older, unfortunately, you're left with the fucking nutbags. You're left with the crazies. The ones who come up with excuses. The ones who can't keep a stable relationship. Like, the longest relationship they've had is about 6 inches. And it just gets worse from there. Now, I don't know about America in particular. Unfortunately, I haven't had like much interaction with American women. What I see online seems fucking crazy though. But these girls do exist in Europe. I've seen cases like that. The answer is they did spread the news, but the girls he does it with won't listen. Yes, that too, right? That's also another part of the formula, is that they won't, like, even if they do tell, the other naive, innocent girls that he hasn't yet fucked up aren't gonna, like, talk about it, or they're not gonna believe it because he keeps selecting the right options in the dialogue tree to get what he wants, right? He maxed out persuasion, and so they're gonna believe him over some random girl who's trying to be like, yo, watch it with this guy, he's a fucking, he's just trying to fuck you and leave. He just wants the pussy. You're gonna give up something you can't get back. And obviously the response is, no, he loves me. He's so sweet and kind to me. You're just jealous. And then it just happens again and again and again until he went bald. Which is impressive. Real impressive. And with that in mind, let's see what this person has to say about this. I've seen some of her videos. I don't know this person in particular. Like, I don't watch their content. I think their videos are, at least the ones I've seen, are pretty funny. Right? Fairly entertaining. So I think this is probably going to be good. Isn't Shu a grifter? I wouldn't know. Years ago, some guy did an experiment where he made a dating profile of a really attractive male model, but put that he was in prison for child sexual abuse. A lot of women were throwing themselves at him to the point that the dude stopped his experiment early because it was making him depressed as all hell. Well, yes, but the women who were throwing themselves at him are the exact kind of people you don't ever want to be near, right? It doesn't matter how big her tits are or how nice her ass is. If she's responding to a dude like that, the only technique you require in life is you need to, this is like an ancient Buddhist technique, right? I believe, no, that's wrong. It was picked up by the Buddhists a while ago. It traveled through Europe, but I believe it originated somewhere in the Middle East, right? There's a technique for dealing with crazy bitches like that, right? When you see them out in the wild like that, going after guys that are not you, there's this technique you can do where you place your hands together like this, and you're supposed to tilt your chin up at least bare minimum a 45-degree angle, and you say, "Thank you, God, that these bitches are not messaging me." That's what you're supposed to do. That technique will help you out a lot. It's been used for a very long time in history, and it's really, really good to keep in mind. It's very useful. Let's see where this goes.
Oh, I didn't see you there. What am I reading, you ask? Well, just one of the best-selling books on Amazon right now. With millions of sales and almost 20,000 5-star reviews, this book has been absolutely blowing up, especially on TikTok, or BookTok, as the kids...
Hold on, she used to be a prolific e-thought. And then she married one of her simps and then started doing videos about the same men, women's sex war subject matter, but with more of a reconciliation forgiveness tone. Also becoming a mother pushed her in that direction as well. Well, okay, the fact that you're telling me that she's a mom and that she married some dude and is actually a mom, that seems like if she's still married, then that sounds like she's had a relationship, right? Keep in mind, I don't know this person's lore. I don't know this person's history, right? So I'm taking this from an outsider perspective. She's a mom, she's got a kid, and she's still married. Is that a man? Maybe. I don't know. Look, I'm just working off what you say. You tell me something about this person, I'm gonna fucking believe you, okay? You could tell me this is a fucking alien from planet Zebrorp and I'd probably believe you. But I'm gonna assume what you tell me is true. So she's a mom. Is she divorced? Yes or no? She's got a kid. She's married a guy. I'm gonna be generous here. Not understanding the law. No, not divorced. Okay. I'm going to be very generous here. Not understanding the law, because you should be generous until you proven otherwise. There's a fairly high chance that becoming a mother may have altered her perspective on life. Getting into a stable relationship where you get married and you're with your partner may have altered who she is as a person and opened up her mind to new possibilities, which may have changed her opinion on things. A good example of this is I used to be a little edgy boy in school and I read Friedrich Nietzsche. Right? Now, I was too fucking stupid to really understand the concepts that he was talking about until I went back and read them when I was like in my late 20s. Heading out now, good night. Good night, Black Shadow. When I was in my late 20s, Friedrich Nietzsche made way more sense than when I was trying to be cool in school. Like, I'm such an intellectual. No, I was too young. I didn't understand. My perspective on the universe was not wide enough to comprehend the things that I was hearing or reading, right? So I'm going to try and be generous and say that her perspective may have shifted over time. That, or she understands which way the tide is turning and how to maintain a viewership base. Who knows? This is 2 million views. This is a big fucking video.
Call it. Thousands thousands and thousands of women in particular have been raving about this piece of literature. What piece of literature is it, you may ask? Well, Morning Glory Milking Farm, of course.
I cannot look at that book cover without, in my mind, hearing the sounds of my wife snorting her ass off at the worst people she knew in school raving about that book because they couldn't keep a stable relationship. And they're saying the fantasy minotaur is better than real men. It still echoes in my mind.
Popular romance novel about a young woman down on her luck who does what every young woman does when facing financial struggle. She starts an OnlyFans. No, I'm just kidding. She wouldn't degrade herself like that. She gets a job jerking off monsters.
That's right.
So she's not even having sex with the cow. She's just jacking it off. You know, there's a lot to be said about the weird shit that dudes jack off to. But women are very quickly proving themselves to be no better. They just have a different flavor of freak. Why is the video flipped? Which video, Relantis? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm going to use this every time you pause to repeat yourself. Good. Shock me, Childy.
The Morning Glory Milking Farm.
I have been reading Morning Glory Milking Farm since last night. And
Oh, God.
I'm obsessed.
No, I understand. I get it. Do you think she doubles up?
I have been reading.
Like, do you think when she's done eating all the chips out the Pringles can, she just flips it round and then she can use it as like a dildo? Probably not, right? She probably eats the can as well.
Morning Glory Milking Farm since last night, and I'm obsessed.
This was a good time. It did not disappoint.
No. Okay. I just had to check something. She looks so much like someone I used to know. Same billboard forehead. It's like her forehead's having a race with her hairline. And her forehead's Usain Bolt and the hairline is fucking Stephen Hawking. The Crazy Ex, no. Not the Crazy Ex, just someone I knew. Why is she so greasy? Well, after a gooning session, aren't you all sweaty? She forgot to wash her hands, and when she was done, she went,
If this book is trash, then I am a fucking raccoon. Give me all of the garbage.
Get your
No, I believe it.
eyeballs on this because it is so good.
The garbage.
Get your eyeballs on.
I never want to hear that big noses, big flat noses, are an exclusively black phenotype when that exists. She can smell the universe. She didn't read the book. She sniffed it and absorbed the information. There are girls that are into oral. There are girls that are into anal. But I've never seen a girl into nasal. That's a new one. Scar, thanks for the follow. At the worst time.
This because it is so good.
Jesus Christ, look at that nose.
I regret to inform you that there is a new epidemic. An epidemic that many have yet to discuss. And that epidemic is female gooners. Now, for those of you unaware,
when did people get so comfortable just putting that shit online? Like I understand having a conversation or talking about weird shit on stream and stuff like that. Like, I do that all the time. But, like, that video she did was solely dedicated to celebrating how much of a goddamn gooner she is. That was the entire point of that video. Was her dancing to how many times she's been tickling the man in the canoe. Damn.
Gooner is internet slang for someone addicted to porn. And smut is slang for dark romance novel.
Wait, I thought gooner was the word that's just basically for people who like jerking off but not coming. I thought that was just like the updated version of the word edging. Has the word evolved again? It evolved. Ah. Once more, I'm behind.
Otherwise known as porn. Many correct about the dangers of porn addiction with men, how it can destroy their lives and their relationships, and most men know the material they consume is weird, that is why.
100% correct. She's 100% correct. Sorry. I go to the gym almost every single day, and there is a gigantic, like a fucking huge Congolese black dude in there. Dude looks like, man, I watched One Punch Man. That black dude looks like that dark shine metal alloy guy. And I asked him, what does he do to get that big, right? And he said, I don't watch porn, I don't jerk off, and I have sex at least 3 times a week. Now, I don't know if that's consensual sex, but there has to be something behind it. There fucking has to be if you get that goddamn big. Because I'm sorry, you're in a third world country, you're not affording fucking steroids. He's just gigantic. There has to be something to what he's doing. And so I 100% believe it when people say, like, porn ruins your goddamn mind.
They are ashamed of it. That is why they delete their
You also never said it was with a woman. Please don't make me question. Please let me just live in the illusion that it is with a woman. Please, for the love of God.
Browser history. That is why they go incognito mode. But these bitches freaks out here. They display their smut openly in bookstores. They proudly pose in front of their smut collections. They discuss their smut openly on TikTok. They go to smut conventions and get choked out by 9-foot-tall shirtless wendigos. Now, I know...
Isn't it really strange how, like, if you're a girl or you're a woman and you, like, post a dildo online or something, you're considered, like, sexually liberated or, like, an advancement of the times, or you go girl. But if you're a guy and you order one triple suck supreme blow up double twist with the AI installed voice that sounds like Scarlett Johansson with the self-cleaning function, you order that once. And just because it so happens to look like your neighbor, and you one time leave it facing the bedroom window that she can look through and see that it's her face, all of a sudden you're a freak. Life's so unfair sometimes.
What you are thinking. Shoo, isn't this the pot calling the kettle degenerate? Yes. Yes, it is. But have you considered it takes one to truly know one? You see, women are strange, fascinating creatures. For centuries, men have tried to figure us out. Our mood is affected by the tides and the moon. We bleed for 5 days and don't die. By painting my face, I can instantly shapeshift from a 4 to a 6. We are truly mysterious.
She left out the part where women have the unique skill that if they feel like it at any point in time, they can put your soul through a paper shredder by crying just a little bit. A man's lust invites envy, a woman's lust invites applause. Yeah, it's very strange. The biggest problem I have with all the smut is that it's openly sold in bookstores. Literally, a kid could walk into a book a million. Jimmy, I've seen that problem, and it's kind of sickening. Because, like, I celebrated my wife's birthday recently, and we, like, went out and we walked past a bookstore. And we went to, like, the more kind of progressive city. Like, we left where we live, our little shithole, and we, like, moved to where, like, rich people live. And we went into one of the shopping centers there. The kids section is right next to the women's gooning section. Like, to get to the kids books, you need to walk past like 3 shelves of just fucking porn. And I just don't think that's acceptable. It was real weird. It made me real fucking uncomfortable because we were in that bookstore with my kid. And now, obviously, I'm lucky enough that she's young enough that she hasn't, like, really come online yet. So she doesn't understand. But goddamn it, dude. Put it on the other side of the fucking store, at least. I don't get it. You married? Yes. With a kid. Believe it or not, I've busted a nut inside a woman. I manufactured a child. It was 2 minutes of hard work. It was real rough.
Mysterious, magical creatures. But one of the most mysterious aspects of women to men is our sexuality. You see, us women are not like those disgusting moids. No, we are sophisticated. We are evolved. We don't watch videos of strangers slapping their sweaty bodies together.
No, you just read about it.
No, we read about strangers slapping their sweaty bodies together. It's different, okay? You don't understand. It's okay when we do it. So, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the rapidly growing popularity of dark romance on TikTok.
Why do you suppose it's okay for there to be some fucked up sentences in a book that any kid could pick up and read, but it's like that's considered fine to leave in a socially acceptable place, but then images are bad? Surely both of them should be fucking bad. Bestia, that comment, that comma you put in there is very important.
And the recent dark romance convention that ended in disaster. Let's take a break from all this depressing political news and talk about something silly. Not that those political things aren't important, trust me.
Probably because kids don't have the reading comprehension. I suppose it's okay because every single kid that I've seen so far, like 9 out of 10 kids that I've seen, been out with my daughter and stuff, are screen addicted little freaks that like don't even understand that it's not acceptable to just stand in place and shit on the floor, right? No diaper, they just stand there and take a dump while they're watching the iPad. It was wild to me when, like, so I've spoken about this before. My wife goes to these like moms and tots things with other parents, and she had to switch groups, right? I spoke about this before, where it's like this group of kids. There's only 2 of them that can climb stairs, There's this little boy who is completely uninterested with screens, just like my daughter. They don't care about each other. They're just fucking doing their thing. They're being kids, throwing shit, climbing on stuff. My kid can climb stairs. There is a 4-year-old in that group that can't climb stairs. Doesn't have the musculature to do it. And the mom doesn't see it as a problem. But all the other kids in that group quite literally sit there staring at a screen with their mouth agape. And it's fucking terrifying to see. And these are not kids from, like, I don't know, broken homes. These are kids whose parents have money. Like, for me, it is an expense to be able to go put my kid in one of those groups and pay for it. For those kind of parents, like, they don't even look at the bill. Like, it doesn't even bother them. I can tell by the cars they drive. And so many of those kids just stand there. They're like, literally go into like the play area and stand there with an iPad in their hands and do nothing. And they just sit there with their mouth agape. It's like watching a horror movie. It's fucking scary, dude. So I suppose if one of those kids walked into a bookstore, there's not a chance in hell that they're ever going to be able to read one of those books. So maybe it is fine that the books are on display, because they have no comprehension of what's inside them. They'll probably try and like swipe the pages up and down and then get upset that the words didn't change. Because women buy books for kids, and it's beneficial to the store to place the Guna books on the way. I suppose with the rise of single mothers, that does make sense. You might be onto something. No, that's insane. It's what I've seen. It's what I've seen. More kids than not are just staring at a fucking screen. And here's my favorite part, right? So, my daughter does have a screen she can stare at. My daughter will look at a TV show, watching something like Miss Rachel for 5 minutes. And then she's bored. She doesn't care anymore. And she wants to go do something else. I have a hard time trying to comprehend how all these other kids don't have that like same mentality of wanting to do something. I don't know how they just sit there staring at a screen for like a solid hour, not moving. My kid cannot, like, she cannot do that. She's uninterested. She has no interest in it. I can't figure it out.
They are, you should be keeping up with politics and the news when you can. I know it can be difficult to do, but fear not. I have an app for that. So before we get into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to our sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers an easy way to read news from all across the political spectrum.
Hold on, because other kids at one point did what your daughter did and tried to do something else and their parents told them to fuck off. Maybe. Or maybe it's the fact that we waited. And the only thing we'll let her watch is something like an educational show. And so, like, she'll sing, like, a little song along with, like, Miss Rachel. And then she's like, okay, I'm done. And then she'll want to go climb on something. Or she'll want to go, like, flip through a picture book or something. But maybe those other kids have been, like, strapped in a chair. Like, strapped in like they're a fighter pilot, and then a screen's just been sat in front of them, so they think it's normal. So maybe it's a trained behavior. I don't know, I have many theories about this. But you might be right. I don't have kids, but I babysit my brother's daughter. She rather wants to play blanket forts than play on her iPad. Good. Keep it that way. Keep it that way. Save her from the internet. She shouldn't be on it anyway.
From left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias that helps you understand the full story and makes sure
I don't care about your ad.
Which shows you by the other Uber and Lyft. 12 is cover 21. A country to see how as left wing posts a since 2021.
Jesus Christ! How long is this ad?
40%. and it's only $5 new subscription. Right? So let's get back to the video. Book Talk is a very interesting place, and any book fans out there know how it has absolutely destroyed the hobby of literature and just flooded it with absolute slop. Spicy slop. You see, books on TikTok are not rated by how well they are written or how good the characters are. No, they are rated by the spice. And what does spice mean? Porn.
Yes. By the way, it's been really, really funny thinking about how, like, the rise of female gooning in books has, like, affected the world. Because, like, for anyone who doesn't know, from, like, an economic standpoint, women control about 80% of the economy, right? So 80% of all purchasing decisions are made by women. So from a book perspective, it's really, really smart to target women. But on the other hand, you've got things like in the UK where so many women get targeted by a book like 50 Shades of Grey that the UK's NHS had to put out a health warning telling people to not put things up their ass because so many people were showing up in the hospitals with busted rectums that it was actually putting a burden on the healthcare system. A book did that. So I can only imagine it's going to get worse from here on out.
It means porn. Spice level is very important to book talkers. How much spice does a book have? What are the spiciest books they have ever read? How spicy is the book they're currently reading? Spice.
These are all the faces of the people I expect to be reading these books. Jesus.
Spice. The spiciest book going viral on Book Talk lately is none other than Morning Glory Milking Farm by C.M. Nascosta. Violet is a typical down-on-her-luck millennial, mid-20s, overeducated, and drowning in debt.
Hey, do you ever feel like you were that one kid that was smarter than everyone else, but the tests couldn't really show it, and one day your potential would really shine through, and then, like, the world just changed and it's not really your fault, but you're still smarter than everyone else, you just kind of got screwed over and it's not your fault? Yeah, so does every other millennial. You know, sometimes I really fucking hate my generation. Also, yes. Millennials are not in their mid-20s. We're old people now.
Oh my god! She's just like me! On the verge of moving into her parents' basement, when a lifeline appears in the form of a very unconventional job in the neighboring Cambric Creek. She has
You're telling me that this bitch would rather jack off farm animals than go home and live with her parents and help out around the house and maybe, you know, get a little bit of that Cordelia archetype in her, for anyone who knows who that character is that I'm referencing. You're telling me they would rather jerk cow dick than just live with your parents and have a loving family around you who's willing to help you? No, that sounds about right. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. A typical drowning in debt, that's the saddest part. Yeah, that's all of them.
No choice but to grab it with both hands. Morning Glory Farm offers full-time hours, full benefits, and generous pay.
But Dad is conservative. Moonstone, you're probably right. They're gonna, like, move in, and then they're gonna, like, try and go out in, like, a slutty dress or something, and the dad's gonna be like, yo, I didn't know you were a prostitute. And she is probably like, just because I dress this way doesn't mean I'm a prostitute, Dad. And he's like, honey, if I wore a police officer's uniform, it doesn't make me a cop, but I sure as fuck look like one. So you can imagine how that's going to be confusing to people, right? And she just didn't want to have that conversation. She would rather jack off a cow.
with no experience needed. There's only one catch. The clientele is grade A certified prime beef. Oh god. With the manly meaty endowments to okay.
Morning Glory Milking Farm is actually a profound critique of late-stage capitalism and toxic masculinity. In this text, we see
The main character's a woman, a millennial, mid-20s. There's no dudes involved. She's jerking off cow dick. And somehow men are still the problem. You know what I've said this before. But sometimes I feel like there's a percentage of the population that are just not human. That are like not the same species. They just like hear labels and like talking points and they just parrot them out. Just say me slop like any Elias Withero. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. Incorrect. It is a male cow, therefore it does involve a man. But does it identify as a man?
see that the tingling sensation in her coochie is actually the tingling sensation of a Marxist revolution.
Give me a second, Am I having a fucking stroke or did she actually say that? My face doesn't seem to be drooping. I'm gonna assume she actually said that. Jesus Christ. Now you see, here's the problem, right? I've said, man, you hear a bitch like that, and that's how you get a bunch of angry fucking dudes who think all women are like that. That one bitch fucks it up for everyone. She's the female version of that one guy who fucked up all those girls who were nice people. That, like, you want to know how men end up being spiteful cunts who can't figure out how to keep a relationship together? They heard too many bitches like that speaking. The only cure is to look at them as if they're a different species. Those are not women. They're just pretending to be. This whole identity thing might actually work out in your favor.
This is every fucking breadfruit video to me, dude. This is every Jack Saint video. So I actually read the book myself, and I'm not gonna lie. The 19th Amendment needs to be abolished. So, like I said, the story is basically this millennial named Violet, and she gets a job basically working at Big Pharma in Narnia, where they harvest Minotaur milk to make Viagra for human males. And I read the whole thing. Probably gonna be put on some kind of watch.
So she's jerking off cows so that men can drink cow cum. Run by Big Pharma. Well, they do want everyone to eat cockroaches in the future, so yeah, okay, makes sense.
But listen, this is my job, okay? I'm not out here, like, selling feet pics or something. What I do is far more dignified and normal. Now, let's take a look at some of these notes.
You're a YouTuber, there's no such thing as dignified.
I wrote, let's see, big dick and balls. At one point, she says the term, and I quote, the seam of his sack. So I'm reading this and the whole time I'm thinking like, okay, he probably has like a human head, right? He probably like looks something like this, like, you know, just a dude with like horns. Then I see the official artwork.
What the fuck?
That's a cow.
It's the same picture. It's the same pose. It's just the one is a dog and the other's a cow. Jesus Christ.
Bro is a cow. Bro is a straight up cow. In a few parts they're being intimate and it will be like, his hooves clip-clopped. My hooves will tear up your sheets. And it's like, I'm sorry, his what? At one point, she describes kissing him. And I swear to God, it was more disgusting than anything else described in this book. She's like describing how big and wide his mouth is and how big and like slimy his tongue is. She's like describing the
I hope this encourages one of these crazy bitches to try and go into a field and fuck a cow, and like a bull just destroys them. It just tramples them. Because goddamn it, so at some point these people have to learn their fucking lesson. How did we get here? So I realized something after looking at how things like 50 Shades of Grey was popular with women and anime is popular with men. For men who like monster girls, the monster's on the outside. Yeah, no, that's a very common phraseology these days.
shit and you're just like, that's a cow. I mean, we are at a solid 5.5 on the Barbeau scale here. This is dangerous territory, folks. She also f***ers his ass. She
that could have been left out.
The cow's ass. By the way, if you want an uncensored version of this video and all my videos, Patreon. Go to Patreon, become a member. All members get the uncensored version of every video, so you can hear me talking about s***ing and f***ing and f***ing a cow's asshole. Is that what you freaks want? Anyway, I like how in this fantasy world, student loans still exist. Like, we can imagine a world with minotaurs and humans in a relationship, but we can't imagine a world without student loans. Sad. Oh, and he has one of those bull rings, like the nose ring theory septum rings. And in this world, that means, like, you're married, but apparently he's divorced. The man is divorced. This is a divorced cow with a cow ex-wife. The lore is deep, folks. The funniest part, though, has to be when
I'm just... So, like, is this like she's having a fantasy about fucking a dude of another race? And, like, because she's not all there in her head, in order to make it fantasy inspired, she just changed the alternate race dude to an alternate species? Or is it just straight up she's a furry and she's been trying to bang animals? And the farmer keeps chasing her away. And so instead she wrote a fan fiction about it. You know, once upon a time, fantasy was about dwarves and shit. And, like, killing dragons. And, like, woodland creatures and magic and wizards with flying sticks. Now we've got student loans and fucking cows. Someone better hook up a fucking generator to Tolkien. With the rate he's spinning in his grave, he could power the whole fucking planet.
they go on a date. I need to just read this to you. When the bill arrived, she attempted to pull a handful of carefully folded bills from her wristlet before he stopped her. No, that's absolutely not happening. Put that away. She'd not thought about it until the day after their first dinner together, realizing that in mortification that she ought to have attempted to pay her half. What kind of feminist are you? She asked herself. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been out and hadn't paid for her half, including her coffee date with Carson Tinsley. She had come prepared that night, several weeks of her tips smoothed and tucked into her wristlet. But I didn't even offer to pay half the other night and shouldn't have. Violet. If the commanding rumble of his voice hadn't silenced her. the heat of his hand dropping to her knee would've. I don't want you to feel that you don't have any agency here. I might be the one giving all the orders.
I can tell already the cow's a feminist. I know this is wrong to blame all women. I know it's not all of them. I know that this is a unique subsect that we all have to put up with. But I'm starting to think maybe we never should have taught them how to read and write. Maybe there was a mistake. Honestly, you see it on the gaming side too. Remember Baldur's Gate 3, you can fuck the bear. You know what the neat part about Baldur's Gate 3 though is? You don't have to fuck the bear. You could do what I did in my playthrough and drop the bear off a fucking cliffside. Kill him dead on the spot and never have to deal with him ever again because there ain't gonna be no gay bears in my group. God damn it, I was playing human guy with a sword. Ain't no place for no gay bears. Go be in the woods with the real monsters. The women. It's the same reason women pick the bear in the woods over a man. Just gonna pass on that for my own sanity. Wait, what did you say? Wikipedia bear novel. God, no. Please, no.
But you hold all the cards.
Oh,
Your
for
comfort is
fuck's
the only
sakes.
thing that counts right now. And if I overstep, I want you to know you can tell me so. But that's not happening. Don't think
The porn music in the background makes it so much worse.
I'm unaware we're at different points in our careers. You can say no, you can say you don't want to see me again, you can tell me to stop coming to the farm when you're working. It's dinner, not a down payment of your time. But I'm in a position to comfortably spoil someone. So when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of story. She was a good feminist, she told herself.
For fucking
and
Christ.
she definitely couldn't be bought. But if he had suggested at that moment that he would have appreciated a blowjob, she would have fallen face first on his cock with an open mouth without a shred of hesitation. Inside every woman.
I never want to hear again that men are just horny freaks who think about nothing else but sex. When that's the kind of shit that women are reading. You lose the right to call someone else a fucking freak or a perv if that's what you're reading in your off time. If that's the thing that gets you going. Maybe I should get to finishing my Guild Wars 2 fanfic. Sounds like you might be the next popular author, Cyro. You'll be living in a mansion. Jesus.
There are two wolves. Or two bulls. The strong, independent girl boss and the submissive, doting housewife. And in the presence of a masculine man, or a farm animal, she will fold like a lawn chair and instantly return to factory settings.
It's dinner, not a down payment for your time.
You know, I've heard this a few times, but I've primarily heard this from happily married women. Like, women who are in a joyous relationship for multiple years. But the phrase I've continually heard is that a woman is a feminist until she gets fucked good enough. Then it's over. The second thing I've heard from them is that feminism is a conspiracy manufactured by corporations to prevent you from having a happy life and family so they can keep you working a wage slave job in an office somewhere. Because it's more profitable for them to do that rather than you to have a happy life and a family and people who love you and raise kids. I'm starting to believe them. I'm starting to believe that they were onto something there.
But I'm in a position to comfortably spoil someone, so when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of story. I said, okay, I highlighted that paragraph for myself.
Clean up aisle 5. So that's what I thought of it. But what did...
Do you think, like, that one can even find her pussy, or does she just, like, pick a fold and go to town?
did other people think of it? What are the reviews on this book? This book has a 4.1 on Amazon with 21,000 ratings and a 3.6 on Goodreads with nearly 60,000 ratings. Let's just read some random ones here. Hear me out. Hear me out. A milking good time. Sweet and creamy. The spice is spicing. I was very leery of starting this because I thought it was just gonna be porn. The plot is pretty good. The plot? Please. This is like the new, I read Playboy for the articles. Like, sure you do. This book could kill a Victorian child. 5 stars. I'll never look at a jug of milk the same. I think I'm lactose intolerant now. So that happened. Our eyes will never see the gates of heaven. 1 star. Not a helpful guide. This book failed to teach me how to milk a cow, and now my family has no food for the winter. 1 star. Accidentally ordered while on pain medication after an operation. Gave this to my mom as a joke gift for Christmas. You what? Lesai. Why can't human males be more like this? Tall
Big cows with big floppy dicks, basically.
Rich and handsome are no longer enough, boys. Now you have to be a 9-foot tall creature from Greek mythology with a 13-inch dick. I never want to hear from another person about how they read 100 books in a year if this is the kind of slop they are consuming. Well, Ronald, man detected, this isn't for you. This is for women. So take your ass back to—
No. It's for things that are pretending to be women. They haven't quite hit sentience yet.
Barely Legal Babysitter 5 or whatever the f you watch that is so morally superior than this. Let him who is without sin cast the first stone, okay? God bless America. It's great to live in a country where I can casually enjoy cozy erotica about a young woman who milks—
Even if women didn't want to work, they basically have to if there's a child involved. You're right, Kevin. You're 100% right. This is the problem. I've had this conversation with a pediatrician that I know that's like kind of like a friend of mine. He said that if like you think as a dude that the entire world is designed for women and to be good to women, but it's not, right? It's designed for profit regardless of what you think. It's designed to crank as much use out of you before it discards you and replaces you. Because if the world was going to be nice to women, what we would do is we would let a bunch of them know that, okay, you finished school, now might be the time to start looking for a life partner. Now might be the time to start thinking about family. While you're young, you're energetic, and you have all the energy in the world, you should have a kid then, raise that kid, be there for that kid, dedicate like a year to 3 years to that kid, and then return to a job or then go start studying, and no one judges you. If it worked that way, you would end up with healthier kids. You would end up with women who get to take a break from life and focus on the things that actually matter. And then if they want to go work afterwards, then they can to help support the family. But instead, and by the way, that would also give us an advantage when it comes to supply and demand, because there would be a lower supply of workers and therefore a higher demand, and you get paid more per person working. But instead, it's fuck you, go get a job, don't have a family, starve. Something needs to change. We don't need to go be communists, but something does need to change.
her way to financial security and true love with a minotaur. This is what freedom looks like, and I intend to fully enjoy it before the Supreme Court takes us right away next. If this is what freedom looks like, I'm really rethinking my stance on freedom, not gonna lie. Yeah. Maybe we should have less of it. All I know is if Donald Trump takes the monster porn, we are going to make 2020 look like a picnic, okay? Bullcock matters.
Something, Donald Trump already taking a bunch of dick from different politicians and giving dick to a bunch of kids because he won't release the Epstein list. So if anything, they'd be into it. Not trying to take it away.
Oh my god. Edit that out. Editor, edit that out. Women are gonna be picking up Animal Farm now, like, where's the horse cock? Some of you people owe a certain streamer an apology because this book has way too many 5 stars. Some of you are lying. So after buying this book, Amazon has given me a few interesting recommendations. Would you like to see them? I accidentally summoned a demon boyfriend. That time I got drunk and saved a demon. Gentling the beast. Cupcakes for my orc enemy. Mane of my...
I don't understand. These are not even good cover arts. I've seen random fucking artists on Twitter draw better than this. Like people who it's not even their job to do this. How is this the cover of the fucking book? Fuck what's in the book. We already know that's fucked up. Why you gotta make the outside fucked up as well?
Existence. The gargoyle and the spinster. The widow and the orc.
Because those Twitter artists are expensive. No, I'm not talking about the professional ones. I'm talking about the ones that do it for fun. At least use AI. Yes, please. You know what? Let's default to using AIs. They would do a better idea. This is just a gay book. This is 2 gay green dudes on the cover.
Hoarded by the dragon. There's some...
I swear to God, if somewhere in this list of books that's being written, there is not a sex book about a Jewish woman in World War II, and the name of the book is Schindler's Fist, I'm going to be really disappointed.
Something about dragons. Getting it on with gargoyles. Gotten by the gator. Mated to the mountain bear. Oh, so this is why they chose the bear. The billionaire orc. Moth manager. Wolf.
Even in the fantasy world, you gotta be a fucking billionaire.
Wolves
Jesus.
and whipped cream. The wolf in my tavern. Pounded by produce. Oh, what? Are they... Tavern. Pounded...
That's just the plot of the movie Sausage Party.
By produce. Oh, what?
Fucking having sex with the fucking VeggieTales characters here. What the hell is going on?
Are these the books the Nazis burned?
My husband only reads finance and sci-fi books, and so I think it's about time that I introduce him to some real literature. So the first book that I would like to introduce...
You know, when she said the words real literature, you knew that she was gonna pull out the fucking stupidest book on the planet.
Introduce you to, it's called Morning Glory Milking Farm, and...
Divorce.
It's not a normal milking farm like with cows. What it is it's big, bulky minotaurs, and it's a special type of milking.
See, honey, she's his stepsister, and she got stuck in the washing machine again. Women on TikTok are...
Yeah, where's that fantasy book? The guy and the bitch in the washing machine, where's that book? Help me, step bro. And it's just a picture of an open washing machine. Where's that fucking fantasy book? Come on, expand your horizons. Oh man, I'm ready for the asteroid to hit us.
Openly,
I'm so ready.
proudly talking about the porn they consume and getting mad at people when they make fun of it. I hereby ban...
Hold on, so before AI killed that dream, I wanted to write books and I looked into it, and the authors often don't have any say on the art. The publisher chooses the illustrator. So probably nepotist picks. You're probably right. It's someone's kid or someone's uncle or cousin. And can you imagine, you actually wrote a really good book, and then there's some retard who put some fucking scribbles on the front cover. I would be furious if I was an author. I would be so mad. I would be inconsolably angry. I bet her husband was reevaluating the financial decision of keeping her ass around. Probably. I would be too.
and men from reacting to romantasy on TikTok. Best-selling romantasy books like A Court of Thorns and Roses and A Fourth Wing contain descriptions of hot sex. I feel like that's common knowledge, if not their primary purposes. But in recent months, book talk has become full of men clutching their pearls while reacting to steamy scenes from these popular female-centered books. Obviously, this is all a massive performance. We live in the age of OnlyFans. The odds are that these men have seen actual porn that defies the laws of physics and God. Over 90% of men between
That's what's known as a whataboutism argument, right? That's when you're ashamed of what you're doing, so instead of owning up to it and saying like, yeah, okay, it's fucked up, you say, but what about this other issue? You dodge off topic. Now, like, women are great at this. Like, women are fucking exceptional at this. Whenever it comes to an argument between a dude and a woman, it works like this. Think about this. A guy is like a bicycle racing against a woman, and a woman's a fucking Lamborghini, right? You're trying to stay on track, and they're already in a different area code. Women are so good at arguing that men just can't keep up. And by the time you registered what happened to you, you've already lost and you're saying sorry. Yes, but OnlyFans are real women and not animals. Are you sure about that? I've seen a lot of OnlyFans things being advertised for VTubers. I think both of them are fucked up. I think both of them do psychological damage. Roll a 1d6 and see if you survive.
Between the ages 16 and 73 watch porn in any random month. There's statistically no way all of these guys are shocked by the sex itself. What they are gawking at is sex from the perspective of female desire, scenes that depict women coming first and frequently. And what they are surprised by is the women they know.
No, that's not what they're surprised by. They're surprised by, oh shit, my wife wants a fucking dinner plate-sized cock being rammed so far up her that she's gonna die in a hospital the next day. And I'm working with something barely bigger than a fucking zucchini. How the fuck am I supposed to do it? Like, do I just double fist her tonight when she's not thinking about it and be like, no, but they did it in the book and she liked it? You know, there's this really bad thing that fantasy media does to people, where it convinces them that the fantasy world is reality. And that's when you get really fucked up people. Right? For guys, porn does that to their brain, where they think you gotta fuck like a porn star, and then you don't form that emotional connection the way you're supposed to during sex. And for women, they watch The Notebook, and then they think that's reality. Now, not all of them, but those below a certain IQ standard. And I feel like that's who's buying these books, and there's a lot more of them out there than I thought. You buy a bull-sized dildo, then what does she need you for? By the time she's done with it, you could use her pussy as a fucking sleeping bag in the snow. You might as well hop in both feet first.
Love these scenes. In one video, a guy declares, "Now I know why women enjoy book clubs and wine," but his astonishment in itself is astonishing. Like, what do you think adult women were into? Not having sex and drinking wine? Grow up. Imagine a group of men sitting around drinking wine, discussing the porn they watch. That is what you guys are essentially doing. It's just funny, okay? Like, it's funny. Are we really going to pretend that a story about a young woman getting a job milking mythical creatures to pay off her student debt is not funny? It's funny. If that makes me a sexist, misogynist, you got me. To act like you are so different and above the other gooners is just, it's silly. I'm sorry, but you are no different than Joe Schmo jorking it to fat booty Latinas in Space 12. You're sitting there all high and mighty, one hand on—
You're the same person. You're the same person, and you're trying to pretend you're not through mental gymnastics. You're not better than that guy. You're on the same level. You just don't want to admit it.
The book, acting like you're so superior because you can perfectly envision a horse spinning 360 degrees in your mind. I'm not impressed. The scenes these men are reading, to many people, myself included, are insanely sexy. But purely in terms of the acts being described, they aren't all that lurid. And as many of the comments on these videos...
They aren't all that lurid. She desperately wanted to drop to her knees and suck the giant cow dick because he paid for coffee. Talking about the seam of his ball sack aren't all that lurid. My ass. That's fucking cope.
Videos point out, there's much wilder stuff out there. For example, these men have clearly not yet discovered nodding, a popular term in romantasy right now that...
White woman wrote this. I can tell. I'm not even a Native American and my tracking skills are good enough. I know that a white woman wrote this. I can tell. You can too. It's like, imagine you go into a parking lot and you look into the window of a car and you see Newports sitting in the middle thing, menthol cigarettes sitting there. You know who owns that car. Same thing here. That was an identifier.
Involves werewolves whose penises get so swollen after sex they have to stay inside their partners until the swelling subsides. Oh, honey, that's not a popular trend in romantasy. That's just a thing real dogs do. Oh, you just don't get it. You don't know what knotting is. What are these women reading, bro? What happened to that, like, stupid fucking corny Hallmark thing, going home for Christmas to your hometown and falling in love with the cute farmer boy? What happened to that? We used to make fun of that. We truly did not know what we had until it was gone. Now women out here fantasizing about getting their asses clapped by demons and werewolves and goblins and ghouls. I remember when 50 Shades of Grey came out and people were...
I mean, it's not racially offensive if you paint yourself with green face, right? Imagine you start dating one of these Gouda girls and you just like show up with face paint on. Hey baby, I'll be your goblin for the night. Can you imagine how fucking weird that would be? No, they ain't the same. Because ain't no woman gonna balloon their bottom and chest to the size of a football field for no pipe. Have you met the Kardashians? You may have missed out on a few eras here. But that's happened a few times. But I suppose they didn't do it for pipe, they did it for money.
We're like, oh my god, this is so crazy. Women are crazy. 50 Shades of Grey looks like missionary sex through a bedsheet for the sole purpose of procreation compared to the shit the average woman on TikTok is reading. At least Christian Grey was a human man and not a fucking dog. You fantasize about dating the quiet, shy, nerdy girl. You know, she's innocent, she's pure, she's not like those other girls, like going out clubbing and hooking up with random men. No.
The fact that you typed that, Tiger, and I just immediately heard the fucking Gallywix line that I heard the accent. Oh no. I don't want to imagine those things having sex. But they already put them in the fucking books, didn't they?
Oh, she's at home, curled up by the fire in a blanket, reading a book, except that book is about f***ing a half-man, half-bull. Let me let you in on a little secret. The quiet, nerdy girl is way more of a freak than the average hoe. Are you kidding me? It's not even close. The average hoe might have a body count of like 15 or so.
She's right. She's right. I'm gonna reveal something that I shouldn't tell anyone. That quiet nerdy girl, that shy girl with the glasses, who has trouble maintaining eye contact, who has slept with no one, you can start playing that MMO. And you're gonna reach max level. And you're gonna find some shit out. Or you can find that one girl who keeps on restarting new games all the time. She's played 100 different games, but she's a master of none. Because what she does is lie on her back and act like a tranquilized mattress. Choose wisely.
But the quiet nerdy girl is fantasizing about getting back shots from Cthulhu. That is at least 100 bodies. Now listen, there's nothing inherently wrong with fantasizing, okay? There's nothing wrong with roleplay. You know, fiction is fiction, right? You know, you're not actually going to bang your stepsister, right? These women are not actually going to bang a cow. Or at least I hope not.
Yet.
We all know there is a difference between fantasy and reality. Well, what happens when they try to bring fantasy into reality? Well, you get Sinners and Stardust.
Oh no. This is just a furry convention. Dress it up however you want. I bet there's shit and piss in the ball pit. Everyone's doesn't shower. And the only thing distracting you is the RGB lights in the background.
What in the eyes wide shut is going on here? Sinners and Stardust was supposed to be a dark romance ball for romantasy authors and fans alike. So what's the big deal? Seems like a fun, sexy time, right? Maybe, if you're a woman. If you're a man, the night may have gone a little differently for you. Alright y'all, it appears I have to make a post that I'm frankly pretty goddamn upset I have to make. This post is for the readers who don't understand consent and boundaries only. A lot of you may know my good friend Animus. He's attended a signing of mine in the past and obviously is a musical artist. This past weekend he attended Sinners and Stardust and probably had one of the most heartbreaking experiences.
The bunch of women tried to grab his cock, didn't they?
So listen, he's a man, right?
I gotta say this, right? So like a lot of sensible guys have had this happen to them where like they understand it, do not touch other people, right? Do not even make physical contact with other people. Rather stay attention starved because you might go to court because you reached out and touched a shoulder. These rules do not apply to women. They will just run up to a random dude they like and start touching his abs. I've seen this in the gym. And those poor guys are actually really uncomfortable. They're not into it. They're just trying not to get fucking murdered because they don't know if this bitch has a knife on her or not. I can only imagine that at some kind of kinky furry fest like this, it's 1,000 times worse. Probably gay dudes. Yes, Cyro. Unironically, yes. There are gay dudes in my gym who, it's obvious they're gay, right? They take way too good care of themselves. There's no straight man on earth that takes that good care of themselves. And they keep getting hit on by women. And some of those women get like really fucking aggressive. And what's really funny is when the gay dude rejects them, then those girls go call security and say that he was harassing them. They like blame him for what they were doing. And then security has to review the tapes. I'm not kidding. My gym that I go to recently got upgraded, and I'm kind of mad about it because now it looks like a fucking hotel lobby. Previously, it was like cracked tiles and like a fucked up like paint peeling off the walls, but the equipment was decent enough, and like no one was upset. It was great, right? It was a gym. Now it looks like a goddamn hotel lobby. So there are more women now attending that gym. There is a wall as you enter the gym of people now banned from entering that gym. 80% of that wall are women who keep harassing gay dudes. And of those 80% of women harassing gay dudes, 100% of them are fat. And I'm lowballing that figure. I'm pretty sure it's higher than 80%. It's just I remember looking at it at a glance and I'm like, damn, what are all these fat bitches doing on the wall? And then like a staff member had to tell me, like, this is the wall of shame. These people are banned from ever entering here. They've come into the gym and they've like touched other people inappropriately and done a bunch of stuff. And then this is how I know the story is I talk to the staff. I'm like, what is this wall? What is this? And then they had to like say, like, security keeps on getting called. These women keep accusing these men of sexually harassing them when they were actually sexually harassing the dude. And then security reviews the videotapes, and it's the exact opposite of what they're being told. And this happened ever since my gym upgraded to looking like a fucking hotel lobby. And all they had to do to avoid all of this controversy was leave the crack tiles where they were, leave the shitty fucked up coffee machine in the corner, and leave the paint that was peeling off the walls. But no, we gotta make some profit. I need to build a home gym.
But do we think that means it's okay to put your hands all over him without consent?
Yes,
or to put
they
your
do.
hands in his waistband or down his pants or touch his dick? Hello? Do we think it's okay to quite literally back him into a corner and touch all over him to the point that he literally cannot tell how many hands are on him? And
I bet this dude is jacked as fuck. And when Shamu pushes up against him, he doesn't have the ability to keep that fucking boulder off of him. I bet it's like fighting glue. Every time you push back, it just warps around your hand.
whose are whose? Do we think it's okay to send him into an actual panic attack because of this? Furthermore, do we think it's okay to interrogate him and insist he detail how he'd kidnap a woman, despite him repeatedly saying—
Just put a big sign that says if you want to touch, ask someone first. Asking is not a crime here. But that ruins the fantasy of it. But it needs to be natural. You're breaking my immersion.
saying he wouldn't do that, and you know that shit is fiction, and then attempt to follow him when he tries to get away. And if that wasn't enough, during the time of this mob, him and another author received notification that an air tag was tracking him, which showed on his person all the way to his hotel room.
Holy
they
fuck.
molested this guy until he passed out from anxiety, and then they put a f***ing tracker
These bitches are giving Indian men a run for their money.
on him in order to stalk him back to his hotel. This poor guy dressed like a character in one of the romantasy books at this romantasy convention full of women. That is like throwing roast beef into a pit of wolves. Or in this case, throwing a wolf into a pit of roast beef. I remember years ago there was this thing called
There's this thing I've realized, right? Like, there's this thing that certain parties do where it's like there'll be like performers, and the performers will be like inside of a glass case on a stage, and then like all the people are here below them, like watching this one performer over here like do their thing. I'm starting to understand that the glass case is not like a showpiece thing. It's to protect the person inside from whoever the fuck is out there. I'm starting to realize how smart the design of some of those parties are. They knew what they were avoiding a lawsuit.
play is not consent. Basically, it was a campaign to bring attention to the fact that people—
Oh, I saw these signs. This was at the recent Comic-Con event that happened in my country. And still there were women getting touched. Now, the one fat black woman who was cosplaying as Poison Ivy that someone called Poison Watermelon didn't get touched. But there were a few really attractive women there who had some real fucking creeps, like trying to like grope them and shit, right in front of the sign that says like, don't touch the cosplayers. Which tells me that if you put a bigger like fucking sign in front of people that says do not rape, that's not going to stop the rapist. I'm just imagining a rapist reading the sign, do not rape, and him being like, oh my god, I'm not supposed to do that? Oh, holy shit, I've got so many people to apologize to. These signs do nothing. These signs do fucking nothing. Ruins the fantasy of it. Yes, it does. They can't help themselves.
Conventions would often come up to women dressed in sexy costumes and just grope and grab them without their consent. Yeah, apparently we have to bring that back because these women did.
So like everywhere else, a few bad apples ruin the fun for everyone. Exactly. Exactly. And you gotta be careful of them, right? It's like, think about it this way. If, like, I have a daughter, one day she's gonna grow up. Hopefully she's going to have a good life of her own. She could meet 100 dudes. Hopefully not fuck 100 dudes if I raise her right. But just, you know, meet, like have a conversation with 100 dudes. And if 99 of those guys are perfectly normal human beings who are respectful and nice, I'm still worried about the one fucking freak. I'm still worried about that one fucking animal who needs a few shotgun shells in the chest. And I'm gonna have to account for that. Because all it takes is one or two of those fuckers to ruin your life entirely. Where's my mouse? There it
Did
is.
not get the memo. I've been a furry for over a decade and attended a lot of fur cons. Sure, sometimes weird shit happens, but honestly I can't believe the dark romance crowd is out here acting like this. Like me and my buddies in our fursuits are more respecting of consent and bodily autonomy. Get your shit together, y'all. When the furries are calling you out for being freaks, you need to reflect something.
Can you imagine these furries being like, well, I don't shower and I piss in ball pits and we just fucking get STDs, but goddamn, you guys are a bunch of sick degenerates. Jesus. This just keeps getting worse.
Has gone horribly wrong. Not only were the men at this book talk convention assaulted, but women were also assaulted by women. Multiple women, including a performer, reported being assaulted there as well.
Yeah,
even an author there said she was groped and dragged away from her friends and said no matter how many times she said no, quote, my words did nothing. May I remind—
Well, the rape was in the book, and the rape was hot because she kept on saying no. So this must be obviously role-playing, right?
Mind you, this is a book convention, okay? For books. Literal BDSM clubs are more respectful than this. There needs to be more studies on how this stuff affects women's brains, because clearly some are unable to tell the difference between fantasy and reality. Ivy Lipton, a doctoral candidate in human sexuality, actually wrote about this for EV Magazine. I don't know what a doctoral candidate in human sexuality is, but
I mean, she fucked enough professors to get a piece of paper for free.
But she's hot, so I trust her. Your brain on orgasms isn't neutral. Dopamine release during climax is a powerful conditioning agent. What you repeatedly fantasize about becomes necessary for arousal. If your erotic imagination centers around abuse, monstrous violence, and submission to non-human—
I've seen a few guys that have fallen into that trap. Like, you know, they're jerking off, and like their parent walks in while they're jerking off, and then they bust a nut in that exact moment. And then from then on, like, they can't bust a nut unless someone, like, walks in on them at that exact moment. There's a phrase I've heard about this. There are some doors in your mind that once you open, they never close quite right. So don't open those fucking doors.
Human entities, your brain is reprogramming itself to crave just that. It's
She's
not
right.
empowerment,
This
it's
woman actually knows what she's
neuroplasticity
talking
at its
about.
darkest. Scientists, psychologists, and the general public often state that men are visual and women are emotional. When it comes to sex, men can be turned on instantly by a sexual image to spite their mood, and women need to be turned on emotionally to get in the mood. So it stands to reason that porn for men is visual and porn for women is in the mind. I'm not equating porn to smut novels, because one is a video of two people actually having real sex, and the other is, well, just words on paper.
Do you think that there is any mental distinction between you visualizing two people fucking and your eyeballs translating that into something in your brain anyway of two people fucking? Probably not. Because the input might be different, but the output is the same.
I'm, however, talking about the effect on the consumer. We know watching porn is
What up,
bad
Kelvin?
for the brain. That's been proven and only rejected by gooners who don't want to give it up. But is reading smut bad? You might say, duh, that's the whole point. Okay, fair enough. So let me rephrase. Is reading smut harmful? Should we shame people
Yes, we should shame people for this shit. This is weird.
for things that are wrong, immoral, or harmful? In my line of work, I've been told many times that shame has no place in sex. But if I use my brain for 2 seconds, it's clear that line of thinking is nonsense. Incest should be shamed, bestiality should be shamed, pedophilia should be shamed. I'm not equating monster smut with these things, but there are 50 shades of grey, so to speak, along the spectrum of harmful. Conditioning.
Hold on, they've already proven imagining a scenario activates the same brain centers as doing a real activity. They did it with an MRI of a guy imagining playing tennis, for example. Well, yeah, that's called visualization, right? Like people who do like sports and shit all the time, visualize that and then try and make that happen in reality. And it's like preconditioning yourself for that happening. So yeah, that's unsurprising. If anything, the mind-mental connection between having to imagine shit like this all the time is probably way more effective than just looking at some images of some titties every now and then. So if anything, this is probably more harmful than images. I'm not saying that like images are good. I'm saying that like fucks you up as well. I just think that if you're imagining weird shit all the time, it's probably doing a lot more than just seeing some weird shit once or twice.
Your brain and body to associate pleasure with monsters, slavery, or sexual violence is not healthy. Basically, they're cooked. Like, women are cooked. They are frying their brains with this stuff. It's a pipeline, right? It's like the infamous evil alt-right pipeline. You know, you start watching
I mean, it's okay to read smut, but come on, keep it inside the house, don't bring it outside to the world. Yeah, but that's the problem, is they've got no distinction from that, right? And it still affects you in the outside world, Potato. Think about it this way. I've been trying to figure out how TikTok works. I'm so confused by TikTok that I asked about it in my Discord. Something I noticed going through TikToks for like 2 to 3 hours trying to figure out how the platform works, I felt noticeably dumber when I tried to do my job afterwards. I struggled to do things that were second nature to me. It almost felt like someone had gone through my head and switched off several lights. So I can imagine that reading mind-altering stuff like this probably fucks up your perception of reality too much. Now, you want to go for a goon session or two, fine, good, great. But there's probably something like you can enjoy it in moderation without completely destroying your perspective on reality.
on head, owning the feminists in 2015, and then in 2025, you're hailing Hitler, right? You know, the alt-right pipeline. And this one's like, you're reading Morning Glory Milking Farm, and the next thing you know, you're Mrs. Hands, right? Just say no. just say no to monster porn. But why is monster smut so popular with women in particular? Like, you rarely see the opposite, and when you do, it's just like a girl with cat ears and fangs, or like a 10-foot tall.
I don't know. I've seen some dudes want to put their dick in some weird shit. I don't know about that. This is like level 1. I've seen the level 7 stuff. I've seen the Men in Black stuff. I've seen some dudes who get into some really weird shit. Super. I don't think this is a single gender issue. I just think the expression of it is different. That's all.
Old dummy mommy vampire with giant titties. Meanwhile, women are like, I want to f the pollution monster from Fern Gully. So people on Reddit
okay, that came out of left field. I didn't expect that.
It asked this very question. Let's see the responses. Why do you guys like monster romances? Asking for a friend. Several reasons. 1, human men are quite often terrible. Romance books with human men are already partly fantasy, but monsters just takes the fantasy bit further.
Tell me how I know. That she has a bad relationship with her father. Ask me how I know that.
Two, it's sort of human nature to imagine relationships with paranormal beings and creatures. We've been doing it in literature and art for centuries. It's just gotten a lot more graphic now, lol. 3, unique body forms / parts and so many different kinds of dicks. Scary, mean.
How could you possibly assume such a thing? Because she wrote it right there. You see, now this is written in Womlish, but when you translate it to Manlish, this reads as, Dad wasn't in my life, therefore I want to fuck weird creatures. All men are my dad. The divorce was rough.
For centuries. It's just gotten a lot more graphic now, lol. 3, unique body forms / parts and so many different kinds of dicks. Scary, mean, terrifying creature, is sweet to her, kind, takes care of her, protects her, works hard to be gentle, etc. Maximal escapism, minimal association to real-life assholes, the patriarchy, misogyny, and oppression of women, etc, etc. Because the monsters are less dangerous than dating actual men. As a fat woman of color, modern.
That's a hell of a way to start off a sentence. Sounds like the next Star Wars main character.
Contemporary and even fantasy romances are hard to click to because they are almost always about thin white women and just too realistic. And romance in real life is not always attainable for fat women / women of color.
It's not attainable because it's too difficult for you to get out of bed without running out of breath and needing to sit down or lie down again. It's unattainable because trying to open the door leaves you out of breath. It's unattainable because if you're chasing something, obviously it's gonna get away because you move at a fucking snail's pace. Because you're too fat. It's unattainable because even when you do attain it, you eat it anyway. She never heard of chubby chasers? These are not chubby women. These are not the women that are like, you know, a little bit on the thick side. These are like, yeah, okay. If you broke into this woman's house with this post and you asked her to read out loud what she'd said here, all you start hearing is this. So it's not the same thing.
Monster alien romance, though, my size doesn't matter, and it's easier to get into that headspace and enjoy it. I'm sick of the men on Earth and looking for some variety. Non-humans haven't betrayed and hurt me, so they feel like a safe haven, if that makes
sense. This is exactly like the guys who want to fuck the 3D Chinese cartoons all the time. I've seen this exact sentence written by dudes. 2D women are superior to 3D women. Also, her tits smack the floor. She's like 90% tit, but doesn't have back problems and would ask me to massage her spine. They can't see it. They can't figure it out, but they're a pure reflection of each other. They cannot figure it out, but they're just as bad as each other.
Makes sense. Plus the unusual dick. Monsters have big, fun-shaped cocks. I love some bizarre peen. Unique genitalia. I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. A lot of women's smut, especially monster smut, is about submission, domination, forced breeding, non-consensual consent. The women are like conquered and taken and overpowered by these monsters. And
isn't it weird that they're all feminist, but that like the thing they're imagining is like the least feminist thing imaginable? Being conquered, being taken care of, belonging to someone, being someone else's property, being owned by someone, non-consensual stuff that they kind of like, but it's like it's against their will, but it's so, I don't know, fucking masculine that it's still like the shit they want. Okay, I'm gonna work now. Okay, go live your life, Edward. If anyone needs to do anything in their life, go and do it. Go and do it. This is the retard stream. This is the Thursday stream. Go do your shit. It's more important than this.
And I think many of these women are reading these books containing monsters and not men because masculinity and dominance in men has been completely demonized in modern society. But the truth is, many women still crave it. You see, the monsters in these stories have those like dominant masculine traits that women like so much, but they're not human men. They have all these traits women desire without the problematic baggage human men bring, without being the men they hate or have been told to hate. It is the perfect guilt-free slop. But they don't just want a wild dominant man, they want to tame a wild dominant man. Similar to when a man sees an art hoe with a nose ring, you can
men think I can fix her. Women think I can break him. Women are just Dolph Lundgren from fucking Rocky. I will break him.
Save her from her daddy issues. You can do it. It definitely won't backfire and ruin your life. Go for it. Go talk to her. With many women, there's this desire for like danger and aggression, but also the desire to tame that danger and aggression. The desire to be that special woman who can melt his heart. You see, my dragon boyfriend could rip me to shreds and kill me instantly, but he won't because he's nice and he loves me.
That's exactly why women send messages to serial killers, or at least the fucked up ones do. He'll kill everyone else, but not me. Because he loves me. Sure, he might have peeled the skin off of 7 women that he trapped in his old Volkswagen long before I came along, but I sent him a letter. That changes things. Am I weird for never finding nose rings attractive? I always associate them with cows and I'm not attracted to cows. No, I think it's pretty common and it's become like a high indicator that if you've got a curtain railing through your face, there's something wrong with you and you should probably stay away from it. It's become like a psychological indicator of like danger, right? It's the same as like you see a brightly colored fish with spikes on it and you're like, yeah, okay, I'm not going to touch that. That's stupid. It's like a warning sign. I kind of appreciate the nose rings.
But honestly, at the end of the day, just like the video I made about the anime girl in a wheelchair where men were saying,
Gresh, I know exactly what gif you're referring to. I know exactly what... I know the exact gif you've been looking at.
this is the average male fantasy, and a bunch of women were like, you want to rape a disabled girl? When in reality, it was just a distilled manifestation of the average male fantasy, which is to protect and provide for a sweet woman and save her. This is like basically the flip of that, right? This is just the distilled manifestation of the female fantasy. Men are seeing this and they're saying, what do you mean you want to milk a minotaur? When in reality, it's just to have a big, strong protector and provider swoop you up and save you. And like I said—
Hold on, I got something I gotta deal with quick. I'll be right back. Fuck. Fuck. Right. Sorry about that. I've got like an alarm sensor that I've set up around my house, and sometimes it goes off, and sometimes it's my cat, and sometimes it's a homeless guy pissing on one of my walls. That's just life.
Said in that video, they're basically both the same fantasy. This is a tale as old as time, the princess being saved from the dragon by a knight in shining armor, whether the dragon be a wheelchair or student loans, you know? But in this case, the woman is being f***ed by the dragon, and the knight sits in the corner and watches or something, I don't know. Maybe it's not that deep. There are—
I didn't know Sneeko was the knight.
Some hungers better starved than fed. And maybe as women, for the sake of society, we have to starve our hunger for minotaur p***ness. Yeah, that's the moral of this video.
You know that line, stare into the abyss long enough, and it stares back into you? That applies to everyone.
So what do you guys think?
Christ.
What is your theory? Why is the monster romance genre so popular with women in particular? And who is your weirdest hear me out? Be honest. I don't want to hear no Lola Bunny, okay? You all know mine already. It's not that he's a fish, okay? He has an energy, okay?
What
he has
the
a vibe.
fuck?
You know what? Never mind. And I will see you guys again.
All right. I'll give you the weirdest one I heard. Engineering, second year. Sitting there waiting for the chem lecture to begin. There were 4 girls sitting in front of me. All of them had watched a movie called Homeward Bound. Now, I'm a big fan of the movies Homeward Bound because they had dogs in them and I was a kid. They were arguing between which one wanted to fuck that dog and which one wanted to fuck that dog. The golden retriever won 2-1. Because I just like his energy. He's got like that like a guiding presence. I nearly failed chemistry in that year because that fucked me up. I had no understanding what chirality was for like a solid month because that lecture was about chirality and I could not get that fucking debate out of my head. It was disgusting. I loved those movies as a child, and now I can never look at them the same way again.
Really soon with a new video.
God. Good video. What a nightmare. Just as bad as the dudes. No one is above anyone else. Just like Anissa's not above the table. God damn, Jesus Christ, that was too real. That was really too real. Right, what else did you send me? No one saw this coming. What is this?
I don't know how it just keeps getting worse. It just keeps getting worse.
Is this the same thing? Is this the Hassan thing again?
Falling apart. All of the lies are crashing down, and everybody
Okay, this is just a short summary. Fair.
is seeing the truth laid bare. And it is, in fact,
As an asexual, I can say that all of you are perverts. Even you're a pervert for being asexual. I want you to know that. I left an hour ago to do cardio. You were on a shoe and head video, came back, still on a shoe and head video. It was horrifying, okay? I needed to pause. It was kind of fucked up. Benji, that was a real fucked up video. People looking at sick shit these days. We need to bring back, like, public shamings.
exactly what everybody thought it was. So the story has changed so
Before you move on, just check the meme I posted in the React channel. Now I can kind of understand why my wife was cackling like a fucking witch. Seeing, like, the worst woman she knew in school obsessing over this book. Unrealistic, demeaning, Guna incel. Oh yeah, no, I'll just turn myself into a cow. Yeah, that's about right. That matches.
so many times that I actually don't even remember what the story was originally. Don't they have like a Sensei house to
Okay, this is the same thing.
Like, I've seen it. Guys.
There's another question, right? Is that
like my hoodie?
Okay, this is just more of the same. We've seen most of that. Doesn't matter. What else did you fuckers put in here? There was a Charlie video in here. Yep. And there is the... Okay. I'll tell you what, we'll finish on Charlie. He's a nice way to go out. I've seen on Twitter that Charlie is getting a lot of shit currently. You know what? I'll save it. I'll save it until I know what this is about. Because if this is more Hassan dog video, I'm done with this.
mad about me? Oh, sorry, Hassan is mad about me. What is this?
It's pretty wild for him to say that. I mean, it's a wild position for him in particular to say that,
what?
considering, you know.
What is he saying?
We'll finish on Charlie. Well, at least we're not finishing on a cow.
He was a part of and how much...
We'll finish in Charlie. How's about that? Is that better? It's more respectful. Remember, pulling out is a weak man's game. Be a gambler. See if God favors you.
how many people had to leave...
Just hope she doesn't wake up first.
...the organization.
Do you know why they had to leave? It's because I was one of the people that made that decision. And at the time that I had to decide whether I was going to support something like that or not.
So basically, Hassan is accusing Asmongold of supporting people who did fucked up shit in OTK. But Asmongold is the reason they got kicked out of OTK. There is nothing Hassan won't say to defend himself, basically. God damn.
I made the best decision possible. At least at the time. That's why a lot of them aren't part of it anymore.
Yeah,
I think
that
this
is the
argument
right
defeats
decision.
itself.
But I guess they're American citizens, so it's appropriate.
There's no reason why any...
What does being American have to do with it? And isn't Hassan an American citizen? Or is he self-identifying as Turkish for the day? Like, you guys kept on telling me that Hassan's not an immigrant. That he was born in the US. So that makes him a US citizen, right? What's up, Plague? Man, that's confusing.
Who got convicted of rape? Oh, that's right. Nobody. Oh, right. Okay, so this is a comparison with something that didn't happen. Okay. Anybody should be supporting that. I think, yeah. That...
Like, Guy's biggest dick rider is, Guy's biggest dick rider and only remaining bestie is Rape Tone. Who is...
I can understand why Tectone and Hassan don't like each other. They tweet about each other a lot. They say a lot of negative stuff about each other.
I mean, we went through it. Tectone's like got every single fucking receipt under the sun showing how Hassan fucks his dogs up. Tectone's going scorched earth. Hassan is from fucking New Jersey. So he's an American citizen. Okay, so it's okay if he rapes people then as well, by his own logic. Cool.
Hassan has said a lot of bad stuff about Tectone. Tectone said a lot of bad stuff about Hassan. Here's the difference. The things that Hassan is criticizing Tectone for are in a twit longer, and the things that Tectone is criticizing Hassan for are on camera.
Yeah. Yeah, someone's winning that fight, and it's not Hassan.
Is seemingly a generational rapist. Like, not even...
That's right, because Tectone's dad had some sort of, like, weird fucking thing happen. By the way, what the fuck does his dad have to do with any of this? Like, I don't even understand the logic here. Why are we even talking about Tectone's dad?
What do you mean you don't understand the logic? It's fairly obvious. This is not a game of right and wrong. This is a game of labels. This is a game of let me just smear the other person's name as much as possible, because then I can pretend to be holier than thou. What do you mean you don't understand? This is baseline playground behavior. This is two kids on the playground. One caught the other kid stealing. And the response from the kid who stole something is, if you tell people you're gay.
It's weird. Generational, literal, original sin. Yeah, like Tectone was it's what a weird thing to say.
Has he been credibly accused by former partners?
Well, I didn't say credibly accused. I said convicted. Has he been convicted? Has he even gone to trial? The answer to both of those questions are no, which is one of the reasons why I don't know why. See, this is what I find to be funny, is that, and I get that Tectone and Hassan are way more aggravated.
Hassan is has Twitch, Reddit snarks, live stream fails, and the entire LA streamer community backing him up, even though he's 100% in the wrong. Well, yeah, it's because it's a game of popularity, right? All of those people think that well, at least when it comes to the streamers, they think that they might be able to get featured on Hassan's channel. It's carrot and stick. If they back him up, they might become more popular and get more followers. And if they don't back him up and they go against him, then one of Hassan's viewers is probably going to show up at their house and ruin their fucking life. They've got every reason under the sun to try and do that. Not only that, but now imagine you were born without a spine or the ability to think critically. It's kind of like you don't have a choice anymore. It's not a decision, it's a response. It's like, you ever seen those videos where, like, you seen that video in Jackass where they like swim to the bottom of the ocean and they grab a sea cucumber and they pretend it's their dick, and then they like rub it and it like shoots out that white stuff? The sea cucumber has no choice. That's the inborn response it's got. It's the same thing for those streamers. Think they are basically sea cucumbers, spineless and responding to the thing in the only natural way they know how. As for Reddit snarks and live streams fails, these people think they're invincible. They live in such a fucking bubble that they don't understand reality anymore. So it makes perfect sense when you look at it like that. I have no patience for a Muslim calling anyone a rapist. Like, rape is a bad thing. In his religion, rape is completely halal, as long as the victim is either an infidel or child bride. What's really funny about you saying that, Dog Rock, is there are a bunch of Muslim countries that have banned that kind of thinking entirely. The groups you're talking about are actually the groups that exist in the EU. Funnily enough, those groups would get executed if they were in the Middle East. But they've moved into the EU and set up a new home. So this is not a Muslim thing, right? You're confusing it with the more extreme Islamists. Now, what you say still holds weight, because I would assume that Hassan, being who he is, going to a brothel in Germany with children in it, he's probably an Islamist and he's probably fine with all of that. But also he's pretty good at projecting the things he's done on other people. So if we found out next week that Hassan had actually raped anyone, what am I going to say? The sun is going to rise in the morning and people breathe oxygen, more news at 11. Like, I saw a news title like 2 days ago saying that some Muslim country was going to pass a law making child marriage legal. I think it was linked to Hamas. Yeah, those are the countries that are being controlled by those terrorist groups. There's a sultan of the UAE who came out and said, he just straight up said, we ban these groups, we execute them because they're monsters, but in Europe you've given them shelter. So what they're going to do is they're going to turn Europe into the worst version of Muslims. Then they're going to turn around and look at the UAE and say, you guys aren't Muslim enough, so now we're going to kill you too. A lot of the Muzzies understand where the cards fall. But yeah, any country that wants to legalize child marriage, that's fine. Fine to nuke, I mean.
Grow at each other than I am, right? I'm not really very, I'm critical of Hassan, but I'm not like as aggro as he is with Tectone. But the difference is that you probably shouldn't have been calling him a rapist before he got convicted to be a rapist. Unless you have some sort of, like, you know, insider information that nobody else knows about that proves it, and in which case, please provide that to the authorities so appropriate action can be taken. But I don't think that you do. So whenever you're reading something like
no, these are just labels. This is just shit flinging.
This, and you automatically make a decision, and you're telling your viewers, you have a lot of viewers, okay? He does. A lot of people watch Hassan. You should not be telling all these people that a person who was accused of this is a rapist. You shouldn't be doing this. It's a mistake. I don't know why you do this. Now, I don't want to get involved because I know Tectone has said a lot of bad stuff about Hassan. I get it.
Here's the mistake Asmongold's currently making. I've made this mistake. Is he's trying to stay out of this. Right? He's trying to not escalate to the same level that Hassan is at. But because he refuses to go hard on the paint like Hassan deserves, Hassan now understands that he can get away with it. That nothing bad is going to happen to him. If you allow someone to behave like this, you are not training them by not responding. You are not training them to stop this behavior by being non-responsive. You're telling them that what they're doing is perfectly permissible.
But all I'm saying is that I think it's pretty unfair, if you look at it from my perspective, that all of these allegations and everything, you're trying to compare them with a conviction. It's just not the same thing. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's literally just not the same thing.
Partners. But also, his dad apparently was such a prolific sexual assaulter that his sexual...
Why the fuck are you talking about his dad? What does this have to do?
So that he can link Tectone's dad to you, so now you're also a rapist. That's how it works.
With anything. Really? Like, what is this? Like, why are we even talking about his dad?
Assaults were codified in the American Congress, in the American congressional records. Like, it's just
what is this? What does Tectone's dad have to do with this?
Well, you see, you're a rapist by proxy too now. That's how it works. And by doing nothing about it, give it a week, and Hassan will be calling Asmongold a rapist too. It's that simple.
I don't get this at all.
Crazy. And that's, I mean, what should be done in that situation? I am not an advocate for capital punishment. It's just wild to me that, like, he has this kind of attitude here for some reason, but he doesn't have the same energy for people that he knows.
Because they weren't convicted, and you shouldn't be calling them as if they did the things that they're being accused of. And I think he's really...
Yeah, but that's how you win. That's how you win the fight. If you can strap a label to someone, it doesn't matter if it's real or not. It matters that the label is now strapped to you. Hassan already called Asmon a mom killer. And what did Asmon do about it? Potato. What was his response? Probably to say, no, I like, that is very disrespectful or something. But never fire back at Hassan. So he gave him permission to keep doing it. And to get worse next time. My dad's a contractor, that must make me a contractor too by that logic. Well, I mean... yeah, pretty much. It's like, you know how, like... you have these very, like, ideologically captured black people who can't really think for themselves, and they're still thinking about, like slavery, like, permeates their mind, like, 90% of the time. And so what they'll do is they're thinking of, like, a slave owner guy who died 100 years ago, and they'll look at a little white kid who has no idea what the fuck's going on, and screech at that little white kid and call him a slave owner. It's the same kind of behavior, where you start assigning blame to people because you feel it gives you some stronger advantage. And this person's like, where the fuck is this coming from? I've done none of that. But it doesn't matter, because you allow, like, allowing that kind of shit allows people to control the narrative. And if you control the narrative, it doesn't matter if the narrative's true or not. It matters if the narrative's effective. That's how it works. So now, because of his inaction, Asmongold is then labeled a fucking mom killer. No matter how bad, like, no matter how much of a lie that is. He's all of a sudden now he's a mom murderer or whatever the fuck. He gave them permission to do this.
Like, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, this is honest advice to Hassan. The fact is, and this is the case with me too, we are getting into a position where he and I are both very, very successful in our careers. He is very successful, and I think that I am too. That is also a problem, because people will see people like us say something, and they will try to dissect it and figure out a way that they can sue us. Hassan needs to watch out by saying this random stuff and going off and coming up with these names about people and saying this stuff, because eventually you're going to run yourself into a defamation lawsuit. And it doesn't matter how many Twitter orbiters you have and how many people you ban in chat. Whenever you're sitting there in the courtroom being accused of defamation or lying about somebody, it's not going to matter whether there's a genocide going on. It's not going to matter whether, you know, what his dad did. It's not going to matter.
So sue him then. Take him to court. You have the video evidence. He's shown proof. If it's defamation, if he's ruining your life and you're so happy about it, don't threaten it, do it. He's already proven he will do whatever the fuck he can. It's scorched earth time. I'm sorry. If someone's doing that to you, it's scorched earth time. It's time to pull out the learning stick and beat the fucking guy with it. Legally. Obviously. Look, right now in Turkey, Erdogan has jailed his next opponent in the presidential election, and Erdo is saying that his opponent is guilty of corruption. When the case isn't even gotten to court, Hassan is literally using Erdogan. Yeah, it's a very common tactic, right? Saddam kind of did the same thing. When he took power, he like just started executing particular people and saying there was a plot to kill him, and the label stuck. It didn't matter that if it was real or not. There was no investigation. It's about labels. This is a shit-flinging contest, and Asmongold is standing there getting shit flung at him, and he's trying to say, guys, let's put down the shit. All right, let's put down the shit. We can put down the shit, and he's like, it just keeps on getting worse. Now, luckily for him, Tectone is pushing back against this. A bunch of other YouTubers are pushing back against this. It wouldn't take much for Asmongold to turn the tide entirely by just going scorched earth on this. But he just refuses to do it. And I hope I'm wrong, and I hope he's right by doing this. But I've seen how wrong this can go firsthand when you let someone get away with this shit consistently.
Matter any of these other bullshit accusations. What's going to matter really is Zionist. Oh, this person took money from Israel or something. It's ridiculous.
Well, then fucking hell, I don't know what happened, but these content creator dramas have been going in one ear and out the other for me. No, that's probably the right way to approach this.
And you're
done. He has lots of money, but he'd lose a lot of that real quick if he tried that. Oh yeah, absolutely. But the question is, well, I suppose Asmongold is at a disadvantage when it comes to a legal case, because the basic fact is that Asmongold basically grew up poor and generated wealth by himself, whereas Hassan is a Nepo baby, and so he's got generational wealth to lean on. And I don't see, you know what? If it came to a legal case, Hassan would probably find some way to incentivize some of his viewers to track down Asmongold and fucking kill him. That would probably actually happen.
And I think really he should look at,
I remember you were tired of politics. Yes, this is not politics. This is the shit-flinging drama contest, Plag. I'm not talking about Israel. I'm not talking about fucking presidents and shit like that. I'm talking about the shit-flinging contest. I'm talking about a dude electrocuting his dog. The dog's not involved in politics. Fuck Hassan's politics. Who gives a shit? Who gives a fuck about Asmongold's politics here? This is about the shit-flinging contest.
Really, I mean, he will not admit this publicly, but take a step back and think about it, Do you think that you handled the dog collar thing very well? I think the answer to that probably is no, you really didn't. And I think that the way that you've dragged it on and everything else, you've brought other people into it as well, this has not helped you. And it's been bad. And I think that one of the reasons why is because it seems very clear to me that Hassan is unable to accept any degree of fault, ill behavior, mistake, even...
Like I said before, I think he knows that if he admits he's wrong, he loses everything. I think Hassan's smart enough to figure that out. He knows that he cannot admit he's wrong. He needs to do everything under the sun except say he's wrong. Because if he does, that's conceding victory. That's giving up. He knows he's done for if he does that.
A very small one. And I think that what that's going to do in a long enough timeline is it's going to get him into a lot of trouble. Right now, it's just some bullshit internet drama. He shocked his dog, memes. The memes are funny. He knows they're funny. Everybody knows they're funny. If you keep doing this and saying this stuff about people, eventually you're going to run into a problem legally. I think it's obvious, and he should know that. I don't know why he's doing this. He's setting himself up to fail for no reason.
Yeah, but when is he gonna fail? How many years has he been doing this? How many times has he gotten away with this shit and never been called out? Why would he fail? There are people, there are streamers who have quite literally touched down on fucking children and still walked away multi-millionaires. Why would the guy who's sitting in a chair screeching ideas about communism and labeling other people face any degree of consequence unless someone brings the consequence to him by pushing back against his bullshit? I don't see how he fails long term here. Hassan should start asking 50 gifted or else he electrocutes his dog for money. You know, I was about to say he's probably got enough money, Khaldun. But he is a communist, so there's never enough money to take away from people.
And it will happen. It will eventually happen for sure.
You know what'd be really funny is if he gets the 50 gifted and then still electrocutes the dog.
Given a long enough timeline.
And then he gaslights everyone into believing that he didn't electrocute the dog at all.
You've got to stop making shit up about people. His platform is too big. There's too many people that watch him. You live in a multi-million-dollar house. You've got a big target on your back, man. And I'm not talking about weirdos trying to, like, attack you. Nobody supports that's disgusting. I ban people in my chat for even implying.
Hoping the Senate hearing would stop Hassan, to be honest. When is that Senate hearing happening? Because it was supposed to happen and it was delayed. And now I think it's not happening. But if it does happen, I hope it's live streamed. Because I really, really want to see a bunch of people pull up the tiger diaper thing. And be like, yo, so you want to explain this? This is for kids, huh?
Applying that. But what I am saying is that there is a monetary, legal target on your back. You need to watch out for that. You're setting yourself up to fail for no reason.
God, this is getting me off topic, but can you imagine the Senate hearings, like a smash cut clip of like every single fucked up thing that's ever happened on Twitch where someone's faced no ban for it, or like a 1-day ban? Holy fuck. Can you, it's like, can you imagine what those senators would be going through? Like, every single senator is watching like a 30-minute smash cut of all the fucked up shit happening on Twitch, and they're just sitting there like this.
I can't stand her, son. Damn Slanesh enjoyer.
That's just every fucking senator sitting there watching like some ugly bitch get fucked on stream, some dude abusing his dog, then one chick flinging her cat across the room. It's just like an endless stream of clips of shit like that happening. Oh man, God, I hope that happens. Fuck me, I hope that happens, and I hope they live stream that Senate hearing. I will make time. I don't care when it is. I will cancel everything to do that shit live. I'll just be sitting here having a fucking breakdown over all of those clips and watching all these old fucking boomers like lose even more hair trying to figure out what the fuck they just watched. Oh, it would be so good. Nuxtaku was contacted by a government official for proof of all Hassan has done. Nuxtaku is he the blue anime guy? I think I've seen some of his stuff. I think he does commentary, if I got that right. I'm not sure what his connection is to Nuxtaku. I think they should have contacted Tectone. That man's got every receipt under the sun. But if they're contacting him, I wonder what he might have that Tectone doesn't.
There's no reason you need to do this. I don't know why he does this.
Wait, he features a lot on DP Bongwater. It's been a while since I watched a Bongwater one. The last one I watched was, I think it was Tectone fighting people in Wendy's or something. I need to catch up on those.
I really don't. Why do you care about him so much? I mean, I'm not caring about it. I'm listening to it. I hear what he's saying. Like, we have a lot of mutual friends. And also, like, the thing is that there's a number of things with Hassan that...
Hold on. Nuxtaku purposefully showed lolly hentai to other streamers on live before. So he's just as bad as the diaper furry. Well, that's degenerate as fuck. That's kind of fucked up. I don't know why he's showing child porn to people. I'd also need to see a clip of that, though. You see, the problem is, I hope we're not playing a game of Broken Telephone, where we end up with Tectone's a rapist because his dad did something. Like, we just saw that go down.
That I agree with Hassan on.
I mean, it's easy. I mean, it's easy to look at the fucked up shit that Hassan's done because it's all on camera.
Like, with a lot of economic things, I agree with him on. It's disappointing to see these, like, weird partisan wedge issues effectively turn people that have, in a lot of cases, symbiotic goals into enemies. It didn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be like this. There's no reason for it to be like this. It's unnecessary. It's counterproductive, and it's destructive. And eventually, it will destroy him. And I think that's a sad thing. It is. That's where I'm at. I don't have anything.
Wouldn't it be peak content if ICE broke into his house and then deported him? Wait, guys, but I'm an American citizen. And they're just like, yeah, we know. That would be the funniest shit ever.
Thing negative to say about him personally. I mean, I will say this about Hassan, right? I do not think that Hassan is a horrible person. Dog thing is separate.
I think he's a horrible person. I've never known a person who electrocutes their dog and keeps it in the background for 8 hours to be a nice person. To be someone you should be hanging around. If they're willing to do that to a dog, imagine what they'd be willing to do to you if they could get power over you.
I don't think that he is. The reason why, Hassan has been making content for 10 years. Over 10 years. There have never been a lot of really, really bad controversies about him. There have never been a lot of really bad leaks about bad things that he's done. Most of the bad things that he's done on camera. And I'm coming at this from the perspective of a content creator. And I think that a lot of content creators, over time, will eventually get exposed. They will eventually have somebody say that this person said this thing that was bad behind closed doors. Hassan has been in the space for about as long as I have, you know, give or take. And in the same way that I say, look at me, look at the amount of bad interactions that I've had with other people, other twitlongers that people have had, etc. On a personal level, I'm not talking about his viewpoints and his politics. I'm talking about on a personal level how he interacts with other people. I don't think that Hassan is a bad person. I do not think that.
I do.
I just wish he wouldn't act this way. It's unnecessary. It does not have to be like this. That's my viewpoint. I know that you guys might not see it the way that I do, but
I definitely don't see it the way that he does. And you see, I think by him saying this, that I don't think Hassan is actually a bad person, despite the fact that he fucking tortures a dog. He's giving him permission to get worse. If you give forgiveness to a good person, they take that as an opportunity to get better. Right? If you give forgiveness to a piece of shit, they see that as an opportunity to get worse in the future. Because now they've just realized there's zero consequences to their actions and they can just ask for forgiveness and do it again. Reminder to burgers, you will never get rid of Indians until you make denaturalizing citizens a thing. The sorring will continue. Yeah, isn't Canada basically gone now? Isn't Canada basically New Delhi now? New Delhi, sorry. The electrocution thing barely matters given how he forces the dog to just sit in one place for the whole stream. Yeah, that fucks a dog up. That really fucks a dog up when they can't, like, just get up and walk around when they feel like it.
My perspective on this is probably a little bit different because the way that I see it is through the lens of a content creator. And so I'm contrasting this with other content creators. Does that make sense? Most of my streams, audience, boy, off audience, be shit, we all know it. Sure, right? But I'm just saying, like, in terms of personal, like, interpersonal problems. That's something that I have a very, very... One thing that I've learned is that people that have problems everywhere they go, I wonder why.
to be fair, I kind of understand that perspective. Because it's like, I got to meet someone who used to know my ex a while back, right? And so my ex was a very abusive person. But she would very often accuse me of abuse, despite the fact that she would like physically attack me, insult me, mock the fact that my mother committed suicide, do a bunch of fucked up shit. And when I got to learn some information about her life versus mine, I am married to a fucking incredible person. I have a wonderful little kid. I live in a house. I get to eat food. Things are good enough that I've got fucking internet in a third world country, and I'm finally cutting weight and getting somewhere with it. By comparison, she's alone. She's been through apparently like over 15 different relationships. She's now deep into her 30s. The only thing she has going for her is her job. And none of her family members want to speak to her. And the only thing I really think about that is I hope no one ever makes the mistake. But you still have some crappy gaming chair when you could actually have a... I will have you know, Wolgar, that this fucking crappy gaming chair has some significance behind it to me. Because once upon a time, a streamer I used to know donated $500 to get me this fucking chair, okay? So I will sit in this chair until it breaks. God damn it. So, but my point is, I hope that in the future no one ever makes the mistake of criticizing her, which would give her the opportunity to get better. Because she deserves to be exactly where she is. And she's been there for years. It's sort of like raising kids. You don't want your kids to keep doing the things you don't approve of, so you obviously scold them for it, or at least signal to them of inappropriate behavior. Yes, exactly.
So yeah.
Now I hope no one does that for my ex. And I know that's spiteful and vengeful. But I never claimed to not be an asshole.
All I'm saying is that I don't need to criticize a person's opinions and then turn that into a personal attack. There's no need for me to do that. It's unnecessary. It's destructive. It's not productive. And I think it's off message. I try to stay on message as much as I can. I think that I make mistakes. Everybody does. But you're going to keep making mistakes until you realize it. So that's it. You can someone use this to twist your words. He can say whatever he wants. It doesn't matter. Like it's still that's still what I think. He's called for blood answer people many times. It's different. Well, I'm talking about like, and I don't know. Like I think people just get on the internet and they just say things. They get gassed up by their fucking audience and they just say stupid stuff. Like I understand that people might not like that answer, and it doesn't, I'm not hand waving it and saying it's okay, but I'm not taking it serious.
Get an office chair. No, I actually kind of like this chair. Understand? Like, yeah, you guys don't get it. I am so fat. I am such a big, gigantic, fat, wobbly fuck that what should have been an uncomfortable gaming chair has been molded by my fat ass into what is essentially an office chair, with the curves and everything, in all the right places. So it would be redundant for me to get an office chair. Because my fat, gigantic, humongous body that needs to cut weight has already molded it into one.
Because I think that's the way that people do. I think Frogan is like that, for example. I don't think Frogan is a horrible person.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't recognize you in the first place, but I've got other plans for your money, IDAX. More irresponsible things.
I just think that she gets in her fucking room, sitting there getting gassed up by her 60 or 50 or 100 viewers, and it just turns people into the worst versions of themselves. That's what I think. I genuinely believe that. I think that most people can generally get along. And whenever you sit inside of an echo chamber of people that tell you that you're right about everything, and you never listen to anybody else's perspective, all of your friends are exactly the same, everybody says the same things that you do.
That sounds like a living hell. Imagine living in a world where no one is brave enough to tell you you're a fucking retard about something. That sounds like living hell to me.
I think that is a radicalizing force, and it makes people more extreme. But that's not a default. And I think that you can move people away from that default very quickly. What's the next clip? Is there another one? I don't know if there's another one. Come out against me. Oh my god. Is it another one against me? This is the same thing that I can guarantee you already. This is absolutely every single thing that he's going to say about me, people are also going to say about him. And you know what? They're all right. They're right when they say it about me, and they're right when they say it about you. Let's listen and find out.
Zach is always copying your language, always using the words in the wrong places, but it won't matter until someone like a big streamer said, take 1 minute to go and undermine the streamer right now, and 10x more people would nip it in the bud than the few starting it. Every smear has a potential to slow down or stagger progression. What do you mean? Yeah, no big streamer is ever going to come out and be like, Asmongold is ridiculous for saying these sorts of things. I
don't.
What the fuck is he talking about? Like, there's a bunch of people doing that. It kind of is, I'm a Democrat in a family of Republicans. Well, there you go. You should be talking to these people. You should be having conversations with people on both sides of that shit. Alright, no one has all the answers. But the issue is, everyone gets up in their feelings. That's how it works. That's why in my world I can't identify as either. I can't identify as a centrist either. I consider myself politically homeless a lot of the time. I hold some fairly extreme positions on certain things, and then other things I just don't give a fuck about entirely. You touch a kid, you lose all your human rights. Maybe there's a place for slavery in modern society. But, you know, without your genitalia anymore. You know, you're a dude and you touch a kid, you chop off the dick and balls. You're a woman and you touch a kid. It's time to get out the polyfiller and fill some crack.
Oh no, I mean, people have criticized plenty of things that I've said.
I'm going to tell you exactly why they won't.
This is going to be the exact reason why people won't criticize him, by the way. You ready?
I think you already know. Because every fucking big streamer who actually opposes his worldview are utterly fucking terrified of his audience. Okay? That's it. They're 100% terrified of his audience because his fan base does not have any fucking... They don't have any restraint. They realize...
You didn't have to do this to yourself.
So
Here
I'm
we
on
go.
break at work right now, so I look kind of chalked, but Hassan Piker fan.
Now you see, which direction do you think this person leans? Because on first appearance, I would assume that this person's out there talking about free the pussy. But she's calling Hassan Piker fans rabid animals. Towards the wall, dick. Plague is already writing the next fan fiction for women to read and love. There's slavery in modern society. It's called American hospitals and other... Yeah, it's called debt. It's called any form of debt. They're there to get you in debt.
Fans are actually rabid animals. My DMs are full of people threatening to...
You didn't have to do this. Why would you do this to yourself?
Calling me Amber Heard as an insult, saying that I am
Why would you do this?
propaganda and I'm being paid by YouTubers that I also hate. It's crazy that I called out Hassan for...
And she's obviously talking about me, by the way. She's obviously talking about probably me and Ethan.
And so basically she didn't like them, and then her own side started attacking her. It's like a A school of piranhas. When one of them shows weakness, they turn on it and rip it to pieces. Interesting. So what do you think happens to her life from here? Does she change fundamentally as a person? Or does she just swing the other way? Or does she just keep being herself, pretending it never happened? Is it like 2 years from now you're going to see her in a summer dress with blonde hair, baking pies, talking about Jesus? Or do you think it's like she's scared to lose her friend group, so she'll just fall in line? Who is she, by the way? I would completely... But first I have to know her. Well, it sounds like you've already decided. It sounds like knowing her has nothing to do with it, Plague. Well, yeah, she'll probably be in a summer dress, but I doubt it's because of the situation. People just mature, change naturally anyway. Who knows? It's hard to say. It's really hard to say on like such a small piece of things. Right, so you like donuts? Well, have all the donuts in the world. Yeah, you see, that's my problem. That's hell to me. That's the nightmarish hell I'm trying to avoid. Let me tell you, I'm so fucking hungry all the time. And be honest with you, cutting weight is a living nightmare. I'm so fucking hungry. I opened my fridge door, and there's like a plastic like handle thing on the inside. I hallucinated that it was an unpeeled banana. For like a good 30 seconds. That's how fat I am. How are you cutting weight? I'm doing several things, right? So I'm doing, every now and then I'm going on 36-hour fasts, drinking a lot of fucking water. When I eat, I try and limit eating to 1 meal a day. I won't do any more snacking. Even my monsters, I've now switched over to 0 sugar monsters. If I drink coffee, it's black coffee. I'm avoiding all pasta, I'm avoiding all bread, all starch, because I'm so fucking fat that I could not see a meal for a year and I'd probably still be alive. It's a living hell. But you know what's worse? You know what's a worse living hell? Is the idea of me dying and leaving a little kid without a dad. Leaving my wife out in the wilderness. And I already know, because I've seen the messages. My wife and I giggle about them. Together. But there are some fucked up dudes out there who send my wife some weird fucking pictures. Unbidden. It's not like she's talking to these people. I do not want to leave her alone in this world. At all. Because no one else gets to touch my property. One day someone's going to take me seriously saying these things. I do the 1 meal thing, take fiber in the mornings. No, I don't do that. So what I do, what my 1 meal usually is it's a cup of oats with a cup of protein powder, creatine, and I'll make like that, and then I've got like 3 tubs of creatine, each with a different flavor. So like it's not too boring. And then like if I'm really I can't take it anymore, I'll eat 3 boiled eggs. It's been helping. I've been getting somewhere. But I'm so goddamn hungry out all the time. I feel like such a little bitch for being like, man, I cannot tell you how many times I've looked at things that I shouldn't eat and wondered if they're edible. I'm still so, like, I've got fat person brain and it's so fucking bad. You're talking like you're 200 kilograms. I would die before then. I'm too short to be 200 kilograms. Do you like Greek yogurt? Yeah, my wife's Greek. But during that time of the month, she won't let me eat her out, so I don't get the creamy texture.
Maybe also Baldy.
Tourism and misogyny and being basically a passport bro, and I've got people calling me like conservative in my DMs and just saying I'm spreading propaganda, and that even if he did these things, we still need him as the face of the left. But yeah, Hassan fans straight up got me demonetized, and this is coming from someone that used to be subbed to Hassan. I was giving that millionaire money because I was an idiot. So yeah.
For the low, low price of saying we need communism in America, she may suck your dick. Plague, you've got a chance. All you need is a Che Guevara shirt and a dog to electrocute, and you're in. Get him! Get him! If you run at it fast enough with your dick out, you can talk about how it's liberating. Eggs are the best food, genuinely. No, eggs have been fantastic. I love eggs. Her nose looks like it would explode with the right action. Probably. The worst is I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're referring to. You don't need to fast that fucking hard, though. That just tricks your organism into hoard all the carbohydrates you intake. So I'm working out at the same time, and that's helping a lot. But here's the problem, Plague, is I've realized this about my own mentality, is that if I start, eating, I need to fast this fucking hard. I need to. It's the only way I can do things, is fucking being as extreme as possible. I've tried every other way under the sun. I go down a downward spiral really fucking fast. For other people, they can do things in moderation. Not me. Who's cooking if your wife cooks? You're never losing any weight, by the way. Yes, I know. When my wife, cooks for herself and my kid, I leave. I have to leave the room. Multiple times, I lock my fucking door when she's cooking. I swear to God, I don't know if I'm crazy or not, but I can smell the food in my office. I need to do it this way. I don't have a choice.
Yeah, maybe let's cool it with the threats, because I don't really think that's helping with the misogyny allegations.
What have you been playing lately? You've been on New World any? No, not at all. And I won't ever touch Warframe, because that's how I lose my entire life. I will die in this chair if I touch Warframe again. Only been playing Guild Wars 2, it's the only thing I think is worthwhile. I'm curious about where New World is going, but I want to see if this October bump is the exact same as the last October bump, which was exactly the same as the last October bump. I want to see if there's anything that actually fundamentally changes and rebalances the player base, but I have next to no faith in Amazon games. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
That would be great if you could stop threatening to murder me.
And for the most part, Hassan is not necessarily responsible for what his audience does. Unless he's telling them to do this, this is an outcome of having a community built around talking about extremely volatile, extremely serious issues. And the reason why I don't want to blame Hassan is because I don't want people to blame me. Because anything you can say about him, you can say about me too. This is the thing.
Anything you can say about Hassan, you can say about Asmongold. How many times has Asmongold electrocuted his pet roaches? I don't remember the last time I saw Asmongold go on stream and say that a senator does, we should slit the throat of a senator. So I'm kind of having trouble passing this information. This doesn't make sense to me, what he's saying there. I suppose he means people deserve getting iced. But didn't he say that if you rape someone, you should die? Like, you should get executed, you should kill? Yeah, just kill them? That seems rather sensible to me. You can't keep rapists around in your fucking society and think everything's gonna be fine. But if you kill them, then the other rapists fall in line. And they think, damn, maybe I don't want to rape that bad. Maybe I'll stick to farm animals. Like the women who want to bang cows. Check Fellowship yet, just launched early access today, but it looks really decent. Man, there's a few that I'm looking at. There's Fellowship. I might want to dig into Blue Protocol because it's such a fucking joke, just like I know it's gonna be. Okay, for the charity event that starts on the 22nd, there's a bunch of new stuff that I'm gonna be spinning up and try to get going with. That sounds unhealthy to walk away from food. You look like you're average, but then again, I don't know your height. I am not average. No one should be this weight. I am obese class 1, borderline obese class 2. My BMI is like 35. No. No, this is not where I should be. Now, should I pack on more muscle? Absolutely. But I need to lose this fucking weight. I have a gut. I look like a fucking bowling ball that got pregnant with another bowling ball when I take my shirt off. You know how bad it is? When I'm playing animals with my kid, because we got her like a bunch of toy plastic animals, guess which animal she keeps handing to me? That's right, the hippo. Now, I know for a fucking fact that one day my kid is gonna go to school and she's gonna get the assignment, draw a picture of your mom and dad. And I don't want her coming home with a picture that's just a fucking circle. Okay? I'll take a rectangle, I'll take a triangle ideally. I will take any other shape, but I do not want to see that fucking that wonky drawn circle with a smiley face on it. That'll destroy me. Then it's over, because that shit's going on the fridge until she's 18. Or until one of the dogs eats it. I don't need that. I have limited time before she's smart enough to start observing that and then drawing that picture. In America land, I'm 275 and still smaller than most people when I go out in public. Yeah, no, but in America's got a really bad, like, unhealthy relationship with food. But I mean, so does my country. There's a lot of fat people here as well. And it throws off your perception. That's the worst part. When you see a lot of fat people, you start thinking to yourself, man, I'm not that bad, but you actually are. You're just not there yet. BMI is not a proper measure of body fat anyways, given that you could have that 35 but be pure fucking muscle. Do I look like I'm pure fucking muscle, Plague? Absolutely not. Muscle doesn't jiggle. BMI was invented for fat retards like me, not people who are actually muscular, or not people who have, like, higher than average bone density, but for retards like me, who need a number that they look at and they go, Jesus fucking Christ, how did it get this bad? And then they do something about it. It's not perfect, it's not ideal, it's not even really good, but it's good enough for me.
Is that he's right about this, but this is the pot calling the kettle black. This is the same thing.
Because his fan base does not have any fucking, they don't have any restraint. They realize that they can just, like, go after anyone and everyone and name them, shame them, smear them, take clips out of context.
See? His son knows. Do whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't matter. He knows how the game is played.
Constantly yell.
An example of this not happening, by the way, recently was with Ray. I was not rude to her at all. I'm sure that there were people in my audience that were rude, and I find that to be disappointing. And if I find out that they were doing that in a way that was ungentlemanly, you might end up getting permabanned, because it's just, it's not something that I want to see people do. But I think that's a good example right off the bat. Like, I mean, that was literally a few days ago. I don't take it personally at all.
In their chats, go to every other chat, and
you don't have to take it personally to fire back. If someone punches you in the fucking face, the correct response isn't, "Whoa, my guy." That's okay. I understand. No. If you're in shape, the response is choke them out. And if you're out of shape, it's time to whip out the pistol. They started it. You're going to finish it.
Demand that the other streamers talk about this this new victim in the crosshairs. You know, so that is the reason. That is the reason why no one will actually come out and oppose any of his viewpoints, even if they quietly oppose it.
That's the same thing with him.
What the fuck is he talking about? There's a ton of people bitching about Asmongold on Twitter almost every single day. Calling him like a mom murderer. Fucking calling him the Roach King, saying, "I'm not taking the opinions of a fucking guy who lives in his own filth." What crackhead shit is he talking about?
And it's not just Asmongold, to be fair. It's not just Asmongold at all. There are plenty of other, like, there's a bunch of kick streamers that do the same shit too. It just doesn't really matter. And I mean, look, I'm one of the very few people out there who does actually oppose a lot of streamers when they do fuck shit.
And that's good. I think that's totally fine.
Does he oppose a lot of streamers when they fuck shit? I don't believe so. I think he only does it when it's advantageous to do so and he knows he can farm something out of it. When he can make himself look like the holier-than-thou hero. He's the kind of person to say the right thing to his community about something, as opposed to saying the right thing regardless of what people are going to call him. Are we going late night? Yes.
I don't have a single problem with Hassan giving his take and giving his opinion and disagreeing with what I'm saying or what anybody else is saying. I think that's his right, and I think that's a good thing. And it's important to have people that disagree with you in spaces, so that way it keeps you sharp as well. I don't have a problem with people disagreeing with me at all.
And look how much I eat it on a daily fucking basis.
I am one of the only people that has not gone out and like hyper condemned Hassan for the fucking dog thing. I haven't.
Which is a mistake. Your inaction can look like forgiveness of abuse. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
And if you go back through all the VODs and everything, I have never gone out and like gone and been like, oh, he's such a horrible person. I can't believe he's done this. He's using his friends. I never have done that. Now, I've laughed at the jokes and I've covered the controversy, but I've never really condemned him. And the reason why is because I don't really know what's going on. I'm not 100% sure, and I don't want to do that.
I think you are 100% sure because he showed us everything on video. He did it live. He fucking abused the dog right there in front of you. Fuck you talking about? I'm trying to like understand what the fuck he means. Like, how is he coming to this conclusion? It's like the best examples I can give are biblical ones, right? Jesus walks into the fucking the temple and he sees a bunch of people doing business. He wasn't like, yo, it's okay, I understand you're businessmen. No, he fucking flipped tables over and chased them out. People from a foreign land show up in your country and start killing people. It's not time to say, it's okay, I understand that you were raping and murdering your way across the country. It's time for a crusade. Someone touches your shit, maybe they should lose a hand. If they're gonna steal from you. What is this? What is this very strange, it's a level playing field kind of thing he's doing? It's so odd. It's so odd to me. It's like, all I'm hearing is I'm giving him permission to keep getting worse. I think he made this video before he saw all the videos. Maybe. I think Asmon feels like he's above the shit flinging and just posts himself as the voice of reason. Maybe. But this is not... The problem is, if you're going to be the voice of reason, that means you have to be reasonable. And sometimes the reasonable response is to call out something for what it is. You see a woman getting raped in a fucking park. The reasonable response isn't, it's okay, I understand he was having a sexual emergency. The correct response is to run up to them and see if she's wearing a refugee's welcome t-shirt. And if she is, then leave. One day someone's gonna take me seriously and I'm gonna be in so much fucking trouble.
Essentially portrays him as the opposite. No, it's okay. It's not a big deal. But I do farm people. I do absolutely do that. And I'm sure he might be a little bit upset about the dog stuff. And listen, if he can go back to what I said, and I even predicted what was going to happen to him before he went live the first day of this controversy. I said that it would not matter what he did and what he said. People would have already made up their mind that he was guilty. And I was right. I mean, it sure seems like there's some other clips that look kind of bad, right? But at the same time, people are...
No, they are bad. It's not look kind of bad. We are seeing it with our fucking eyeballs. Why are we doing this weird game where we're pretending like no one has a working pair of eyeballs and can't see the thing in front of them?
Already made up their mind. They did. They had already made up their mind. It didn't matter what he had shown on that stream. It would have still been something else. So yeah, and he's got. I mean, some of the clips do definitely look bad now, right? But at the time, I didn't know that, and nobody knew that. So just so he's made up his mind about takedown allegations. I mean, I obviously know more about it, right? Is it about disagreeing with animal abuse? Or is he trying to dissuade people to make up other shit? What about the genocide? I don't know about that. So yeah, and the fake care about the dog is so forced people act like he beat the dog, and shock collars used regularly for dog training. I think that what people really don't like. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's I don't want to get into like all the. I'm not a big moralizer.
Do you see how retarded that is, though? That comment, oh, shock collars are used in dog training. That doesn't make it acceptable to electrocute your fucking dog to keep them in the corner of the room. That's the inappropriate use of it. But do you see how the conversation shifts away from what the actual thing is? Man, basic critical thinking skills have gone out the fucking window, haven't they? Jesus.
I'm not a big moralizer. It's not the. It's not. I'm just not. Sorry, I'm not a big guy like that. Now, if you want to do that, that's totally fine. But it's just not my. That's not my personality. Somebody maggot being deleted. I don't know.
I wonder actually. I'm like this is off topic, but I wonder if Asmongold's dad's death has affected him in a way where he feels like if he lets go just a little bit, he's gonna go fucking ballistic. And so he's doing that thing where he's trying to like remain quiet and in control. Because grief is a bitch like that. Especially considering I think his dad was like the last close family member he had anywhere near him. Not his personality, wasn't Asmongold a normal WoW shit talker? Was my memory failing me? That's why it's so weird to me. Dragonov. He seemed to have no problem in the past calling calling bullshit when he saw bullshit. Maybe, like, man, I don't mean to, like, impose this on someone, but it's like, maybe his dad's death affected him in, a very unique way. And I wonder if this is just a pressure cooker before he fucking explodes. Or maybe he explodes, but he does it off stream. And now he's not actually giving his real opinion anymore, or what he thinks, or what he feels, because he's going to lose it. I wonder. Didn't he say when his mom died he was going to change? Like, you might be right. Maybe this is just like an amplifying effect on it. Maybe he feels like this is the correct path for him while he's become, like, older and more mature. For me, like, personally, I think it's a misstep. But, you know, I suppose it's like, you know, you gotta live your fucking life the way you think you gotta live it. But I think the idea of not calling bullshit when you see bullshit is very dangerous. And he's giving people permission to get worse. It's what, like I said half an hour ago, he somehow suddenly grew a brain. That's not the same Asmongold I knew back in the last year or two. No, you see, the thing is, he was always pretty smart, right? I think he was a lot rougher back then. He was a lot wilder. And I think I'm going to be honest with you, I think he was a lot more honest. And I think as time has moved forward, he's trying to not, like, he's walking on eggshells. He's on a tightrope instead of sprinting through a fucking china shop, shattering things along the way. I do hope for his sake that it feels good what he's doing, and he feels like he's become a better person because of it. And he's unrecognizable to me because he's changed fundamentally as a person. And that he's not doing this because he's playing some weird fucking mental game that he feels like he has to play this now because he's in the world of politics. It's odd. Give me a second, my wife's calling me. Alright, well, unfortunately, I'm going to end off there. I gotta go. My wife needs help. So, I'll see you all later. We nearly got through everything in the Discord, but at least we're done with the Hassan sharking dogs clip. At least that's over now. Anyway, I'm going to duck. I'll see you all later. Go live your life. Guild Wars 2 on Monday.